We're at the business end of the 2025. We're at the business end of the 2025 FunCup Endurance Championship, and we arrive here at the home of British motor racing, the Silverstone National Circuit. Absent from the calendar last year, but the last time we raced here 2 years ago, it produced an absolute all-time classic. It's a slipstream-friendly circuit. These are slipstream-friendly cars, and this could be a fascinating next chapter in the 2025 season. Now, last time out at Croft, our dominant championship leaders, Olympian GRD, had, by their very high standards, a pretty poor weekend. It sees their championship lead slashed now to just 8 points once the drop scores are calculated to their big rivals, UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, who claimed a win last time at Croft alongside the rapidly improving Sherrodise UK. Can they undo some of that damage from last time out? Well, they've got 4 hours of racing this afternoon to try and do just that. It's going to be another thriller. Indeed it is. I could not have said that better myself. Welcome everyone to Silverstone, to the latest instalment of the FunCup Endurance Championship campaign for 2025. All of that to come a little bit later on. We've got a 4-hour race to come for the FunCup, but before that we have a whole host of Brscc backed support races, and the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship have the honour of opening the afternoon's racing for us in just a few minutes time. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, to be joined shortly, we hope, by Scott Woodwiss and Jamie Peters-Ennis, who will be roaming the pit lane to chat to for all things FunCup, basically, FunCup drivers, a couple of weeks or so, and sunny skies and temperatures in the mid to high 20s have been the norm. There's been a bit of a chill in the air actually throughout the morning. It's starting to warm now, but no sign yet of that blanket of grey cloud clearing, and so it is perhaps going to be a welcome reprieve for the drivers because those really tough temperatures that they've been experiencing of late, recent events, thankfully not rearing its head just yet. There are the cars then for the Fiesta Junior Championship, readying themselves down in the assembly area. We're on the national layout here at Silverstone, so the assembly area is, well, right underneath the BRDC building, essentially. So on the rundown to the Brooklands Luffield complex at the end of the lap, and the Fiesta Juniors have been putting on quite a show so far this season. They've got a mega entry, 29 cars entered this weekend. We're knocking on the door of having to think in the relatively near future about split grids for this championship, which is all the more impressive given where this championship has come from over the last 3 or 4 seasons, from grids that were not even getting close to troubling double figures at one point, and now all of a sudden it has become the place to race. If you are a teenager and want to get into motorsport, then the Brscc's Fiesta Junior Championship really appears to be the place that you need to do it. We've got a good entry, we've got an interesting championship battle as well that's starting to form. We're getting to that point of the season now where I always start getting really excited about things like points and dropped scores and all of that sort. In total before we crown a champion. We will crown our champion at the Formula Ford Festival at the end of the year in October, and before then 3 races here on the National Circuit at Silverstone, 3 races on the Donington National Circuit. I believe that's part of the FunCup event at Donington in September, which I sadly will be absent from, but the Fiesta Juniors certainly won't be. They will turn out in their numbers, I'm sure, and that also will be given the live stream treatment as part of the FunCup Endurance Championship package. And then we head to Brands Hatch, where it's just a double header on what's always a really busy weekend at Brands Hatch for the Formula Ford Festival, entries for which opened, I spotted earlier on this week as well, for the Formula Ford part of that event, which is all very exciting. This then is how the cars line up on the grid for the first race of the day. It's an all-Doble front row. That will be an interesting dynamic. The race car consultants' teammates and siblings, Isaac and Christopher Doble, share the front row. Dara McInerney, second in the championship coming into this weekend. We'll get on to points in a moment or two. He starts third alongside Jack Burgess. Then row 3 for Oliver Heron and Aaron Beattie. Tom Merritt, car number 12, down in 7th position. Now, 7th out of 29 doesn't sound too bad, but he is the championship leader and really could have done with being up there with his championship rival, Darren McInerney. Max Fenton will line up alongside him on row number 4. The top 10 then completed on row 5 by Ethan Spanswick and Archie Davis. And Archie Davis, 3rd in the championship. Still mathematically in contention for the title. In fact, so too is Isaac Doble, who is tied for 3rd in the championship with Archie, but they both need a really good weekend here at Silverstone. Isaac started off very well with pole position, but Archie Davis only 10th on the grid. Row 6 then for Benji Douglas and Lewis Islin. Daniela Sutton and Bobby Holmes are together on row 7, and the 8th row shared by Oscar Hommerstone and Hayden Gray. Then we have on the 9th row, Jake Howarth and the 10th row I should say, Jake Howarth and Harry Russell. No, getting ahead of myself. Let's start that again. The 9th row, Callie Clifford and Neil Hampson, with Jake Howarth and Harry Russell on the 10th row. Row 11, Lewis Turkington and Jack Sant, with Kasper Tomaszewski starting next alongside Max Haller. Then it's Luke Broadbent and Jensen Pritchard, with Thomas Simpson, Harry Lindley and Jake Wardle bringing up the rear of this 29-car grid. As I said, really healthy championship at the moment is the Fiesta Junior Championship, and I'm sure they're going to put on a show for us across this triple header here at Silverstone. So there are the 29 cars. What a brilliant sight they are, as well as they line up underneath the Silverstone gantry. They're about to be released onto their green flag lap, and then we go racing. It's a 15-minute race for the juniors, so short, sharp race, but they'll still get probably 13 or 14 laps in around that time, and plenty of time for lead changes and side-by-side battles to develop, as they always seem to do. Championship-wise, I mentioned that it's reasonably tight at the top. It's 428 points for Tom Merritt, the championship leader, against 412 for Darren McInerney. Darren McInerney on 412 points, so that's, 16 points back from Tom Merritt. But Dara in the 507 car starts 3rd. There was Tom Merritt, number 12, and he is all the way down in 7th place on the grid. There's then a bit of a jump back, 385 points then for Archie Davis and Isaac Doble, who are tied for 3rd. And Jack Burgess then another 20 or so points back. Realistically, he's probably too far back now to really mount a championship challenge, but could still break into the top 3 by season's end. You get a trophy and invited up onto the stage at the Brscc awards do if you finish top 3 in the points, and that will be his aim. So we have weaving around to try and get some heat into the tyres. As I said, it is a fairly muggy afternoon that it's turning into now, so it's not cold by any means, but here at Silverstone, always that right rear tyre is a bit of a concern in a front-wheel drive car. The right rear tyre doesn't get a lot of use around here. You really only lean on it once, just down here in the braking zone, heading into Brooklands. And if you don't have enough heat in that right rear tyre, it's not uncommon to see cars getting a little bit sideways on the opening lap of the race. Hopefully everyone working the rubber well and preparing themselves to do battle over 15 minutes. So, Isaac and Christopher Doble, what a fascinating dynamic that is on the front row of the grid. Teammates, siblings, and for Isaac, still a championship contender. Chris Doble is 7th in the championship, but he is definitely going to be wanting to try and leap a little bit further up the order by the end of the season. So cars gridding up then. Scott Woodward has joined me in the commentary box. We'll bring you in quickly before the race starts, Scott. I know you're busy social mediaing as well.
Yes,
lots to cover this weekend, isn't there, Scott?
There is. It is looking exceptionally brilliant in many cases. A massive 29-car grid for Fiesta Juniors and lots of strong grids across the board as well. This has the potential to be one of the show stealers, given it is such a large grid. It's a talented grid of drivers and cars in the mix. This could be a real one to watch for. And because it's a short, sharp layout like Silverstone National, this is going to really be one of those occasions where the juniors are going to want to try and impress and really make the most of this short circuit. It's going to be busy, going to be tight, and I think it's going to be quite a fascinating start to this weekend. I
quite agree. So, back few rows coming into place. Darren McInerney, the orange-fronted car, he starts 3rd. He's the man 2nd in the championship. 4th car on that outside line is your points leader, Tom Merritt. They're the 2 to watch for at the moment at the top of the championship table, but that could all change by the end of the weekend. 3 races for the Fiesta Juniors then here at Silverstone. The first one about to get underway to kick-start our afternoon of racing. Isaac Doble on the right of the front row. Chris Doble with the burgundy colours on his number 19 car to the inside. The rev's starting to rise, and in a moment or two, we will be racing here on the Silverstone National Circuit. Away they go, and who is going to get into Copse Corner first? Good start made by the looks of it by Jack Burgess. He's the red number 194 car, but Isaac Doble I think will retain the lead. Yes, he does. To the outside look goes Tyre McInerney on the attack already, trying to break into second position, but he will not quite be able to stream round the outside at Copse Corner and settles back in line. But can he settle back in line? Here comes Tom Merritt. Look at that. Tom Merritt with a brilliant start, moving up to challenge McInerney into Beckett's. Again, there's no way through, so the Dobles retain their 1-2 positions. There's a sideways car on the inside, and there is contact for McInerney. Oh, it's all bunched together. Oh, and over almost goes McInerney, and that is major drama in the championship. Jack Burgess has tangled with Christopher Doble, who I think slowed coming out of Beckett's. We didn't quite catch the start of that, but I think maybe Chris Doble's car stuttered coming out of Beckett's. It caused a big log jam behind, and would you believe Dara McInerney is in the middle of it. Tom Merritt is second as we arrive at Brooklands. That, Scott Woodwis, I did not see coming.
No, and it's a shame it did, but also because it was looking at such a quick and competitive start. But in many cases, this is going to be disappointing for Dara, of course, being second in the championship. This will be major implications for him. I guess the one benefit, which you never want to be in that situation when the rivals had an incident like that, is Thomas Merritt up there in second place chasing Isaac. There are going to be quite heavy wave yellows down at that section. I don't know how many of the cars that were involved have got away from it, but Doble leads by 1.3 seconds from Merritt in second. Beatty's up to third place. We've got Heron on his tail. Then it's Archie Davis and Benji Douglas who's doing a grand job. He's only come in the last couple of rounds, but up in P6 already and looking pretty strong. Then we have our two Fiesta Scholarship winners. Lewis Island ahead of Daniela Sutton. I think Jack Burgess has just gone past our commentary position into the pit lane, so he's made it back. Bobby Holmes is up to ninth. Eden Spanswick in the ex-Jacob Hodgkins car is in P10. And they've all calmed down single file through this time through Magnussen Beckett's. This time, just about, although you sat back in your seat there for a second.
We're just trying to see where all of the cars are. Look, they're so far off the road. Dara McInerney and Chris Doble's car. I think Jack Burgess might have even recovered to the pit lane. So, yes, there he is. Look, a lot of damage done to the left rear corner of that car. I'd be intrigued to know what triggered all of that. Someone slowed. There were some very odd things going on the exit of the corner, and unfortunately those further back had absolutely nowhere to go. Right, the race continues though, 12 3/4 minutes to go. Tom Merritt, second position, with the best will in the world. Scott would have been rubbing his hands with glee there. He made a good start anyway, and then the path just opened for him at Beckett's. If you'd have told him at the start of the race he'd be second at the end of lap one, he'd have taken that. Absolutely,
and particularly when he's taking full advantage of the fact that he's ahead of his main championship rival, who is essentially out of the race. Pretty critical as they turn their way back through Copse. The gap is down to under a second now, 0.7, as Heron tries to pitch the car through Copse Corner, chasing after Aaron Beatty. Heron had some really good pace earlier in the season when he led and was in the leading group back at Mallory Park. The results might have completely reflected that. He's currently at the moment in 10th position in the championship to take 36 points. That was right about a top 5 back at Mallory Park, but had a mixed weekend. And since then, he's kind of been hovering around top 5, top 10, but this is one of his stronger starts of the weekend. Still yellow flags down there where Chris Doble and Dara McInerney's cars are fixed. You can't overtake into Magnussen Beckett's, hence the single file. And now we come down the long Wellington straight. I'm just seeing Archie Davies is lining up Heron for a move. Is he thinking about a potential dive into Brooklands? He considered it, but it takes the wider approach to get the better angle through the corner as they bounce and three-wheel their way through the left-hander, then again pitch it through Luffield. It's almost never-ending left-hander. You come back on the pad just about halfway through, and then you streak back onto the start and finish straight through Woodcote to end another lap. Still 11.5 minutes to go. Still plenty to action here. But at the moment, Isaac Doble leads. But I have a feeling that Thomas Merritt is starting to close that gap down. Has the fastest lap of the race. Gap is still 0.7, but it is a new fastest lap of the race. So he's edged closer, but Doble still has the advantage.
Well, at the end of lap 1, the lead gap was about 1.2 seconds. It came down by about half a second on lap 2, and now they've sort of equalised. I think Isaac Doble's realised that Merritt was coming and realised that I suppose that he needed to put his foot down a bit and try to manage that gap. But Tom Merritt within slipstreaming range, I'd say that will be benefiting his lap times, not necessarily putting him into an overtaking position right now, but it will just allow him to close in slightly. It's free time basically down these long straights is that slipstream, and the closer he gets, the more powerful it becomes. Now when you're as close together as Aaron Beatty, Oliver Heron and Archie Davis are, the slipstream's very, very, very powerful, and that's why Beatty is now having to really defend this third position. To the outside looks Heron. Beatty will hold on the way into Brooklands, even if he drifts wide out of the left-hander though. The next corner is a right-hander at Luffield, and of course Heron doesn't want to go to the outside because that leaves the door open for Archie Davis behind. So a fascinating three-way tussle here for the bottom step of the podium. If they really start squabbling, then Max Fenton and Lewis Islin are not that far behind either. Across the line they will come, and this again is an opportunity for Heron to use that slipstream to maybe build a challenge into Copse Corner. I don't think he's choosing this particular moment, though, to go on the attack.
Notice that in front whilst that's happening, as Aaron continues to literally tail BT all the way through Copse Corner. And Fenton's arrived on his rear wing as they come towards Maggotts and Beckett. Gap in the lead has gone out by another 2/10 or so, back to almost a second now. So there is Thomas Merritt in second place, championship leader, chasing after Isaac Doble, younger brother of Joe Doble, and I think also on top of that, even younger brother of Isaac, Mikey Doble, who's in the British Touring Cars and not killed this weekend. Now in his, not sadly Astra, but now the Cooper after what happened. Of course, it's been well documented. But good to see the Dobles on a good path of the course in terms of good progress out there, out in front. And they were in good form last time out at Snetterton. Both of them took a front row start and managed to get themselves contention as Heron pitches the car firmly in towards Brooklands, gets it very sideways. But of course, in typical front-wheel drive fashion, you just boot the throttle and the front will come round eventually. Yeah,
that was an odd one, wasn't it, though? Because you wouldn't put that down at this stage of the race, 6 minutes into a cold right rear tyre. That was just a little bit too much rear brake bias, maybe, on the way into Brooklands. It puts him under attack now from Archie Davis, but it's a bit of a stalemate situation, isn't it, between these three? There, meanwhile, is the sorry sight of Dara McInerney's car. Broken right rear suspension, definitely. There's damage on all four corners of that car, and that raises some questions for tomorrow. Huge slide from Beatty at Copse Corner. Now he gathers it together, but that slowed his exit speed. This is Heron's best opportunity, but where can he go? He doesn't want to go to the outside because that opens the door for Archie Davis, and so again the stalemate sort of continues. Davis is peeking to the inside anyway, and there might be another mistake there for Heron. No, he makes the apex just about. Difficult situation this for Oliver Heron. I think he feels that he's quicker than Aaron Beatty, but attacking could end up losing in places because they're all back together now.
Yeah, and the tricky thing is he's in a catch-22 situation. He's attacking Beatty in front, but he's also under massive pressure behind from Davies. He's got to look, try and figure out which way he's going to look, forwards or backwards, as to which is the bigger threat, as Davies has to really stand on the brakes to not go into the back of Heron. And this now brings Max Fenton, who I have to say he's doing 10 Sport Performance a great job here. This is their first season as a junior team of the championship. They are former champions and very experienced in Fiestas, but in the old school ST150s. This is their first foray into juniors. Picked a good young lad in Max Fenton. Really good pace in him so far, and he's doing them justice here, holding in 6th position. Lewis Islin did have the new fastest lap of the race, just been taken by Isaac Doble, who has now got the gap out to just over a second. He's gone 1 minute 11.095, so no one's gone sub 1 minute 11 just yet into the 110s, but they're getting close as we now hit half distance in this first Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. There's been so much action, you can almost fill it into one Fiesta Junior weekend in total in the past.
Yeah, exactly so. I mean, it's calmed down a little bit after the lap 1 shenanigans, but you do feel that this is a bit of a pressure cooker race, isn't it? It's just building and building and building, and eventually someone is going to make a move, and the lid could very easily blow right off. I'm interested, though, in the pace at the front. Isaac Doble, a couple of laps into this race, I really felt was going to come under some serious threat from Tom Merritt. That hasn't really happened. Tom now sort of falling back, not quite into the clutches of the cars behind, though, because they continue to battle. Again, Beatty defends into Brooklands, runs it wide, parks the car on the apex. They all concertina together, and all thankfully do a good job of staying away from each other, but they are bumper to bumper to bumper as they run through Luffield Corner and come through towards the completion of what will be the 7th lap of the race. Again, Heron quicker off the turn there, I'd say, than Beatty, but he's not quite timing that run right. He has to lift off the throttle on exit to avoid running into the back of the 33 car, and that means he just doesn't quite have the impetus then down the straight to try and get the overlap into Copse Corner. He feints to the inside line, more I think to deter Davis that was, though, to really attack Beatty, who for now hangs on to 3rd.
And Aaron having one of his best performances, I think, to date in Fiesta Juniors, given the fact that he's real up there compared to his results. His results suggest he's somewhere towards the bottom of the top 10 in some of his better results. That was back at Angle C, as Archie Davies finds just giving a bit of a hint of his intentions. I want to come through Oliver. Can I please have some space? And of course, being a racing driver, he's never going to let it go. Just the back of that train in blue and yellow is Lewis Islin, of course, the most recent Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner. So he's doing a fantastic job. And also, shout out to Daniela Sutton, who came very close to her first podium at Snetterton. She was practically 1 lap away, but then made a mistake into Copse Corner, but making to move into Brooklands is unfortunately Max Fenton into the side of Oliver Heron, and that was just him trying to make a dive up the inside. The space ran out, and unfortunately, Oliver Heron is the one that came off worse from that one. He will have to possibly either carry on or go to the pits, but that's an unfortunate situation where just went for the dive, and that was the end result.
And that's damaged Fenton's car as well, hasn't it? Look, because he's slow as they come across the line. Archie Davis nips back up the inside. Such an inviting move to make that, isn't it, into Brooklands, because it's such a wide piece of racetrack down the Wellington Straight, and it funnels right down to that late apex at Brooklands itself, and makes it very, very difficult to get the car stopped, as we just saw. Now, Oliver Heron is driving with the body language on that car of a man who is not best pleased, and he's about to come back up behind his aggressor, Max Fenton. This could be interesting. Fenton's car clearly wounded. Hopefully he doesn't make this too difficult for Oliver Heron, who has a big stab at the apex, runs wide over the exit curb, closes in now on Max Fenton as we head down the Wellington Straight, and Fenton sensibly says, "You have that place. I'm not going to fight you too much, Oliver. Through you go." And Oliver Heron will breeze by the clearly damaged and slowing number 287 car, which now really we're going to have to wait and see whether it makes it to the flag at all. More touchy-feely stuff going on behind. There were 3 abreast, I think. That was the Daniela Sutton, Eden Spanswick, and 55 in that group as well of Bobby Holmes. Holmes, the white and green car there, to the outside of Spanswick, so he's moved into 10th position. And Daniela Sutton, the red and white car with the pink highlights, is in 9th position. So 9th, 10th and 11th they run through Woodcote, and Daniela Sutton, again, not quite close enough really to the cars ahead to get a slipstream, so she is massively on the defence, although she has now closed in on the struggling Max Fenton. So actually this is going to change the dynamic slightly of this battle as they race towards Beckett's. Fenton stays left, and I have to say, Max Fenton doing a really good job here, Scott, of not getting in people's way. He knows he's got a car that's struggling and is not at race pace, but equally he's not trying to turn it into a rolling chicane.
Although Eden Spanswick wants to try and get himself involved, and there's a little bit of a touch there. It's Oscar Homerstone, just a little friendly tap into the side of Bobby Holmes, so they're just starting to skirmish a little bit more as they head back onto the Wellington Straight. But yeah, you're right, Max Fenton just keeping himself to himself, not trying to get involved in too many more battles, and just get to the end of this race, take the checker flag, and take as many points as he can, despite the fact he's going to have to get that car put back together for race 2. Down the outside goes Archie Gray. That will be for position 2. It's Hayden Gray. As down the outside he goes into Brooklands Luffield. Holmes pitching the car in with Homerstone. I think that's one of the ex-Weira Tools cars from last year. It's a very similar livery. Just taking the accent off on that car by the look of it. Down the short straight, there goes Sutton at the beginning of that group with Spanswick just behind, and it's Holmes and Homerstones. They come up through Woodcote Corner. Just under 2 minutes to go. Doble still with the fastest lap of the race. Now 1.4 seconds out in front, so it looks as though he's pretty clear. If he can manage that, that will give him his only second win in Fiesta Juniors. This is a great level happening here. This is now between Eden Spanswick looking up the inside of Bobby Holmes, and he always had the look up the inside of Fenton. Fenton saw it coming. That opened the door. Holmes let loose. Just a friendly tap on his head, but it was line unscathed. That's how close to getting here on a circuit that is so short and short. So short and short. So short and so
It's easy for you to say, Scott.
No, clearly not. That there's guaranteed passing place and action pretty much in every single corner. So you're looking for every opportunity on a circuit like this. You have to take every spot that you can get and try and go for it. Case in point, here comes Daniela Sutton down the outside into Brooklands. Big dive down the outside for Daniela. Stood on the brakes so hard, she's activating the hazard lights. Good around the outside and clean past from the 2024 scholarship winner. Excellent move. That opens the door for Spanswick to take advantage. He's through on Heron. That's 2 spots lost for Heron, but a top effort for the 2024 scholarship winner. Sutton's moving up the order.
I know that Heron's car is damaged, but let's not take anything away from Daniela Sutton. That was a very good move around the outside there. Desperately late on the brakes, but got the car stopped and sacrificed the line through Brooklands to make sure that she got the spot. So up another position she goes, 7th place now. Benji Douglas, by the way, has gained out of all of this as well. Benji Douglas crept up into 6th position through all of the action a couple of laps ago. So he's also on for a pretty, I believe, what will be his best result of the season so far. Not that he's competed at every round this year, but making nice steps forward here at Silverstone. Sutton now trying not to take a step backwards, but Eden Spanswick is piling the pressure on and knows he's running out of time. They'll be seeing the last lap board this time around, so 1.5 laps to go, and Eden Spanswick wants to try and get to the front of this train. They're side by side at the back of the group as well. 66 Neil Hampson was going to try and make a move, as indeed is Spanswick to the inside. Now, can Daniela break late round the outside again? No, not late enough, so Eden goes through and takes 7th position away. That might not be the best place to be, though, going on to the last lap, because now Daniela has the slipstream and might be able to repeat that heroic move from a lap ago. Out of Luffield they go then, 2 seconds the leading margin. Brilliant performance this, Scott, from Isaac Doble.
Yeah, he's a Doble through and through. He's matching Joe, of course, who's racing in the BMW SuperCup, which is coming up next. And of course, he's got the Doble racing blood in him. He's certainly continuing that family success, and Thomas is chasing after him. It's a top effort from all involved. Now, we'll look back here at something that happened earlier on. Oh, dear, that was Lewis Turkington and Harry Russell, and it was Russell that came off worse on that, but sensibly letting the car roll backwards to stay out of the harm's way. But onto the back straight for the final time. Looks like Isaac Doble is about to make his second victory. Behind, though, it's not settled for fourth. We've now got side-by-side with Archie Davies in black and yellow, and the blue and yellow Goodyear power car of Lewis Islin, the scholarship winner from last year. But into the complex of Brooklands and Luffield for the first time. This has been, I think we can say, a typical Doble performance. From the front, pole position, led every single lap, and he's about to take his second win of the season, and in quite fine style, just like a Doble should.
I'm sure he would have liked to have shared the podium with Chris, but Chris Doble out on lap 1. Isaac avoided that early drama, though, and comes through Woodcote Corner. He will see the checkered flag first and claim a really important victory, that, in his quest for a championship. It's win number 2 on the season for Isaac Doble, but it came at the perfect time. Brilliant drive, by the way, from Tom Merritt, who smacks the side of the car in celebration as he crosses the line. Tom Merritt, a salvage job, that really, from 7th on the grid to 2nd for the championship leader. And Aaron Beattie comes home in 3rd ahead of Archie Davis. Lewis Islin 5th, so couldn't quite get past Archie on that final lap. Then Benji Douglas, Eden Spanswick, Daniela Sutton, Oliver Heron and Bobby Holmes to complete the top 10. An action-packed first race of the day. They will race twice more tomorrow, will the Fiesta Junior drivers, which is good. It gives the teams a little bit of time, perhaps, to repair cars, those that need to, and hopefully we'll have a full quota of 29 of them back on the grid again on Sunday here at Silverstone. So, good stuff from Isaac Doble. He will take 50 points for the win. He'll take a bonus point for fastest lap as well. And that is a maximum score then for Isaac Doble. Of course, the all pole position. Tom Merritt came home 2nd. Aaron Beattie, Archie Davis and Lewis Islin complete the top 5. Good drive back from Lewis as well, who started down in 12th on the grid. Benji Douglas was next in the number 70 car. He started 11th, finished 6th ahead of Eden Spanswick and Daniela Sutton. Oliver Heron and Bobby Holmes complete the top 10. Then it was Oscar Homerstone, Jack Sant, Hayden Gray and Callie Clifford in 14th position. 15th place at the flag was the suspense is killing me. Neil Hampson, who came home in 15th place. Max Horler, Jake Howarth, Casper Tomoleski, Lewis Turkington and Max Fenton complete the top 20 ahead of Harry Lindley, Jake Wardle, Thomas Simpson, Luke Broadbent, Jensen Pritchard. Harry Russell was a lap down because he had a visit to the pit lane, and then non-finisher Jack Burgess with Chris Doble and Dara McInerney all taken out in that lap 1 incident at Beckett's Corner. So the drivers then make their way down into the pit lane. The top 3 will pull in underneath the podium area, and they will be greeted by Scott Woodwis, who has vacated the chair next to me and makes his way down to chat to our top 3. We'll have 4 races only today, but of course the 4th of those races is the 4-hour Fun Cup Endurance Championship race. So we'll have the BMW SuperCup, Nankang Tyre BMW SuperCup Championship, with the Compact Cup cars incorporated onto that grid these days. They're up next. Then it's the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship with a 20-minute Fiesta race, and then 240 minutes, 4 hours of Fun Cup racing later on today. And I will repeat the line that I always say, if you've never watched Fun Cup before and you're thinking, 4 hours round Silverstone, that's not really going to be worth tuning in for, believe me, you could not be further from the truth. That will be a fantastic race, I guarantee. Always is here at Silverstone, and the last time they raced here 2 years ago, well, they're still talking about that race now in Fun Cup circles. It was an incredible battle over the course of the 4 hours, and hope that we'll be able to bring you more of the same again this afternoon. So, cars have trundled past my commentary position, which means they've headed generally in the vicinity of Scott Woodwis, who I'm hoping we'll hear from momentarily. And we will hear, first of all, from Isaac Doble, the race winner. Now, I said that was an important win in the context of the championship. Remember, I said he was joint third in the championship with Archie Davis. But some way back, 43 points off the championship lead. Now, okay, Tom Merritt was still in 2nd place, but that was an important win, that, for Isaac Doble. Let's see what he makes of it all, shall we? Because Scott Woodwis is in the pit lane and is able now to catch up with our podium finishers.
As you'd expect, Fiesta Juniors always delivering the action, a great way to start things off here at Silverstone. We're going to have a chat to our top three very exceptional young talents, and we'll see what they rated with that one. I think we're going to start first of all with the man who took the victory, his second win of the season. So congratulations to Isaac, well done. Top effort from pole position. A little bit messy at the start, but you managed to survive it and basically drove it like a Doble should.
Yeah, I mean, it was it was a very fun race, and I saw the incident behind me at Brscc, I believe, and it just gave me a little gap away from Tom Merritt, and I knew I could maybe pull away and not have to defend for the race.
Because you had Thomas on your tail, but you managed to find a good lot of pace. Was it just the tyres coming in? Did you have a lot of confidence in the setup from qualifying? What do you think it was in the car that was helping you to pull that gap consistently lap after lap?
I just think it was a bit of everything, to be honest. I felt I was driving really well. The car felt so hooked up. It was just so perfect.
Of course, importantly, second win of the season for you, and second of your career in Fiesta Juniors, and that's going to feel pretty special that you're continuing the fact that Mikey, you've got Joe, of course, in BMWs, Mike Senior as well on top of that, Chris, who's had some great results at Stesterton. You was killing it out there at the moment.
Yeah, I know, it must run in the family quite a lot.
Clearly.
Yeah.
So, hopes for race 2, you should be on pole position again for that one, so try and do the double again?
Yeah, more of the same would be nice. Another win, close the gap in the championship, never know what can happen.
Call it a double.
Yeah.
Good stuff, congratulations, well done, great drive, excellent. Let's have a chat to third place actually, Aaron Brscc. Aaron, congratulations, that is by far your best result of the season, and the smile on your face says it all. You're absolutely made up with that, tell me about it.
Not really much to say. I just found a gap at the start when everyone was crashing, then just kept my head, defended when I had to, and just went from there.
I can see the emotion, and you should be proud of it because you've had some solid enough results with points, but this is the first weekend we've seen you where you've really been up towards the front. What do you think's made a difference this weekend?
Just being comfortable with the car, and then lots of sim practice before the weekend as well has just made a difference for just knowing the track and getting to know where to pass and stuff. Yeah.
Was that something comfort-wise with the setup you were struggling with since the start of the season, or was that something you're starting to, you think, now figure out, given the result that you're on the podium?
I think I'm starting to figure out the car now, and yeah, hopefully there's more podiums after this.
I can genuinely see how much it means to you, and you should be proud because this is becoming a tough championship to get a strong result in, so the fact you're up there getting a first podium, you should be proud of it, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations. More of the same in race 2. Congratulations. And let's grab Thomas Merritt, who's over here in second place. Thomas, for scoring second place, you were pretty delighted with that. Talk us through it.
Yeah, really good race. Really enjoyed that one. Like I say, managed to survive the chaos at the start. It was an interesting start, a big incident. I hope the all drivers are all okay. I was lucky, fortunate, a gap opened up and we managed to get to second by end of the first lap after a really good start, which was really positive. And then we just kept building the gap behind from there. Isaac was really quick, so the gap was staying about the same. And all I needed to do was just know I needed to hit my marks, which I think I did perfectly. And now we can rest up tonight for another 2 races tomorrow.
This is one of those championships where in motorsport, you win the championship on days that you don't win races. Second is a really key result. You never want to see rivals go out like that with Darrell, but of course it is a big points advantage over him for that. Drop scores will come into play. So how much are you thinking about that now we're into the second half of the season?
Obviously it's definitely on my mind. At the moment I'm just trying to do the best job I can in each race, try and maximise the points and then see where we end up at Brands Hatch for the final round. Ultimately it's just about finishing, trying to gain as many points as possible, and it's fantastic to see an RCC top 3. Fantastic result for the team, and now we just keep building on those points for the rest of the season.
Going to try and beat Isaac tomorrow?
Potentially, we'll see.
Mate, well driven. Excellent stuff. Congratulations. Great stuff. So, Juniors wrapped up for today. They're going to have 2 more races tomorrow. Now we switch from Fiestas to BMWs. It's now time for the first race of the weekend, get my words out, of the Nankang Tyre BMW SuperCup. 2 specs a car, 1 series and compact cup. Should be guaranteed fun, and there could be another Doble on top. He's on pole in the compact cup. To give you all the grid and the rundown ahead of this race, let's head back to the box and Andy McEwen.
three drivers there at the end of a busy Fiesta Junior race. This one might be just as frenetic, I think, because we've got, as Scott alluded to, not just one category to worry about, but two classes of car. You've got the BMW Compact Cup cars. Those I'm sure you are very familiar with because they've been racing in the United Kingdom for a number of years, been part of the Brscc package for quite some time now as well, getting on for a decade or so now, actually, I think, since they made the move over to the Brscc. But this year they are joined by the BMW SuperCup Championship cars, the 1 Series based cars, seen, I think, as the natural successor, really, to the Compact Cup. Lots of drivers still sticking with the Compact Cup machinery, but we've got 6 of these brand new BMW 1 Series here this weekend. They have a championship of their own within the BMW SuperCup Championship, so Millie Hart, the championship leader, but Millie is only second on the grid. Her championship rival Simon Waterfall will line up alongside. However, Simon a little bit further back on points, 367 points for Simon, 419 for Millie Hart. What I will say, though, is Simon had a non-finish at Snetterton earlier in the year. Millie has finished every single race so far this year, and she's been on the podium, I think I'm right in saying, in every single race so far, so her dropped score is going to be a little bit bigger. She'll lose more points as a result of the drop score system, and Simon will. That will tighten that up ever so slightly. The times in qualifying were pretty tight as well, and just over 1/10 of a second was Simon Waterfall's advantage over Millie Hart, with Thorburn Aston and Christopher Stretton on row 2. Aidan Hassan and Dave Meadows are next. There will then be a 10-second delay before the Compact Cup cars are released off the line. They are, as Scott said, headed by Joe Doble and Gareth Claydon. Joe Doble, the championship leader in the Compact Cup. Conor Grady and Adam Wright are next, ahead of Max Noble, second in the championship, and Matt Kendall on the third of the Compact Cup road. Row 4 then Mike Doble, father of the rest of the Doble clan, and Ethan Woods, with Paul Marcel and Alex Corkwell completing the top 10 in that class. Keith Towers, veteran Compact Cup racer, is next alongside Stephen Somerville. Javier Ross and Tim Seaford are next, with Aaron Tippler and Martin Corkwell at the back of the grid. So that's how they line up. Mentioned the championship lead for Millie Hart against Simon Waterfall. Well, as I referred to there, Joseph Doble leads in the Compact Cup portion of the championship, 3 times a winner so far this year, but he won all 3 of those races inside the first 5 in the championship. So he won 2 of the 3 races at Snetterton, and then won 1 of the 2 races at the Alton Park double header in the spring. He hasn't won since. There have been 4 races since, 2 at Donington on the Grand Prix circuit, 2 at Snetterton on the 300 layout, and although Joe Doble's been consistently on the podium in those races, it's been a while since he was on the top step of that podium. He would very much like to put that right today. Max Noble, meanwhile, still looking for his first win of the season. Max second in the Compact Cup Championship. He is 28 points back, arriving here at Silverstone. Only 28 points back, considering he's not won a race yet this year. Pretty impressive. He has been Mr. Consistency within the compacts. And Max Noble will be starting this one from 5th, so again, it could be a challenge, I think, for him to be able to contend for a race win this afternoon. The screeching of tyres tells you that the Compact Cup drivers are still getting a bit of heat into the rear tyres as they arrive on the grid. We have rear-wheel drive across both of these classes, of course, so slightly different warm-up procedure than we saw in the Fiesta Junior race, for example, earlier on. And, so we'll see drivers sort of deliberately spinning those rear tyres on the warm-up lap just to try and generate a bit of surface temperature in the rubber on the back of the car. So, getting ready to go then. Simon Waterfall on the right, pole position here at Silverstone on the outside line, because that's the grippier side of the road. It's the line that allows you to carry more momentum into Copse Corner. But the championship leader, Millie Hart, starting to his inside, just needs a couple of consistent results, really, to maintain that championship advantage. So remember, the SuperCup cars will go first. Off they go now. 10 seconds later, we'll have the Compact Cup cars released onto their 15-minute race. It is Millie Hart to the inside, really challenging Simon Waterfall into Copse Corner. In fact, more than challenging, she goes through. So Millie Hart then to the lead, and that was a really good jump off the line for the championship leader to put herself ahead of Simon Waterfall. Simon, though, coming back at her into Beckett's. He's on the inside line into the braking zone. 2 corners and 2 lead changes already. Waterfall goes through very late on the brakes. Is Christopher Stretton. He's almost off the road completely. And Millie Hart also washed a little bit wide. Thorburn Aston, who's been doing all of the winning recently in this championship, pulls alongside to challenge for second. He's in that sort of works liveried car, if you like, the red, white and blue BMW. He's on the outside line into Brooklands corner. Millie Hart needs to be very late on the brakes to fend off this challenge, and she is late enough on the brakes to get to the apex first. Thorburn Aston, though, has won the last 5 races in a row in this championship, and he wants to make that win number 6. Nips to the inside there at Luffield. Millie Hart wanted to close the door, but didn't dare do so, because that would have led to contact and probably a spin. They keep it clean, but Thorburn Aston's got the overlap, and he's got the job done, actually, as they get to the line. So a real up and down opening lap that for Millie Hart. From second on the grid, she led at turn 1, and she's third by the end of the first lap of racing. What about in the Compact Cup brigade, though, I hear you ask? Well, that is Conor Grady gesticulating at Max Noble, saying, work with me, because we're losing touch to the leader. The leader, look, there up the road, that is Gareth Claydon, is it not? So what's happened to Joe Doble? Joe Doble, yes, there he is, look, defending on the inside line in the blue and white car. He's down in about 5th or 6th position, so really interesting opening lap that, Scott, in both classes, multiple changes, and I think we've got a real race on our hands.
I think we do. It's good to see the compacts looking pretty close. And Gareth Claydon, who got back to winning ways at Donington Park, he'd been, I think, almost over a year that he won a race since he won the title in 2023. Had a bit of a dry spell in 2024. Back to it was up the inside of a robust overtake there from, that was Paul Mazel going up the inside of 67, which is Matt Kendall. Kendall's not usually one to get overtaken. He's one of the more established drivers in the championship, so you might well appreciate being Paul Mazel muscling him aside. As we get the other Doble here, this is Mike Doble Senior. The sort of Dobles, you almost lose count of many that are in the racing family, but it's incredible to see that they are having so much success. Looking further back, lots more battles back and forth. Compacts, as you know, for having the history of this championship, have always been exciting championships to watch, and the compacts still living long since they first started. What was it back? 2012, 2013, this championship first started when it was just compacts,
yes,
if I remember correctly. So this championship has been established for quite a long time. They joined Brscc back in 2016, and they've been basically flourishing and giving plenty of entertainment ever since. I mean, out in front, you can see that Conor Grady has not really listened to Max Noble. He's decided, right, I'm going after Bolida. If you want to come with me, stay with my pace. As he comes up through Cobb's corner, now he's closing in. A bit further back, I think Joe Doble was in a fight for 4th position. This is the top 2 in compacts. Gareth Claydon with the Rossi Style 46 in the window, the former champion in 2023, now the most recent Compact Cup champion in there too. And behind, this is now the scrap going on between Adam Wright and champion leader Joe Doble, who gets edged out wide onto the edge of the road at Beckett. Now back onto the long straight towards the complex at Brooklands and Luffield, as they go under the Adrian Flux Bridge on the Wellington Straight. And it is going to be Claydon who will hold the advantage. Putting that pressure on. He's not getting too close to make a move. He's just letting know he's there, as that's an errant 1 Series car. It's 93 that's off the road. 93 bound its way back on, which is David Meadows, and he's right in the middle of this Compact Cup mix. Which is thinking, you're out of place, you're not with us. And he's quite far back. He's lost touch with the rest of the leaders, which is still Simon Waterfall by 2 seconds out in front in the 1 Series category. Yeah,
Millie Hart actually 1.3 seconds back from Thorburn Aston as well. So those gaps within the 1 Series element of the race are fairly substantial actually at this stage of the race. So we can focus in on the compacts for now, where it's anything but substantial. It is absolutely nose to tail. 0.4 of a second all that separate Claydon from Grady. And Conor Grady 3rd in the championship, but once drop scores are established, I think he is still just about a threat for the championship. He had a non-finish, you may remember, in that 2nd race at Alton Park. So Conor Grady, who has 3 wins to his credit so far this year, knows that another one here could be really useful in his championship quest. And as they rush down the Wellington Straight, he starts now to build the challenge, maybe. No, not really close enough, as they head into the braking zone at Brooklands. Gareth Claydon, by the way, he's tumbled down the championship standings because he didn't race with us at Snetterton last time out. He also had a non-finish from that very same race, actually, that Conor Grady didn't finish at Alton Park. So he's not really a title contender at the moment. He just wants to try and get the best result that he can. And that is something that Conor Grady is going to have to bear in mind if he does go on the attack. Gareth Claydon has significantly less to lose than the #1 driver. Rush down towards Cobb's corner again, absolutely nose to tail. This is only a 15-minute race, and we only have 5 minutes of the race to go. It's gone by very quickly, the first 10 minutes of the race. Unless they've shortened it, but it definitely says 15 minutes on my grid sheet. So anyway, down towards Beckett's we go, and time running out here. Time running out for Conor Grady to make this move stick.
But that's unusual, because on the timing screen it says time gap 9 minutes 25, but we haven't, 4 laps doesn't take 9 minutes 25, so that must be a
The timing screen did glitch a little, I think, at the start of the race, and I wonder whether maybe that's yes. Well,
right.
The race will finish, Scott, when the checkered flag waves. Meantime, action here in the compacts.
That was 22. Aaron tipping 77, which was Martin Corkwell into a spin. He was a little sideways exiting Brooklyn. There was a little tangle through that field, but he survives that one. It's Grady with the number 1, proudly on the side. Now, I really want to say who used to drive that car, but because he bought it from someone who was an ex-front runner in the championship, and they're going to kill myself if I don't remember who it is, but that car, it's...
Which car is this?
It's car number 1, and it was he is or was, he was an F2 mechanic and could only do half the season. He was a front runner contender. Now I've got your brain racking now. Whilst that happens, we'll say what we see on screen, which is still Conor Grady pushing on to chase after Gareth Claydon out in front. And whilst that happens, keeping tabs on the 1 Series battle. Still 2.7 seconds between Simon Waterfall and Torben Aston. One thing I'll mention about Simon is the fact that he did tell me in assembly area in qualifying this morning, I said, how do you think the car's running? He just looked at me and said one word, pole. And he got it. He got a good pole by 10th and a half, and he's out there. And he hasn't won a race in 1-2 SuperCup before, so he got podiums, but never taken the top step. He's got a real prime opportunity to make this happen here if he can.
He does indeed. A bit of debris there gets flicked to the side as they drop down into Brooklyn's corner. Flash of the lights there, meanwhile, from Max Noble, who really could do with getting onto terms with the 3rd place car, because that 3rd place car is his title rival, Joe Doble. And at the moment, he's got the David Meadows 1 Series in between them. So this is delaying slightly the championship. Managed 2nd place in the championship in the Compact Cup element of the standings. 2-1-7. There goes through Stephen Somerville, having a lonely race, very lonely by Compact Cup standards. That is drama, meanwhile, 83 off the road. That's Christopher Stretton at Copse Corner, a long way off the road. Thankfully, he's not made the barriers, Scott, but that car is going nowhere. That's
a shame, because that's my favourite car on the field. That white BMW, I told you about earlier on, is clean looking. Not so clean now it's in the Copse gravel trap, but admittedly he has to try and get that one out. So they get into Magnus Beckett's they go. Still the Compact Cup pair in front holding on. And now into 3rd place has gone Joseph Doble. He's now got clear air to try and chase after them. Looking at his last lap times, the gap has come down. It was a 1:11.975 last time. Clayton did a 1:12.1 and a 1:11.9 as well. So he's matching the pace of the top 2. He needs to find a couple of tenths more to start closing in. As going back to the time ago, I'm still not convinced that we've got 1:55 to go, which is going to be very interesting to see, because I'm certain that 7 laps don't take 12 minutes. No, well, a quick lap is what, 1:09-ish. So even by my rough mathematics, I don't think that's quite right. So we'll see what happens. In theory, they've got time for 2 more laps, but it may be that time is extended slightly. Nose to tail, meanwhile, Conor Grady and Gareth Claydon. And as they head towards Copse Corner, Claydon now really starting to apply more pressure to Claydon. Conor Grady just needs to try and get as many wins as he can in the second half of the year. He's got an overlap. Look at the momentum that he carried through Copse. Now, that was a yellow flag zone. This isn't, so this is fine being side by side here, but clearly he carried more speed through there than Gareth Claydon had. Gareth stands his ground on the inside at Beckett's. Can Conor Grady, though, go right round the outside here? If he can, he's got the inside line for Brooklands, and that's exactly what he did. Brilliant racing, great respect from the pair of them. They left each other just and only just enough room, and still they run side by side down the Wellington Straight. Now, though, the advantage surely lies with Conor Grady. He's got the inside line. He is later on the brakes, and Conor Grady, Scott, goes to the lead. And that was a clean pass. It's set up right around the outside to give him track position for the next corner of Brooklands. He has run a little deep, and Claydon responded to that by aggressively cutting the inside of Brooklands' corner. So 1 round wide, 1 cut the inside a little too much. Now they come through as Grady gets a little deep, just touches 2 wheels onto the gravel. That will kill his momentum ever so slightly, and it will give Claydon an incentive. It'll also give Joe Doble an incentive, because I've said this on commentary so many times, you might know what I'm about to say. The harder these two fight each other, the easier it is for Doble to close in. Now, Grady's course is going to be helped by the fact that there's still double wave yellows down at Copse for Chris Stretton stranded 1 Series. That won't happen. Claydon's car again just twitching through Copse. I can see the car just moving around underneath it to come out through the right-hander at Copse, out of the yellow flag section, which means that now Claydon can try and attack, but it looks as though that Grady was holding a little bit of pace here. We come back to our scrap that's going on for 2nd place between Torben Aston and Millie Hart as they come up to the start finish. And now the timer has hit 0, but I don't think they're going to run a checkered flag, because I think maybe they don't believe. Yeah, they're going to go across the line, and there is no flag. Also, just seen there's a 10-second penalty, and it was for Gareth Claydon.
Oh, really?
10-second penalty was on the board for Gareth Claydon, and what that's for, the only thing I can presume is it's either a jump or an out of position start. Usually, if it's a 10-second, if it's a 5-second penalty, it will be track limits. If it's a 10-second, usually it's something that happened at the start, typically.
No information on the timing screen.
But it was on the pit wall, and I spotted 10-second penalty, 46 on the board. So that might well be incoming for Gareth Claydon. And if he wants any chance of winning this race, that might have just gone up in smoke if that's going to apply. Yeah,
you can't see him getting past Grady and pulling a 10-second gap in the remaining however long's left in this race, can you? So, yeah, that is a blow for Claydon. Here, meanwhile, is Millie Hart. Now, she'd very much like the second-place point, but Thorburn Aston is not going to make it easy for her. Defends the inside, looking to Brooklands, and they are now coming up on a lapped Compact Cup car as well. That might be the recovering Martin Corkwell, maybe. I think it is the 77. So where do they catch him? If they catch him into a yellow flag zone at Copse Corner, well, that could be very interesting because they're not allowed to overtake him there, and that could really delay Aston and allow Millie Hart to maybe get the jump on him. Into Copse Corner heads the race leader, meanwhile, Simon Waterfall, who it would be.
Oh, no! I thought for a second he was locking up or something. There was some steam or there was some smoke that came, looked like, out the back of the car. And
well, he was offline. I wonder whether it was a bit of dust maybe that he kicked up.
No, I'm sure there was some kind of steam or smoke, like at least he locked up. Look, you
yes.
see there again, look.
No, you're right.
Copse Corner, there's something. I think it's bodywork, rubbing on the left rear. Because it only happens when he was turning right and the car's leaning onto the left-hand side. So I think he's got some bodywork rubbing, or the rear bodywork, is rear arch is rubbing on the wheel as he goes through. Well, watch if he goes through left field again, as we're seeing Aston now being tailed by Hart. She's looking to the inside line. They've got one of the compacts to put a lap on. That's Tim Seaford. They go under brakes and towards Brooklyn. Seaford, who's completely asked away, not getting involved in that at all. As Hart tails Aston in wide on the apex of Brooklands. I just want to watch it again. If our producers are listening, I want to watch Simon Waterfall again through Copse Corner, because that's why I thought for a second that he had a problem or an issue. So we'll wait and see. By the way, again, as we mentioned, if you're a bit confused as to why it's still showing, there we go, it's corrected itself on the screen. So we do still have 2 minutes 20 to go. I knew it wasn't going crazy. So there we go, down towards Copse Corner. Now let's just have a look. It's kind of gone again, but I also saw there as he turned in, like Simon's car was pitching almost a bit too much. There's something noticing something that isn't there. I thought for a second that Simon's car wasn't all perfect. And you might well tell, well, you or I, whoever goes to have a chat with him, about what happened. But if he can just survive these next 2 minutes and get his first BMW 1 Series victory, it's going to be all for, well, all of that. As Millie Hart goes very deep on the outside line. There was a bit of dust kicked up from somebody in front. Millie Hart's exited stage right somewhere. Through go Thorpe, who stays Thorburn Aston. Hart reappears after a little excursion wide at Bangers and Beckett's. And Waterfall's still there out in front. He's put a lap on Xavier Ross, so he looks to be as though he's okay. Pitches his way through Brooklands again, cuts the corner. So look here through the right-hand side, because it was through right-hand corner where it did it.
Very wide line, and yes, there it is. I don't see anything rubbing though, and that seems to me to be coming out of the centre of the car. It's not sort of focused on one corner, is it? Which makes me wonder if it is something on throttle application maybe that's just burning a little bit of oil maybe and releasing that smoke.
But if it was throttle application, then we might be doing it more constantly under throttle, under acceleration. Whereas here, as he goes through, it's more as the car leans a little bit. He goes through here.
No, I take
a little puff, but he seems to be okay at the moment. Whatever it is, he seems to be surviving. Touch wood. So whatever the issue is, if there is an issue, looking at lap times.
He just did the fastest lap, so not slowing him down, is it?
So maybe it's just Simon pushing, and it's just the car crying, come on, give me a break. Again, look, there it is to the right-hander. Whatever that is incredibly odd. I think we'll have to quiz him about that. He probably doesn't even realise it's happening.
They will run the cars very low, and you'll notice there's very little space between the top of the tyre and the bottom of the wheel arch. They want to try and keep that space as low as possible from an aerodynamic standpoint around such a high-speed circuit as this one. So maybe they've just gone a little bit too low, and it is just rubbing when he puts it under pressure. We will find out, but yeah, his lap times are not being affected. For reasons that I'm afraid I can't share with you, because I don't know, Conor Grady is now showing as the overall race leader. He is not, because the 1 Series cars, of course, are ahead, but he is now a full second clear of Gareth Claydon, who we believe has this 10-second penalty to be applied. Joe Doble is third in the Compact Cup element of the race, ahead of Max Noble and Adam Wright. This, meanwhile, is a battle going on further back. Paul Marcel with Mike Doble all over him as they head towards Beckett's. The checkered flag flag is now showing as having flown, despite the fact there was still a bit of time on the clock. So it's all got a bit haywire here. Simon Waterfall, we believe, has won the race within the SuperCup element, but the Compact Cup yet to be decided.
Yes, at the moment, it seems. So we'll figure it out as we go. And he's going to amble over to the top of the pit lane, figure out exactly what top threes are going to greet him when he gets down there. As we continue to watch this battle going on between Mike Doble and Paul Mazel, getting into quite a few scraps in this race and getting himself. There's also more going on there between the issue that was between Corkwell and who was that behind him? Corkwell and Matt Kendall. One car that got very sideways. That was, I think, the ever erratic Keith Towers on track as well, getting around it. Good to see him back in the paddock, and of course he's in the top 5 in the championship. Again, the timing swing, it shows that the race is already over and we've taken the checkered flag. We head up to the run. And there's the checkered flag going across the line. So essentially we can start confirming results as they come through now. I think it's starting to correct itself now the rest of the cars are coming through onto the screen. So I think we can actually say, congratulations, Simon Waterfall, a first BMW 1 Series victory. He seems to see it's confirmed. He's waving to the crowd, and that will certainly be a big confidence boost for him from pole position. Led every single lap, survived a bit of a smoky run in that number 24 BMW and got the result he needed. So congratulations to Simon Waterfall, a first-time winner in the BMW Super Cup in the 1 Series category. Torben Aston was second and Millie Hart held on to third. And in the Compact Cup category, it goes to Conor Grady, who takes the victory with Joe Doble in second place and Gareth Clayton in third. So the change around that we saw there, I think because of the 10-second penalty that was being applied to Gareth Clayton, I'm going to presume usually it's for a jump start or an out of position start, because if it's a 5-second penalty, usually it's track limits after warning, but we'll let the stewards work that one out. So results from the first race of the day for the BMW Super Cup. Simon Waterfall, a long-awaited first victory overall and in the 1 Series category. He wins by 5.4 seconds from Torben Aston, who has his 5-race win streak on the bounce broken by Simon in that place, but still gets second in the end. Millie Hart had an adventurous race and finishes third to keep up the run of podiums. And Aidan Hassan was fourth, the last of the finishes in the 1 Series category. Then we get to the compacts. Conor Grady, defending champion, takes the win by 2.7 seconds. Then Joseph Doble, after he benefited from the 10-second penalty we believe Gareth Clayton was given, possibly for an out-of-position start, but he still gets third place. Max Noble takes fourth, ahead of Adam Wright, then Paul Mazel and Mike Doble, Alex Corkwell, Matt Kendall and Keith Towers rounding out the top 14 runners. Then it's Ethan Woods from Stephen Somerville, Xavier Ross, Tim Seaford, Alex Corkwell, Martin Corkwell and Aaron Tippler. And the two cars we lost, sadly, were two of our BMW 1 Series. David Meadows' car, who was off the road at one point at Brooklands, and Christopher Stretton's Bromley Motorsport car, which was off in the gravel deep at Cops. So 22 cars started, 20 cars made the finish, and we lost two of our 1 Series in the mix. And the fastest lap of the race was 1 minute 6.747, which was set by your winner, Simon Waterfall. So excellent action for the BMWs. We'll have 2 more races tomorrow. And we'll see if the likes of Simon Waterfall and Conor Grady can double up in victories in that race in a certain sense. Coming up next, before we get our last sprint race of the day, before we get to our main event, our 4-hour Fun Cup endurance race here on the Silverstone National Circuit, we're going turbo tin top racing with the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. That's been mega competitive. We'll tell you about that very soon in the mix as well. And some interesting stories there too. So we can now head down to the pit lane and to Andy McEwen to have a chat with our top 3s in both 1 Series and Compact Cup, our winners in the first race of the day for the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup.
Well, we've got 2 drivers down here to have a chat with, our class winners. Simon Waterfall just over to our left, and well, Simon, well done. First win in the category, and you made it look relatively easy.
Yeah, Millie gave us a bit of a hard time off the start line. Just managed to cut underneath through to the link, and then sort of let the guys battle behind and just head down and sort of get on with it. So we were quick yesterday in testing, and yeah, luckily it's transpired that it took us through to today as well.
Now, you don't look concerned about this, so I'm guessing it wasn't a major drama, but we did spot a bit of smoke coming from the back of the car at certain times, mainly in the second half of the race. Were you feeling that at all?
No, just the last few laps the tyres started going off a little bit. We had it actually at Donington earlier in the year, down into the old hairpin under the compression there, so obviously carrying a little bit too much timber, but yeah, just thanks again to my sponsors, Levitt Business Services and Go Printed and Eaton, because we couldn't be on the grid without them, and obviously Josh Bromley and the Bromley Motorsport team.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Simon, on the class win there. Now, Conor Grady is over this side, our Compact Cup winner. Conor, good result important result that as well from the championship, because I think it's really all about race wins now and just scoring as many points as you can.
Yeah, that's it, and just try and keep consistent and stay out of don't do silly moves and slowly cause damage. But I sat there for a bit, and then I picked my moment to go past him. I nearly got him in the lap before, but the yellow flag was out, so I had to back and sit there for another lap. I could see Joe catching us behind, so I thought I better make the move now before it's too late. So.
Talk us through the move, because it was proper commitment through Cop's corner that sort of allowed you to get the overlap in the first place, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just he sort of went wide, and I just managed to carry more speed than him, and then just waited for till it went to green flag, and then I was past him then. So yeah, it was pretty good, and I went round the outside of him. We both give each other room, so I couldn't complain, to be fair. So yeah.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, class win then for Conor Grady in the Compact Cup. Already I've got cars back out on the circuit though. More Fiestas. The AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship up next.
We do indeed. Thank you, Andy. And good to hear from our two category winners in the BMW SuperCup. Now we switch back to Fords, fast Fords, and the fastest Fords that you'll see all weekend, the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. I do have a bit of a soft spot for these 1.6 litre EcoBoost Fiesta STs. I might have even been curiously looking at eBay listings to see if one could be potentially my future car. But we'll gloss over that. We'll leave that for another time, because we are getting ready for racing here for their first of 3 races this weekend. And these pocket rockets, well, not so pocket, but 240 brake horsepower, turbocharged, slick tyres on Goodyears, and all sorts of other fun mods as well on these cars, make them absolute rockets in a straight line. And these fast, long straights are certainly going to suit the ST240s to a T. The green flag has flown, so we're going to get racing underway very shortly. And as we do, before we go to championship runnings, we'll give you the grid. So it is Gary Miller, who a long-time championship leader, starts on pole position, and he's alongside the championship leader, defending champion ASSOCIATION. They were both on the overall and pro class pole. Then it's AM class pole sitter and runaway leader Jason O'Connell starts third on the second row of the grid, alongside a good result from Conor Blackburn that puts him fourth in the mix. David Knight, could see him back towards the front, the former Fiesta champion himself and BTCC racer. He starts fifth and round up the top 5. Next is Graham Colfer, another Irish driver, 3 Irish drivers in the top 6. Good effort from Graham, one of his best results to date, I think, in 6th position. Another strong effort also for Morgan Kidd. She's running well in the chrome pink number 53 car. She's been getting stronger and stronger. Had a really solid run at Snetterton last time out in tricky conditions. She's alongside George Fox, though, who's up there in the championship, 3rd in the points, dovetailing this with a full season of ST150, so you can't get enough of Fiestas this year to see. Zach Lucas, bit off the pace in 9th. I expect him to be a bit higher, but Zach not quite on the pace so far in 9th. Luke Waugh, who's next best of the AM class cars. It's crazy you have to think, go from 3rd back to 9th, and then find the next AM class driver. Harry Hayes is on the 6th row alongside James Pope, a Fiesta Junior graduate, as is Maggie Webster, who's also in the AM class. Simon Horrobin, or as known on the side of his rear window, Lord Horrobin, which is quite amusing to see. He starts 14th in car 14. Then we have Christopher Blackburn and Marco Ricci. Good to see him back out once again in the 16th spot. Then Dan Robinson, ST150 convert, and Joseph Knight, who's doing a part season this year, starts on the 9th row. And at the back of the grid, it is Sean Reynolds and Matt Chambers. Sean Reynolds a bit off the pace compared to where he has been in the championship. 7th for car 777. Has been up there with a couple of podiums, but he's fallen back a little bit in the last couple of rounds and has some work to do right from the back of the grid. So 20 of these turbo tin tops, 240 brake horsepower. These are originally the Fiesta ST180s, but of course they give the name because how much horsepower do they have? Yes, you guessed it right, 240. As we said, Goodyear slicks, an AIRTEC, usually an optional AIRTEC front splitter, AST suspension. They have as well, I think some stuff to do with EBC brakes on top of it as well. These are proper pocket rockets in many cases. They are absolutely rapid in a straight line, and this circuit certainly, Andy, will suit these cars to a T.
Yes, definitely so, and it's produced some really good racing in the ST240s in recent years. I seem to recall, actually, it was at Silverstone last year that Alistair Kellett's championship challenge very nearly came off the rails, didn't it? It was a real turning point in the championship, and he then got involved in more drama at Thruxton at the next round. So Alistair will know that, okay, yes, he's got this reasonably healthy championship lead at the moment over Gary Miller, but that can change, and the Silverstone circuit, it's one of those places, isn't it, where if one little thing goes wrong, it can cost you multiple positions, and it can be very difficult then to get those positions back. So,
should point out it was the national circuit he's had problems with. International is where he won the championship, so he's fine with the international circuit. National might have a bit of a bugbear, but he's on the front row of the grid. You can see the heat haze sort of rippling and bubbling away, which is always a great shot I love to see with low down. You get to see the heat haze. And then usually it's quite overcast, but the temperatures are still 21, 22 degrees. So I'd call it warm and maybe muggy in some cases, which is interesting.
Yeah, definitely quite humid at the moment, I would say, out there. And there's quite a breeze, actually, as well, blowing across the circuit. So, yeah, pretty cool conditions at the moment for the spectators trackside. But the drivers about to get straight into the action then. So there's your front row. The red car, Gary Miller, second in the championship. Alistair Kellett, number 1, the reigning champion, is first in the championship, but second on the grid. And who will get into that first corner first? It's a 2x2 start, and it's a better start, I think, that from Kellett. He certainly got the better initial launch. There's a challenge from Connor Blackburn as well to the inside of Gary Miller. So Miller is sort of joint second as they round Copse for the first time. I think he has enough momentum on the outside line to retain the position. Oh, and there's a big skirmish in the mid-pack. That could have been an awful lot bigger than it was. Was that Luke Waugh, I think, who had a sideways moment, and others very nearly piled into him. So a scary moment avoided there at Copse Corner.
Yeah, that was Connor Blackburn leaning there on Jason O'Connell as he went out through it. Further back, there's contacts Morgan Kidd, and she's been clipped by Maggie Webster. So sadly, our 2 rapid females in the race have had their races very prematurely ended, unfortunately, and that's a real shame because especially as Morgan was starting 7th, so that's a race taken an early nosedive. I might not see her feature anymore. Jason O'Connell down the outside to hold position. I was about to say whether that was that's Graham Colfer's battling. It's Colfer and O'Connell. It's Colfer on the inside, O'Connell in white and fluorescent yellow on the outside. Also getting amongst it, you've got David Nye, Zach Lucas, who's wide out onto the exit curve. It's all action stations in Fiesta ST240. The safety cars got out of the way there for a second, but there is a red flag because I'm certain that both Morgan Kidd and Maggie Webster's car cannot go any further. They are stationary. And there's one car off, it's David Nye. David Nye off, he got sideways on the run down the pit straight. Whatever happened there, I'm not sure. Just noticed the barrier. But that was mystifying. He went down the pit straight and all of a sudden his car just twitched and it went off to the left-hand side. Thankfully, it's just nosed the barrier and it seems to be relatively cosmetic damage. But that's definitely not cosmetic damage. Sadly, Morgan Kidd's car with damaged front right suspension. That's going to have to be rebuilt for tomorrow. But that was a bizarre moment for David Nye on the pit straight. It looks like he's probably got away with it, but that was a rather frantic start to this Fiesta ST240 race. There's damage not as significant, I'd say, to Maggie Webster's car, but enough to put her out of the race and to not allow her to continue and move the car anymore. That's the reason why we have a red flag. So it means we have to go take 2 for the start, minus, sadly, at least 2 cars from the field.
And possibly a third, because that has done a fair amount of splitter damage, hasn't it, to David Nye's car. There was a third car that had to take evasive action in the Beckett's incident as well. I don't know where that car actually ended up in the end, but David Nye looking a little bit mystified as to what just happened. It's always dangerous, isn't it, whereas the cars slow down for a red flag. Some see it sooner than others. That is nice to see, though. Maggie and Morgan discussing what just happened, and, well, a couple of little shakes of the head, but they're basically all right. It wasn't really either of their fault, was it? One car got sideways, the other just couldn't avoid, and when everyone is bunched together like that on the first lap, that's sort of inevitable.
One thing we didn't see, though, was how Morgan got sideways in the first, and there's Sean Reynolds involved in that.
Yes.
So that was the third car in that sequence. Now, we didn't see the initial start of what happened, but what we did see is, there's some damage to the... Essentially,
right front puncture.
Essentially got a flat right front puncture, you're absolutely right. So essentially, we don't know what exactly happened at the start of it because we caught the tail end of it after Morgan had spun. She was in the path of Maggie, and Maggie just had nowhere to go. So didn't see how it started, so there's no point trying to speculate if there was any blame at all because that would be down to the stewards to decide looking at the footage afterwards. But ultimately, it's disappointing that, again, 2 very credible, fast drivers who happen to be female, both Morgan, who had a bit of an off-season 2024 at points. Snetterton was really strong, got up there in the top 5, top 6 and battling and had some good results in the wet. Strong qualifying in 7th, and on a day I even remember when she won the AM Class title. In the closing stages of the season, particularly at Croft, she was chasing the top 6 in Pro, so her move up to Pro's been pretty strong. And Maggie, of course, has been sensational in her first senior season out of Fiesta Juniors, in which it was here on the international circuit at the end of last year, if I'm correct, where she took the first ever Fiesta Junior outright pole for a female racer. And that was a real credible point for her in terms of her pace. And of course, she's just as quick, I think, and just as capable as her former champion brother Albert as well. Of course, he's been giving her lots of support. And that will certainly be something that she's quite proud of. And it's great to have them both in the championship. Incredibly very good, talented, fast drivers. Just a shame that their races have come to a much more premature end than they would have hoped.
Indeed so. Well, there is Morgan Kidd's car. That's the right front corner out of it, really, hasn't it? Just a really unfortunate point of impact that's done a lot of damage. David Nye's car, I think most of that is superficial, but there might be a small concern about bodywork pushing up against the radiator, so they'll send him back to the pit lane. Team will have a look at the car and hopefully get him out there for the race restart. It's going to take a few minutes, though, until the track is clear. David Nye very lucky that over the years they've moved that barrier back significantly on the start-finish straight. There is Sean Reynolds' car. So, yeah, right from puncture for Sean. He's going to go and join Morgan and Maggie and give his view of what just happened. Drives on by. Then we do have some internal roads here at Silverstone that you can take. I think that's on the inside at Beckett's, isn't it, that he can probably use to drive back. But apart from a right front puncture, I don't think there's too much damage done, as Morgan Kidd and Maggie Webster continue to discuss exactly what just went on. That's a massive shame. These are two drivers who, as you said, have really improved significantly over the year. It's a shame that we won't get to see them out in this race, but I'm sure the teams will have the cars repaired for tomorrow.
Teams are pretty rapid fire in terms of how they can work here. Of course, they're two drivers from the same group because they come from Jamie White's GIW Motorsport squad, so they'll be in the same camp, and so that means it's extra work for the team, sadly, but obviously out of their hands in terms of they weren't intending to have two cars out of the race so soon. There's Morgan Kidd's car being lifted onto the low loader. Again, as always, big shout out to our marshals and recovery teams and everyone who's volunteering here this weekend to make motorsport events like this happen. And it's not a statement that we overstate, or it can never be overstated, but without them, we simply just can't go racing full stop. So their efforts really are appreciative because they're the ones that make these race meetings literally run like clockwork as they do. Marshals, officials, rescue units, recovery units, medical centre, and all the medical staff there on top of it. Race admin, everyone does their part. Coordinators on top of that to make these race events run as slick and as smooth and as on time, if not ahead of time, which is typical BRSCC, which we usually tend to do, to keep efficiently as possible. And to do so, it's quite a hefty task for everyone to get involved. So thank you to everyone for all their efforts once again. Weekend's only just started, of course, with 3 races, plenty to go tomorrow with lots of action. And now the question, now that Morgan Kidd's car's been recovered, is how do we solve a problem like recovering Maggie Webster's with damage on the left front? It's not quite as much, but it might be just as troublesome to possibly manoeuvre into position on the back of a low loader truck to get it back to paddock.
You can see there some of the damage. The tyre knocked off the rim and I suspect damage done to the steering as well. It was a fairly big whack, and those are those sort of collisions as well that you can end up hurting yourself in, actually. If the wheel gets wrenched out of your hand, it can do quite a lot of damage. So glad to see both of them seemingly have avoided that fate. There are the rest of the cars on the grid. You can just see in the pit lane the Fun Cup cars heading over to the assembly area. They'll be up next, remember, for their 4-hour race. Recovery vehicle. Now, is this recovery vehicle number 1 or number 2? I suspect this is number 2 now. Yes, it is. And this is there to collect the Maggie Webster car. So I'm hoping in the next 3-4 minutes or so, we hopefully should have the track clear. Then, though, of course, you've got to go through the start procedure again. So there'll be another green flag lap. They've got to regrid the cars and then head out into racing. At the moment, the timing screen's still showing 20 minutes as the duration. 1:45 at the moment, so we've got bags of time. We already had loads of time anyway to eat into if we had any delays, and with only one more race to come after this one, it should not be an issue from a timetable standpoint. One car out of the way, the other very shortly will join it, and then Fiesta ST240 racing can resume.
Certainly can, and this has been a championship which has kind of come into its own spec ever since the ST240 specification Mark 7 came into play in, of all years, 2020, when it came in as an invitation class. And it started as an invitation class with just the 4 cars that we had in there. Then it became a championship class alongside the evergreen ST150s, and then in the last couple of years it switched to being exclusively the ST240 championship. And the ST150s have now taken over what the STXR challenge was. And good to see this championship is still going from strength to strength, and it's getting consistently good late teens to even early 20 grids. And the great thing is we'll want to see is, typically, as we see with Maggie Webster, for example, and a few others who've been through this grid in the last 2 or 3 years, it is a great pathway for Fiesta Juniors to then move up into the ST240 category. It's a bit of a step up in terms of power, because you're going from Fiesta Juniors in a car's got roughly about 100-odd horsepower or so, with treaded junior tyres on there. It's got a little bit of an aero package on it, but it's light, very light aero, basic aero to help out, make it look like a little baby touring car. You're then going into a 240 brake horsepower hot hatch, which has been had a boosted engine. It's turbocharged. It's running Goodyear slicks, so it's a lot more grip, loads more power. It's got lots more punch on the straights, and it's really impressive watching some of those Fiesta Juniors adapt to these cars so quickly. And that also just shows not only how much of a great proving ground Fiesta Juniors is, but also to an extent how user-friendly these cars can be, because yes, if you push them, they will be quite tail-happy, and the road car Fiesta ST generation, this car was always known as quite a tail-happy, almost like an excited dog with its tail wagging everywhere if you throw it around. And this is still the case. The added power, the lower centre of gravity, and the slicks all add to that, and it really makes it what you've described before as it's a proper base for anyone who wants to go forward to something like touring cars. A great case in point is Jensen Brickley. Won the championship, is now a star in TCR, was in first in the UK, now in Europe, and now in Spain at the moment, of course, in a current Cupra. And that's the pathway he took. Fiesta Juniors, yes, in the older ST150, but still Fiesta Juniors, got his grounding and front-wheel drives, then won the ST240 class title in his first go. Now he's doing the last 3 or 4 years in TCR. That's the key progression if you want to go forwards. And this is one of those championships where if you've got an eye set for touring cars and going forward something like, I'm guessing, Mini Challenge or eventually going to TCR or BTCC, it is a great cost-effective proving ground. You get a proven little hot hatch, boosted to make it a proper little race car. You're on slick tyres. It gives you the best possible grounding to conquer a car like this before you step up to the big time and tackle an actual touring car in the next few years of your career.
No, indeed. So it's a great formula, always been hugely popular, and creates good racing as well, which is a bonus, isn't it, for us? We always do enjoy these races, and yeah, hoping that this one's going to be, again, a pretty competitive one, which hopefully we'll get to find out soon, Scott, because I don't think it'll be too long now before the green flag lap number 2 gets underway, although drivers still with doors open. I know we're saying it's not quite as warm as it has been, but in the cars, when you're wearing your fireproof overalls, helmets, etc., there's a lot of heat being generated. Cooling off, though, with a beautiful view of the circuit. That'll be the relatively new Silverstone Escapades area, won't it?
Look at that.
What a room with a view, I think they call that, overlooking the Beckett's complex up at the top of the circuit.
And you get to watch Motorsport for free.
Yes.
How incredible is that? Don't have to buy a ticket. You're in.
Yeah, absolutely.
How excellent is that?
Ringside seats.
And kudos for Silverstone putting this together, because look at how many there are as well.
Yeah.
On big events like that, that's a great way to get a really unique way of watching this. And it's a great part of the circuit, particularly if you're on the Grand Prix circuit, if anything. Flat out to Maggotts and Beckett's. I've stood there practically at that point for the last ever V10 F1 race in 2005. Wow. And I make no bones about the fact I did not wear earplugs when 20 F1 cars went straight past me, because I was 14 at the time and didn't want to miss out a thing on that side. But yeah, credit to Silverstone for making that happen. I was also very impressed when I drove in this morning, seeing the progress of a new kart circuit. That looked fantastic. So credit to Silverstone as well. They've even changed some of the stuff in race admin. They've improved some stuff, and they're adding some more chairs in there and some even more charging points. So they have got sofas, yeah. So impressive stuff with Silverstone making some changes to update things a little bit. But yeah, this is the investment putting in here, because it is the home of British Motorsport. It's the home of the British Grand Prix. They want to make this as premier a place as possible for motorsport in the UK. And of course, there's more big events coming up, including the return of the European Le Mans Series next month on the Grand Prix circuit, which is fantastic. And I hope, Mr. McEwen, that is a precursor, hopefully in the next couple of years, for a return of the World Endurance Championship. And it has been mooted. There is consideration for it to come back in 2027. And given the boom period that we're in for sports car racing, particularly the hypercar category, if that happens, I cannot wait. Before we get to that as well, we've also been given something else here, which is, well, cake, which always helps in the comedy box.
Yes, and we are not, I mean, this isn't a bribe, although we're not above bribery. If you are a driver here this weekend and you want us to say lots of nice things about you, cake is a good way to achieve that. But no, this is a birthday cake. We've got a birthday in the Alpha Live family today. Kieran, whose reward for, or his birthday present from Alpha Live, apart from the cake, is to be locked away in the production van on a still fairly warm and humid weekend. He is the one bringing you these wonderful pictures of the Silverstone circuit. And Kieran, happy birthday. Where else would he rather spend his birthday weekend than here at Silverstone for this Fun Cup and Brscc race event? And Kieran, your cake is lovely, so thank you. Enjoying it.
Yeah, thank you. I also say I'm supposed to be eating a little bit healthier, so that cake's not helping. But when you get served it for free, you're not going to turn down free cake.
Never turn down free cake.
Never turn down free cake. There's plenty of people at BRCC that don't turn down free cake either. I might be in trouble for that sentence, but there you go. I'll take the risk. Anyway, so doors are still open on the cars at the front of the grid, and considering that we didn't complete 2 laps, what will happen is, by default, if the race is red flagged before the end of lap 1, so what will happen is they will go back to their original starting spot. So anyone who got a good start from further back in the field is going to have to do it again from the second start, which means that the original grid will stay as it was. So it means on that front, it'll still be Gary Miller on pole position. ASSOCIATION will still be second on the front row alongside him. It'll still be Jason O'Connell and Conor Blackburn. Then David Nye, who, well, we don't think he'll be there now. It will be Graham Coulthard on his own, given that David Nye's car will at least be in the pit lane being repaired, and probably will start from the pit lane in that sense. It'll then be no Morgan Kidd, so George Foxlow will be on his own on the 4th row of the grid. Zach Lucas and Luke Wall will be on the 5th row of the grid in 9th and 10th. Harry Hayes and James Pope will make up row 6. Maggie Webster won't be there on row 7, so it'll be Simon Horrobin, or Lord Horrobin, we should call him now, on the 7th row in car number 14. It'll be Chris Blackburn and Marco Ricci, then Dan Robinson and Joseph Knight, and then no Sean Reynolds, but we'll have Matt Chambers hopefully at the back of the grid, which means from the 20 starters that we have, we're down to 17, which is intriguing. One thing I should also point out as well is that it's also quite confusing if you're a Fiesta ST240 fan, is that George Foxlow, his Fiesta, we see a rather fancy turning sculpture of some kind, or is that a wind chime of some kind?
I don't know.
Trying to work that out. It's nice
It's
detail.
weirdly hypnotic, though, isn't it? I could sit here watching that all day.
Well, you're getting hypnotised. It's not having an effect on me.
What is that? A moving sculpture, I think.
It must be some kind of moving sculpture.
Art. It's art, I think.
Yes.
It's subjective.
Just one word, art. That's art to him in a nutshell.
Where is that?
That must be around one of the escapade areas. It must be similar to where we saw our
Right.
extra viewers on the balcony watching. But I was going to mention with George Foxlow, I initially got confused at the start of the season because George Foxlow's car is Alistair Kellett's title-winning car from last year, which is essentially kept in the same colours. So a couple of times I did actually misidentify George Foxlow as Alistair Kellett. So I had to get used to the fact he's in a very similarly coloured car, but the front end or the colour scheme of that car is pretty much exactly the same. He's just put his own sponsors on it and other details. Just see it there on the edge of the shot on the left-hand side. So that car further back is Foxlow. The camera guy's listening because he's now turning to have a look at it and get it in the shot. There it is. And that car, he's even focusing on it. Well done. So in 8th position.
It's nice when people listen to us, isn't it?
It is. It's, yeah, and not many people do as commentators. So it's, because we usually talk rubbish half the time, we talk rubbish half the time, all the time. I'm getting into my ankle stage in this one. But anyway, there is George Foxlow's car. You can see, if you're familiar from last year, as I said, that is pretty much, well, it is Alistair Kellett's title-winning car that he bought from last year, and he still races his original ST150 from Fiesta Juniors in the ST150 Challenge, where he is battling for the championship at the top with Dylan Davis. So he's having quite a purple season in Fiestas here, doing 2 championships at once, which is not something that anyone does. Last time I saw someone do that was Mikey Doble, when he won the Jet GT5 Challenge and the BMW Compact Cup on the same weekend, because it was GT5 Challenge at Donington, and then it was here at Silverstone International Circuit for compacts, and it got to the point where he was so far ahead in compacts, he didn't need to do the rest of the one. So rather than go back and forth between Silverstone and Donington on the back of a motorcycle, if I'm right, because of course they've got double motorcycles, he then just said, right, I've wrapped up the Compact Cup title, I'm going to focus on Ginettas, get that done, and he won 2 titles in one.
Is that a wild Jensen Brickley I spot in the grandstand, the BRDC grandstand? The
there he is.
Tall figure, centre.
4th on the right.
4th from the right, yes. Jensen Brickley, former TCR UK winner, and as we said, front runner in this very championship not long before that.
And on the end, I spot a Bobby Thompson.
Ah, yes, you're right. Okay, I now want to know who the other person is next to Bobby.
I think that's Finn Leslie.
Finn Leslie. I was going to say Finn Leslie. I think it is. Current TCR UK front runner, Finn Leslie, and they drew junior driver.
And of course, BTCC debutant a few weeks ago
as well. So, yes,
for
absolutely.
Speedworks, which is apt because we can talk about very quickly on this one. It's juniors, but big news this week in the world of juniors because Speedworks has set up a brand new young driver program, which is a partnership with the Fiesta Junior Championship, and they will be entering next year as many as, believe it or not, 4 cars on the grid. They will be supported by Speedworks, and it's going to be absolutely brilliant. If the cars look as good as the renders do from that picture we put out, can't wait to see them, because even some people look at it and go, does look a tiny bit better than the touring cars, the Fiesta Junior cars, and they do look good with the livery and Speedwork, which is great. And that's a great association. It's a front-running or a top touring car team that's associating itself with a championship that's in full bloom at the moment. And it's great to see. So if you've got a junior driver, you're interested in that, they've had a lot of applications, a lot of interest, and I mean a lot in the first 24 hours. They said apparently their phone was off the hook ringing over the first few hours from people that were interested. So that could really be a boom period. And of course on top of that we have the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, which is back again at the end of October. Been successful. We had Daniela Sutton come through that in 2024, Lewis Islim for 2025 for this year, We crown our third scholar at the end of October, beginning of November in 2026. So if you haven't got yourself into that, if you're a 13 to 16-year-old and you want to get yourself involved, there's instructions on the Brscc website, and who knows, you could have a fully funded season of, well, not fully, it's a funded drive in a Fiesta Junior race car with a prize package worth in excess of £60,000. You could emulate the likes of Daniel Sutton and Lewis Island, get yourself on the junior grid, and if you succeed there, you could find yourself moving up into one of these.
Indeed so. And from there, who knows? We've already said that this is a great proving ground for touring car talent. So, yeah, if you're an aspiring touring car driver, then get yourself over onto the BRSCC website, excuse me, and get yourself entered for the scholarship. Right then, take 2 of this Fiesta ST240 race. We are going to run to the full 20-minute duration as I suspected, so that's good news. We don't lose any racing. Hopefully we don't lose any more cars as well. Let's have a clean run through the first few corners. And Gary Miller, who really didn't get a good launch off the line the first time, at least not compared to Alistair Kellett, has another opportunity now to try and keep that pesky #1 car behind him this time. It's tough to do when it's a 2x2 start as it is here. In the juniors, they run a staggered grid, so 1 car per row basically, and that gives a much bigger advantage to the car ahead because you've got a full car length advantage immediately. Here it's absolutely neck and neck off the line, and Gary Miller of course has to contend with being on the outside line when they get to Copse Corner.
They also do that in juniors for safety as well, because when you've got now particularly 29 cars bunched together with some very enthusiastic young drivers, sometimes things can happen, so you make it as safe as possible for them and manageable so they can get into turn 1, survive it and get through unscathed. But we'll wait and see as it plays out. So last couple of cars getting into position. I think we're set for Fiesta ST240, take 2 at Silverstone.
We are indeed. So, Gary Miller to the outside, Alistair Kellett to the inside. Can Gary Miller maybe get a slightly better start this time around? Let's see. The red car then on the outside of row #1. Revs will start to rise, and we'll very shortly have a green flag here at Silverstone. Off they go. 20 minutes of racing back underway, and it looks like another good start from Kellett. Bit of argy-bargy was that involving Graham Colfer. He's off the line well, and Connor Blackburn, who got a good start last time, does not get such a good launch this time. He's lost 2 places already, 1 to Colfer, 1 to Jason O'Connell, I believe, through turn 1. It is once again, though, car #1 in position #1. Alistair Kellett leads uncontested into Beckett's for the first time, and all of the action really happening behind him around the outside. Attempts to go Connor Blackburn, and that might cost him another place now. Foxlow to the inside. Blackburn is bouncing over the runoff area, and I think not only will Foxlow come through, but possibly Zach Lucas as well.
Better start from Lucas this time, considering he was back in 9th position. He's now side by side with Connor Blackburn. Foxlow in front of them, O'Connell in front of them, who is comfortably the top AM class driver as they're charging towards Brooklands. A speculative look up the inside as he tried to peek a possible opportunity to get past O'Connell as they turn in through Brooklands now Luffield. With that wide for Blackburn, trying to get a slightly better slingshot out of the right-hander and back onto the pit straight, but up to the end of lap 1 on this restart. Kellett again on his toes from the front row, beating Miller off the line. It really wasn't as good a start as I thought Miller was going to get, and Alistair Kellett really did get a great jump. He's 4/10 of the goods they come across the line into Copse. So Kellett leads it, Miller second, Colfer, O'Connell. Is that possible? That is an Irish 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, it is.
Irish 1, 2, 3, 4 in front, and Foxlow in Kellett's old car in 5th.
Yes, absolutely. So, well, it's getting tight as well, actually, between the top 2. Gary Miller closing back in on Kellett slightly. Here's the battle for 3rd. Very sketchy under brakes there was Jason O'Connell, and for the 2nd lap in a row, George Foxlow goes to the outside. Is he going to keep on coming? Yes, he is. He's got the overlap, and he will have the inside line heading down the Wellington Straight. What he really wants is a slipstream from Graham Colfer ahead. He's not really getting that at the moment, though, as the line switches from the left-hand side of the road to the right. He's got the inside line, though, Foxlow, and he moves into 4th position. So George Foxlow making that look very easy. He has got that move at Beckett's down to a T.
And he was a little bit later on the brakes. He was so confident hitting the brake pedal, and you usually see with these cars when you brake as hard as they do, and you still at the juniors, you tend to set off the hazard lights with how hard you hit the brake pedal, because its default brain thinks that you're braking for an instant, but you're not. You're just braking on a track really hard to get it stopped. This is super impressive from George, of course, his first full season, but of course he's doubling up with ST150, so he's getting double the track time throughout the season. And his progression rate now as a senior driver at, what, 16 years old already, up with drivers who've been doing this for practically decades. It's incredible. As I think there was a bit of wayward there as the camera just snatched to try and find what was happening for 3rd place. But these two back at it again, Kellett versus Miller, down towards Maggotts and Beckett's now for the 3rd time on this restarted race. Cut on the inside line. Foxlow now has got place sorted and up the inside up to 3rd now. This means O'Connell's now under threat from Zach Lucas. They go wheel to wheel. He'll get a side draft. Blackburn will get the toe from O'Connell, but he might switch sides if he gets a better run. And also watch for Foxler, who has gone from attack to defend here as Colfer tries to get back his third place down towards Brooklands, in towards the braking zone for this long left-hander going deep. So Lucas tries the outside line, looks for the undercut, the up and under towards Luffield. Takes the wider approach again, tries to find an opportunity. O'Connell is holding firm on the inside line. Lucas again looks for it, tries to hook himself underneath on the exit of Luffield. He's there alongside him. They almost tap wind mirrors. That's really smart driving from Lucas to get the traction out of Luffield on that tighter line that helps him off onto the pit straight through Woodcote, up the inside for track position. And it looks like, unless O'Connell defends on the outside, up into 6th position should go Zach Lucas, up into turn 1. Now P5 in fact, as Blackman tries to fight back. O'Connell holds on the outside line, bounces the curb, and now here comes Conor Blackman to make it 3 of them for 5th place.
Yeah, Blackburn could be the beneficiary here, but there's nowhere to go. The road is blocked by Lucas and O'Connell ahead of him. O'Connell will hang on for now. Zach Lucas takes a big chunk of curb and grass on the inside line and carries good speed off the corner as a result. Look at the leaders meanwhile. Gary Miller absolutely on the tail. Look of Alistair Kellett, almost pushing his championship rival down the Wellington straight. He pulls to the outside and goes for the move. Commits late on the brakes. Has he got the front grip that he needs? The answer, I fear, is no, and Kellett will hang on for now, but Gary Miller is not going to go down without a fight here. He might not have got off the line very well, but now that the race is underway, he has the speed to live with Kellett, and he knows he needs to try and take advantage of that and get through into the lead. That was unsuccessful on that occasion, but it sent a very clear signal, I think, to Kellett that Alistair will not have things all his own way. Here meanwhile come Lucas and O'Connell, still debating 5th position, and Zach Lucas is on the inside line. I think should now go through. Oh, they touch as they approach the braking zone. That is not a good place to be trading paint. They're still side by side, and O'Connell hangs on. Blackburn carries the momentum off Copp's corner, and they're all going to arrive down at Beckett's corner together. This is getting very, very tasty indeed.
Look at Luke War as well. He's now 2nd in the AM category and keeping O'Connell in his sights. And this is all due to the fact that O'Connell is so busy fighting the cars that aren't even in his class. But the key thing is you don't score points within your class. It's where you finish overall that determines how many points you score both in the overall championship and also towards your respective category. So O'Connell can afford to battle with these cars, but if he does it too much, Luke Warmite will benefit. This is now Blackburn versus Lucas down towards Brooklands corner. Lucas takes the tighter line, defends as he goes into the left-hander, puts the car on 3 wheels, he just kicks up the left rear, as does Blackburn. O'Connell slightly wide on the exit of Brooklands, but he holds on to the position, turning out of Luffield in 5th place. With the flick of the curb as they come back onto the straight. For the first time in about 2 laps, they're not side by side in 5th position. As Blackburn now keeps on the tail, and Luke Moore in that kind of almost retro kind of fighter plane inspired livery with the orange flashes on there too, continues on. Notice as well there, Foxlow has broken away a little bit from Colfer. He's not that much under pressure, now 9/10 to the good. Further back, this is 47, James Pope in his rather stylish looking blue, black and white car. Now battling with Simon Horrobin, that's for 9th position, and Pope is up inside and through. If he did make that move stick, get it done. Joseph Knight's a bit further back than I expected him to as well. Back in P11 behind James Pope as Horrobin just fires it back down the inside and towards Max and Beckett. You can take my 3rd place, 9th place, can you? Whack, straight through he goes, no contact thankfully. Up towards the Adrian Flux Bridge as the top 2 go out of sight, still nose to tail. Now you'll see that Joseph Knight's getting on his toes here. He's also got behind him, that looks like that's Harry Hayes, I think, is in there too as well. So good quartet battling over to the top 10 as Pope puts it onto 2 wheels. They're so stiffly sprung that these cars really are like touring cars. They will just cock a wheel into the corner. How much they turn them, and Horrobin's got to look up the inside, tries to hook himself onto the inside line. We've seen this before with O'Connell and Lucas. This time it's Horrobin's advantage as they come through Woodcote. Round the outside goes Pope as he powers his way through, still side by side. You know, I said this weekend will be like NASCAR. It's exactly like it side by side. You should be at home here.
Yes, we haven't seen the bump and run yet, but there's time for that, isn't there? 13 minutes of the race to go, and Simon Horrobin is not letting James Pope have this. Pope's a bit slow out of Copp's corner. That opens the door for Horrobin, and it might open the floodgates because Joseph Knight is not far behind in the 87. Horrobin then late on the brakes. Still, James Pope is contending this, but I think he's going to have to concede the position. Yes, he does. Horrobin goes through them, back into 9th position. But that little lap and a half or so of side-by-side racing has brought a few more cars into play. 5 of them now together as they head down towards Brooklands corner once again. Lap 7 of the race, and another challenge now at the inside from Pope. Not quite close enough on that occasion, so Simon Horrobin then will hold on to 9th for now. as they round Luffield once again. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, set by Gary Miller on the previous laps. He's sticking with Alistair Kellett. Slipstream assisting him slightly, no doubt. So out wide into the dirt goes Harry Hayes. He will now drop Scott to the back of that group of cars.
Yeah, 12th position, 13th in fact, because that's Christopher Blackburn's gone through. Change of position for him. Back into Copse Corner they come. Again, they actually stand on the brakes that the hazard lights flash on as they come through, so that's just a quirk of the ABS system when they turn in through these cars when they hit the middle pedal and brake. He's been holding the line, keeping his wheel track. He's not close enough to make a challenge, but he'll try and close back in under brake if he can. Car just skipping and hopping around under braking. There goes Chris Blackburn taking a slightly wider approach. He's still got Harry Hayes tailing him onto the back straight. Joseph Knight's right in the middle of that as well. Making the distance. Connor Blackburn's on the attack in the background. That was on Lucas, I think, to try and take a position back again on him for 6th place. You see this fight for 9th place go back through as that was Pope trying to get the up and under through Brooklands again, but they both ran out wide. Horribly quick to hook the car back in through Luffield, and this is now just leaving the 3 cars behind to scrap amongst themselves for 11th place, with Knight, Blackburn and Hayes all amongst each other. So again, another point to prove is that regardless of it's at the front, in the middle or towards the rear, you've always got somebody to battle with, and there are always battles to watch for.
Indeed so. Dan Robinson, by the way, pitted a couple of laps ago and hasn't yet re-emerged. So Dan Robinson out of the race, unfortunately. Simon Horrobin, Lord Horrobin, slides the car through Copse Corner. Big wiggle as well from James Pope over the exit curb. They stay single file for now as they drop down into the Maggots-Beckett complex. Great action hotspot this, as it's been so far today. And things just settling down ever so slightly now between this particular group of cars. Ahead, though, there's a battle breaking out, I think, between Connor Blackburn, Luke Waugh and Zach Lucas. Is Blackburn ahead of Lucas now? I think he is, looking off into the distance there. Yes, so Connor Blackburn then ahead of Zach Lucas. That is 6th position. So Zach Lucas slipping back down the order. You mentioned he was starting a bit further back than maybe you would have expected. Only 9th in qualifying this morning for Zach. He was a title contender, remember, 12 months ago. And, well, he picked a few places up early on, and now, sadly, he's slipping back down the wrong way again.
Yeah, this is a bit mystifying from Zach. Like I said, he has had a tendency to start strong, easy for me to say, and then sort of fade off a little bit or have some issues in the mid-season, and then maybe just sort of spike back up again towards the end. But whereas this season, he's kind of did that roughly, and then has now just kind of tailed off a little more earlier in the season, which is disappointing. But Zach's the top driver, maybe just finding a bit of a rough patch in terms of his pace, but I'm certain once he makes it all click again, he'll be able to be back up there battling with the Alistair Kelletts and the Gary Millers of this world at the front. We're still 8/10 apart at front of the field. There they are going through the top of the shop as Blackburn gets away from Lucas, who is now defending from Luke Warren. I don't think this is what Lucas was expecting here, defending from Luke, an M-Class driver who's trying to take a place from down the outside. He thinks about it again. They both lift that inside wheel as they turn in. Through, like you can hear the chirping of the turbos they come off the throttle as well. That's a brilliant sound as well. In fact, they're so heavily boosted. Another 60 brake horsepower underneath these cars once they've finished tuning them. And Blackburn now has a good pace advantage pulling away. He uses all the inside road over the curb through Woodcote. Lap time-wise, fastest lap of the race has still gone to Gary Miller. Why 5.216? That's only like half a second better, half a tenth of a second better. The Kellett's best of the F out in front, so very evenly matched. The back gap is now a second, and as this battle continues on, the leaders are getting a tiny bit further away.
You're absolutely right about Zach Lucas, though. Last year started strong. He actually won the very first race of the year at Brands Hatch, but then didn't win again until the 5th meeting, I think, which was right here on the Silverstone National Circuit. So he was a winner here a year ago, now barely hanging on to 7th position, as you said, from an AM driver. So, in fact, might be about to lose that position, look, because Luke Waugh is alongside him again as they head into Brooklands Corner. So Luke Waugh, no, not quite able to go round the outside, but certainly applying some pressure to Zach Lucas, who's having a little bit of an off weekend, it would seem. Zach, having then won that race at Silverstone, won a race at each of the last 3 rounds. He was a winner at Thruxton in race 3 and won the very next race on the international circuit here at Silverstone. This year, for Zach Lucas, well, he has 2 wins to his name. One at Snetterton at the start of the season, race 3, and he won the first race last time, also on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Everywhere else, though, he's been a bit hit or miss. He's almost losing out to Luke Waugh there at Copse Corner. who tried the inside line. Difficult to carry the momentum, though, on the inside there. The car on the outside will always come off the corner more quickly because they can keep the steering open, they can get on the power a little bit earlier and a little bit harder. And so Zach Lucas able to use that to his advantage, hangs on to 7th place. The lead gap, by the way, touching on 3/4 of a second now, but Gary Miller set another new fastest lap last time around, so it was bigger than that, and it started to creep back down again. As for the 3rd lap in a row, Luke Moore has a go at going around the outside of Zach Lucas into Brooklands, but it didn't work the first 2 times, and I'm afraid to say, Luke, it's not going to work this time either. Zach Lucas has got that one covered, and that's frustrating for a driver. If you're Luke Moore in this situation, you're thinking, well, that's the one place where I might be able to make a move, and Zach's got an answer for me every time. So time for Luke Moore to get a bit more inventive here if he wants to try and find the way back into 7th place.
And only 6.5 minutes to do it. The race is coming down here as we go back to our leaders. I'd like to say, meanwhile, back at the front, whilst it's happening, and Kellett now has... The gap's come down again, as you said, it's gone from a second to 0.6, and Miller throwing the car through. That's typical Gary Miller style, just pushing the car as hard as he dares. Kellett's... His is controlled pushing, his is just pushing for Gary Miller to keep on top. And these two, of course, are quite evenly matched. And I have to say, I've been quite impressed in the last couple of seasons how much Gary Miller's come on, because he was about a midfield runner when he first started, then started showing some flashes of pace. And it was towards really the second half of last season where he really started to come alive, take his first couple of wins. And now this year, everything seems to have clicked with the car. Gary Miller leading the championship with a couple of points this year, taking the fight to Kellett. It's these two top Irishmen at the top of the field. This really is going to be a great battle all the way through to the end of the season between them. At the moment, it seems to be an advantage Kellett with that purple patches in at the moment. Miller had that one at the beginning of the season. Alistair, I think, adapting to this new car that he was running. This was, I think, Graham Colfer's car last year that ran at the season finale, that he's now taken over for the season. So getting adapted to that, getting used to it, getting back on the pace. And it was so emotional and so relieving finally for Kellett to get that title in ST240s that he literally quested for the previous 3 seasons when he missed out for one reason or another. He lost out in 2021, I think it was. He lost it to Jensen Brick, he lost out to 2022, and then in 2023 he lost out to it as well in the final round to Albert Webster, and finally got it in 2024. Now he's got the #1 back in his car. He wants to keep it, and he's driving like a champion, holding firm, no mistakes, no mishaps at all, nice and clean, and holding on firm what could be, if he holds on for the next 5 minutes, another race win to add to his ever-increasing tally.
Yeah, gap crept up by half a tenth or so on the previous lap. This lap, though, I think Miller has been a little bit stronger. The problem is he's running out of time. Less than 5 minutes to go now. And, of course, in pushing hard, we've seen how hard Gary's pushing to catch Kellett. There is a danger that he starts chewing through that left front tyre as well. Side by side further back, meanwhile, James Pope here to the inside of Joseph Knight. That puts James into the top 10 again. So 10th position now for Joseph Knight. He was in the top 10 earlier on, remember, and ended up slipping backwards slightly. So he will now set off after Simon Horrobin. Well, actually, Simon Horrobin's a long way ahead of this group now. So Horrobin really detaching himself from the 10th place battle. There's the 26 car, Harry Hayes, with the name Hamish, I thought I saw down the window. Do you know the story there, Scott?
For which driver?
Harry Hayes, unless my eyes were deceiving me. I'll double check that when he next...
It could be a nickname on Harry, so Harry Hayes or Hamish or something like that. It could be a nickname that he's been given.
You don't know, is the answer.
not off the top of my head, no.
We'll have to find out. We'll do some digging.
Some investigative work is needed.
Yes, definitely.
Right, anyway, side by side between Joe Knight and James Pope, who have both been Fiesta Junior graduates coming up through the ranks. So 2 Fiesta Junior runners battling each other like they were a couple of times. I think they have actually even raced against each other a couple of times in Fiesta Juniors. And that's, I think Knight maybe left Fiesta Juniors just as James Pope was coming in. But Joseph Knight, that's interesting defence, but he's opened the door for James Pope to come up the inside, who does get it stopped. That kid was slightly quite a long way back, so that was not too bad a pass from James Pope. He got the car up the inside, Knight gave him the room, and 3 went. It was a pretty straightforward pass. James Pope has moved himself up now into what will be 10th position, although he was ahead of Knight on the last lap. Looks like Knight made the move early in the lap. Pope's got him back before they got through. And Harry Hayes on the back of them as well. There's Chris Blackburn in white and red. He's the father of Connor Blackburn. Back into Cops Corner they come, 3 minutes to go. Pope still holding on with that advantage. Knight tailing him here, and Knight's only had a half season or so, but he was another front runner last year who was really strong in his results with a couple of several strong podiums. He's coming back here with a tentative half season and not quite on the same pace. Maybe he's sort of feeding himself back into Fiesta ST240s here and trying to get himself back on the speed he had last year.
Yeah, did Alton and Snetterton, the second on Snetterton, but not the rest of the season. They're side by side again, and this might be the third time that they've traded this position in as many laps now, because Joseph Knight's got his nose ahead. We know, though, how good James Pope is on the brakes. Look at that, just sails into the corner. Can he stop it? Yes, really nice. So much more confident under braking for James Pope. And for the third lap in a row, they were side by side into Brooklands this time, though Pope was defending and successfully defended the place. Just can't seem to get away, can he? He's very wide through Luffield, picking up a little bit of understeer as he rounds the right-hander. And then they head through Woodcote Corner and off down the pit straight once again. The lead gap now up to 8.5 tenths or so. So Alistair Kellett to Gary Miller, that gap going up there 12 seconds then, further ahead of George Foxlow in third, who is about 1.7 ahead of Jason O'Connell. So you're not missing anything at the front of the field. The best of the battling in this one really has been in the mid-pack, in particular between these two of late, because once again they're side by side. Joseph Knight just snatches a break there, tries to get up the inside of James Pope, but ultimately wasn't quite, again, late enough on the brakes really to make that move stick. They are inseparable, these two, though, and Harry Hayes has got the best seat in the house. What he really wants, of course, is to take advantage of this battle and get past, but that hasn't yet happened.
Not yet, still got 90 seconds to go, and we haven't taken the checker flag yet, so until that happens, it's still up for grabs. Back into Brooklands. Deeper line from Joseph Knight. I always want to say it doesn't work, but he gets it back on the road and holds onto the place, and then stays ahead of Harry Hayes anyway, so he's probably taking a completely different line to what Pope does, which is the tighter early apex. And I guess there is two ways you can drive that corner, which is the early apex to kind of, you almost have to push the car out wide to get the inside line for Luffield, or the wider approach that gets you on that outside line anyway, just in a completely different way. And you think they're taking two different approaches, and one's right and one's wrong, but they seem to be holding on pretty firmly and looking pretty good. I thought for a second there it was twitching because maybe Pert had a bit of a mistake coming out of Cop's corner. He has lost a car length or so Knight is back into the mix here with about 30 seconds left to go. I'm always intrigued as well by how some of the cars, you can run this optional AIRTEC front splitter. You can see both Harry Hayes and James Pope run it, but I'm always intrigued by how some drivers, either don't have it because they can't put it on there because they haven't budgeted for it yet, or because they choose not to for preference, how some cars do run it and some others don't, and whether that's preference or just down to build or anything else. But see here, Joseph Knight's car keeping up with it, and I don't know how much, I'm sure there is an effect, but how much of an effect that extra front splitter has. Once James Pope not only got onto lifted the inside rear wheel, the front one came up as well, so that car I think is stiffly sprung, saying an understatement.
Yeah, and it's interesting actually, you mentioned the splitter. Obviously James Pope's car has the splitter and Joseph Knight's doesn't, and yet it's James who seems to be suffering with the understeer, so it's not the only difference in handling, but if you are looking after those front tyres, you're going to have more grip regardless, it seems, whether you're running the splitter or not. Right, we're less than half a lap from home. Gary Miller has closed back in on Alistair Kellett here in the closing stages, but he just hasn't really had an answer for the reigning champion, who again tips it over the curb on two wheels. Kellett just needs to get through and out of Luffield Corner cleanly, and it should be another race victory for Alistair. It's actually his third on the bounce. He won 2 races last time at Snetterton, and he is going to claim another race victory here at Silverstone. Across the line he goes. Alistair Kellett is victorious here on the Silverstone National Circuit. Second position goes the way of Gary Miller. Less than half a second in the end was the winning margin. The checkered flag flies for the pair of them, and we wait and we wait and we wait, and eventually we will be greeted by George Foxlow. There is a lonely George Foxlow, but a good drive that. 8th on the grid was George for the initial start of the race, and he ends up on the podium by the end of it. George Foxlow's had a few podiums this year. In fact, he was 3rd place twice last time out at Snetterton. A couple of others earlier on in the season as well. And he comes home 4th place for O'Connell, I should say, winner of the AM class. Graham Colfer, Conor Blackburn, Zach Lucas, Lurkmore, Simon Horriman and James Pope complete your top 10. So, what a late change by the looks of it. Marco Ricci, no, dodgy transponder, never mind, but look how close that was between Marco Ricci and Chris Blackburn. So Blackburn dropped right away. He was a part of that quintet of drivers fighting at the back of the top 10, Horrobin, Pope, Knight and Hayes, and he finished in the end 11 or so seconds behind them. and only a fraction of a second in the end behind Marco Ricci. So Alistair Kellett then is your race winner. That is a 5th win of the season, and his 5th win, in fact, in the last 7 races. He really has come on strong in this middle part of the season. Gary Miller has to settle for another runners-up position, with George Foxlow joining them on the podium. Then the AM winner, Jason O'Connell, was 4th, ahead of Graham Colfer. Connor Blackburn and Zach Lucas were next. Then it was Luke Raw, Simon Horrobin and James Pope completing the top 10. Joseph Knight was 11th, ahead of Harry Hayes, Marco Ricci and Christopher Blackburn in 14th position. There was one more finisher, that being Matt Chambers, whilst Dan Robinson sadly retired to the pit lane. We also, of course, lost handful, I think 4 drivers actually, before the race really even got underway. Morgan Kidd tangled with, well, Sean Reynolds and Maggie Webster at Beckett, and then of course we lost David Nye in bizarre fashion as the red flag flew. So drivers then filter into the pit lane. Scott Woodwis has meandered down to the podium area. We'll hear from him shortly with the top 3 finishers at least. I don't know whether we'll get our RAM winner O'Connell as well, or just the top 3. Kellett, of course, the Masters class winner as well in that one, worth pointing out. He leads the Masters Championship, he leads the Pro Championship as well. Looking at the drop score situation as well, I think Gary Miller comes out of that slightly better than Alistair Kellett, doesn't he? Yes, he will be dropping 22 points from the 3rd race at Snetterton, and he's had a couple of finishes outside of the top 5 as Miller, whereas Kellett's been just wonderfully consistent all year long, and that really is what's kept him in the championship lead. Right, I think I heard in my ear then that we're ready to go down to hear from Scott Woodwis. So Scott, with our podium finishers down in the pit lane.
Typical Fiesta ST240 action as always at Silverstone. Plenty of action, plenty of anticipation and lots to talk about as well. We've got all 6 of our drivers in both categories, both classes to have a chat to, and we'll see if we can have a quick dive in. First of all, with the man who got it all done at the top of the field, and that is Alistair Kellett, who will bring in car number 1. Alistair, congratulations from the front row. Had to do it in 2 starts, and you had your man behind you catching you all the way, but smile on your face says it all. Great victory.
Yeah, good fun, yeah. The initial start was great, and at the end of the back straight had 3 or 4 car lengths, and Gary was kind of tied up behind, and then my luck as usual in Silverstone, red flag, but anyway, I finished. That's the start. Yeah, good fun, got to start again. Gary was on me, and this, I think we're probably trading fastest laps, I don't know, but if you backed off a 10th or 2, he was on you, and yeah, good fun, yeah. Longest race of my life. There's no last lap board or nothing. I had no idea. I didn't even know it was the last lap.
20 minutes goes longer than you think.
Yeah, it is longer when you're trying to count the laps down or trying to work out what they are. Anyway.
We were saying as well that the National Circuit's been a bit of a bugbear in the last couple of seasons, but hopefully trying to shake that moniker off your back in that sense. International was kind because where you won the title last year, but are you starting to get the feel that this layout's giving you a bit more luck now?
Well, at the moment, yeah. But I've never finished all 3 races, so mechanical issues or a gearbox last year and stuff. Look, won the first race, that's a start. Whatever happens then after that happens, so we can't drink well.
And nice for George to put your old car on the podium as well. See?
Isn't it great, isn't it?
Like old times. Congratulations. Great stuff. Well done. Right, second place, come over here. We'll have a chat with Gary Weather. Gary,
how are you?
Quite seeing you more often these days, and we were commenting, first of all, on the race, which is, of course, you were quite close, about 4/10 of a second. Yeah. You keep this man honest when you have to.
Yeah, I need to start beating him a bit more, though. I said, no, it's not too bad today now. I think the commentator said I got fastest lap in that one, so it's not too bad. So, and the point for pole position. So, just keep him honest and hope for a mistake. But he didn't make a mistake today. I thought once or twice he was going to go off in the first corner, but to be fair to him, he held it every time. So, look, it is what it is. Bad start. Well, there wasn't much in the start, to be fair, but it was just enough to get in front of me. And then I just kept him honest and hope for a mistake. So, look, we go again tomorrow and see. Maybe the inside of grid will favour me tomorrow. So, we'll see how we go.
We mentioned the commentary as well that you've come on really strong in the last season and a half, because when you started you were a little bit mid-pack, but it's really second half of the season with last year you started to find the groove with this car in this championship, and you started lightning fast at the start of the season, and you've kept that up. What do you attribute that down to? Is it just getting used to the car, the tyres, the UK circuits? What is it you think has made a difference, or is it a combination of those things?
I'd say it's a bit of everything. Like, obviously the more track time you get over here the better, so that does help. I just found a nice setup with the car, and it just wherever I go it's the same setup. I leave it alone, and then it's just a matter of concentrating and qualifying and getting a good lap in, and that's like, you just have to qualify towards the front, because like it's Snetterton last last time out of the back qualifying. That's put me on the back foot for the whole weekend. So we qualified in front, I think myself and Alistair are a long way clear of third. So look, we keep the head down and try and keep them honest and hope for a mistake and see how we go.
Beat your man to turn one next time.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Congrats. Second place,
much.
good for the championship, well done. Let's bring George across in third place to have a chat. And a good to see him. George, probably one of the busiest men I see in club racing at the moment with STC40s and ST150s. Strong podium, how was that?
It was alright. Managed to pass, well, obviously there was a first go where about 3 or 4 cars got took out, and then managed to pass pretty much all the other cars to where I am now on the first 2 or 3 laps. So overall it was a fairly clean race, to be fair.
Yeah. More good points for the championship, and of course this ex-cadet car's treating you well as well. You seem to be getting up there and doing it justice.
Yeah, it's a very good car. You can tell he knows how to set them up, obviously, because he's got a new one now, which is also going very well. So yeah, it's very good.
We have to skip through because the Fun Cup are through here. We'll get through. But well done, third place, congratulations. Very quickly, time to just have a chat to our AM class winner as well. So we'll have a chat with Jason if we can quickly get him as well. Very quickly, just for our last interview. Jason, congrats.
Cheers.
I think it's getting to the point where we get AM class by name, because you're up there getting poles in the mix as well. Overall 4th place, another strong battle of keeping these guys honest.
Yeah, they got good fun. Yeah, I got a messy enough start and lost a couple of positions, but then as the race went on, I picked a few off, and then I was catching up to George near the end, but I hadn't enough time. And to be honest, I was really happy to see the checkered flag. I was so tired. It was the longest race. It felt like an hour, so it was tough. Yeah, it's good fun though.
Yeah, same again for tomorrow.
That's the plan. Yeah, higher up hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers
right,
crossed.
we'll have to quickly wrap it up because we're getting forwards next time. So we're going to get forwards now to our main event coming up. 4 hours of Fun Cup action at Silverstone, and who better to pass to than our other partner in crime with the pit lane, this man, Jamie Peters-Ennis, one of the gurus of Fun Cup. I think the fact that we know that Andy McEwen likes NASCAR, this could very much be a 4-hour NASCAR race coming up, because we've got 26 Fun Cup cars, lots of top drivers on a short, sharp circuit like this. If it's anything like the start of last year, we had 4 wide after 3 laps. This could be one of the races of the season.
Yeah, they were just warming up then, weren't they? I think they were doing 4 wide, 5 wide, trying for 6 wide, any wide. Yeah, we'll be looking really forward to this one. 42 lead changes at the line we had 2 years ago, so that's going to be the record that they want to beat. We've got 61 drivers, as you say, across 26 teams. 4 drivers in their first ever car race. We've got 2 teams going for the £10,000. Loads to go, but now we'll throw to Andy McEwen, who will take you through the grid and all of our start drivers.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, round number 7 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. There are 4 races to go in the 2025 season. The grid is as follows. As always, it is a random grid draw, but once again, PLR Racing coming out of it well. They have pole position, and it is Tim Wheeldon in the car for the opening stint. Then we have Croft winners, Hugo Hoffman's Motorsport, the 225 car started by... who's going to be in that car for the first stint? Farkini. And then row number 2 for the number 157 car. That is the second choice racing car. Will Smith in it for the first stint. Team Disruptives number 248 is next. That is started by Ryan Slaney-Smith. Row 3, Seed Data number 214. That is Mike Devlin with the Sunoco Racing Teams number 22 next. That car started by Phil Keane. Should be one to watch. Demon Tweaks number 2 car, the number 207, is started by Mark Burton with Rare Vinyl TLR number 169 next. That car pedalled by Matt Larby. The top 10 then are rounded out by 103, Axiometrics John Perrott, and Fast Track number 99, Steve Snooker Harris. Then outside the top 10, we've got the 106 Race Ventura car 11th. 12th is the number 98 Burt. Then 263 FF Coursers, number 263 started by Ian Morris with Team Pesky number 252 alongside. Then championship leaders, Team Olympian GRD, but championship leaders by a reduced margin now. They were drawn 15th with Renom Racing's number 97 for company on the 8th row. Row 9 of the grid then with the second Demon Tweaks car number 249 alongside 557 Signature RV. Then it is the Vape Club with EDF number 246 car and Race Logic number 210. Red River Sport number 200 and Green Heath number 14 are next ahead of FF Coursers number 257 and Morpheus Motorsports 110. Team FFS 220 are 25th on the grid, and Sherrodice UK made a return to winning ways last time at Croft. They won the second race. As a result, they have to start from the back here at Silverstone. Right then, 26 cars, pick your favourite, place your bets. and make yourself comfy. 4 hours of Fun Cup racing about to get underway. I emphasise 2 words in that sentence: fun and racing. There will be an awful lot of that over the course of the afternoon. The red lights are out, we're away and racing here at Silverstone, and will it be Tim Wheeldon in the PLR car that leads at Copse, or will it be Farchini in the Uvio car? The answer is Farchini, so Farchini then sweeps through on the outside line, and he will lead the pack as they head down towards Beck. It's a brilliant sight they make as they all try and find their space in line. There isn't really a lot of space though as we arrive at Beckett. The 22 car there looking to the inside, the Sunoco Racing car, that is Phil Keane, and he's already on a march to the front. Started 6th, he is 3rd as they round Beckett for the first time of asking. Down the Wellington straight they go, he's now leaning on a car to his outside, and that was all fairly physical for the opening lap of the race. Down towards Brooklands we head then. This is where the slipstream really starts to bunch them all together. Are they going to go 3 wide? Well, they're thinking about it. Phil Keane certainly is. He's to the inside of Tim Wheeldon. He's sideways up the curve, and Phil Keane, will he go 2nd place? Tim Wheeldon won't have liked that, but I think realised there was nothing he could do. There's a spin for the 557. That's John Whitehouse in the signature RV car pointing the wrong way at Brooklands. That, Scott, was 1 lap. There are plenty more laps like that to come, though. I think brilliant racing and Phil Keane on a mission.
What did I say? 4-hour NASCAR race. You're going to be your element here for this whole run. And this will be pretty interesting. How does Farchini deal with the charging Phil Keane in the 22 car right on his rear wing at the end of lap number 1, turning in through Cox Corner? Still Wheeler in 3rd position. There's the Disruptor car being edged out wide. Also in there too is the Vape Club EDF car 246, which has been started by who else? Ted Bradbury. Down towards Beckett's they go. Also in there too is 169, which is Matt Larby in there too as well. They turn in, bite a curve on the inside as they go through. More side-by-side action. 157 with William Smith, who I think you can tell they are rookies when they're adorned with about 100 different rookie crosses on that car. I think it's part of a livery. They all fan out once again into packs of 2 and 3s. Now Phil King goes to the outside, has the draft from behind. Now the side draft, so much later on the brakes into Brooklands down the outside. That's the reason why he's a top British GT runner, because he's down the outside and takes the lead. And that answers the question, how's Farchini going to deal with Phil Keane? Answer, he doesn't. Phil Keane doesn't let him. Into the lead he goes, and that is now the Sunoco car up into the top spot. Car 22 hits the front.
Yeah, and that's fast track. I'm afraid not going very fast and not on the track. They're off down at Brooklands, the 99 car. So that's 2 laps and 2 spins at Brooklands. That has been the action hotspot in this one so far. Thankfully, no damage done, though, it would seem.
Snooker got snookered.
Oh, very good, very good. It is Snooker Harris in that car, isn't it? Yes, oh dear. I'm sure Paul Rose will be there with plenty of sympathy when his good mate Snooker gets back to the pit lane and explains exactly what happened there. But Phil Keane leads the way. Now, he shares this very attractively liveried Sunoco car, I have to say, with Anders and Axel Hildebrand, father and son duo. Anders hasn't raced anything for 25 years until this weekend. Axel is, I believe, a professional drifter and over in Scandinavia, I think, and so his car control is very good, but this is his first circuit race, and they said they partnered with Phil Keane so that they've got a yardstick to aim for. Well, good luck matching this, because Phil has charged through from 6th on the grid to lead. Now, though, we have a battle on our hands that I am very intrigued to see pan out, because Ted Bradbury moves into 2nd place in the Vape Club with EDF car. Ted started inside the top 10, I think, wasn't he, or just outside the top 10 maybe. 19th on the grid. Ted Bradbury started. In 3 laps, he's got into 2nd place, but this next overtake, Scott, could be a bit more of a challenge. Maybe not, though. He's up the inside already. The slipstream drags him alongside Phil Keane, and Ted Bradbury takes the lead, and I suspect quite enjoyed that moment.
Phil Keane's sitting thinking, who are you? Where did you come from in the background? But he's managed to make the move stick, and again, I have to agree. Phil Keane, who we know is rapid in anything you put him in, against Ted Bradbury, who's one of the best young up-and-coming drivers, at least at club level, in the mix. We've got a car that's coming already. It's a huge lock-up from Bradbury. Huge lock-up is an understatement. Runs out wide. Phil Keane has the momentum. There's more contact behind. PLR was involved. 106 is off the road as well. There's contact with the front splitter. It's all gone off in lap 4 of this race. And we've still got 3 hours 55 minutes to go. What on earth happened in that sequence?
Well, Morpheus's 110 car is in the pit lane, and there's another one in as well. I'm almost certain there's oil down at Beckett's, because none of them could stop the car as they went into the braking zone, and I'm sure there was oil down, and it might well be around the whole circuit, because if it's down in Sector 1, well, those cars, whichever car it was that's dropped the oil, has come all the way around to the pit lane, so there'll be oil everywhere. Bradbury is in the lead again now, but that was a scary moment, and what a shame for Tim Wheeldon. He was caught up in some early drama and angles see in, I think, the second race of the weekend earlier in the season as well. And Timmy Two Laps, as he's affectionately known, I'm afraid, on lap 3 of the race, has come a cropper and may be destined for the pit lane.
Changing nickname then going forwards on that side. Back with these two. Ted Bradbury, who we've always said in the last couple of seasons, is one of the most exciting young drivers coming up through club racing full stop. And the fact he's chosen the endurance route means that we could be looking at the future of endurance racing in the mix, and who better to put as a yardstick here to match himself up against than one of the best in the country in Phil Key, who's done all sorts. I think you're absolutely right, there is something down there, well, there's debris down there, yes. And the twitch there from Bradbury gives Phil Keen the easy pass to come through. And how ironic it is that Phil Keen's driving a car with a rookie cross on the back as well, which is far from a rookie, given that some of his early exploits when he was younger was racing on, what was it? Oh yeah, TBR Tuscans, which is one of the hardest one-make series you could ever win or succeed in. And then firmly backing off there was Bradbury. I think for something he really firmly backed off into Brooklands.
You can see the trail of oil. It's right on the racing line into Brooklands. This is a replay of what happened to Tim Wheeldon. Look, everyone is skating around. No one had any grip. Wheeldon tipped into a spin and then collected by another car. Lucky, to be fair, that he wasn't collected more significantly, because not only was he parked broadside in the middle of the road, but the cars coming at him at high speed had no control, really. The safety car is scrambled, and that was the only sensible course of action. Not only is there debris on the road, there is at least one car, I think, that needs to be recovered, and we know there is fluid down, so the safety car is scrambled. Julian Floyd up in race control, making absolutely the right call there, I believe, to get that safety car out on track and neutralise the race. So, well, a shame, because that was a terrific battle up until that point, but the safety car coming out will bunch everyone together, and of course that inevitably is going to play into some people's hands more than others, particularly when you get an early safety car in these races. That random grid put quite a lot of quick cars towards the tail end of the field, and this safety car brings them all onto turns with the leaders. One of those cars was the Olympian GRD car. They're your championship leaders. Now, almost every race that I can remember in recent history, that car has been started by Chris Devell, but Simon Rudd gave me a little exclusive this morning. It's not really an exclusive because we all know he's in the car now, but he told us before that was public knowledge that he was going to be starting the car today because they wanted to make sure that they got away with the lead group. The slipstream so powerful here that they just wanted to make sure that they had him in the car so that he could stick with the race leaders, and they're going to have Chris Devell in a little bit later on. So, dramatic start to the race, Scott. I think I'd heard something in my ear there. Was that Jamie perhaps has an update from us in the pit lane? No, he doesn't. So instead, whilst we locate him, we're going to go to a quick ad break. We'll have racing resuming here in the next few minutes at Silverstone.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Redgate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Brscc coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Brscc down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So, yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Well, welcome back everybody to Silverstone for round 7 of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And we've had a bit of an action-packed start to the race. I've got John Railton here, who was in the 98 Burt car. Unfortunately, you were caught up in the incident down at Beckett's. What happened, mate?
Yeah, so there's a big group of us broke away there, and unfortunately, I think there was something down on the track on lap, whatever lap we were on when that happened, 3 or 4, and there was a PLR spun in the middle of the group, and it was sort of everyone spread left from right, and unfortunately, I just clipped the front of the PLR car, and it's done some extensive damage on the left-hand side of ours.
So it looks like it's done the upright and also the wheel, but it's a relatively quick fix?
It's going to take us a little while, Jamie, and we're going to lose a few laps, but we'll get it fixed and back out there and finish the race.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. Let's pop down to PLR and have a chat with Tim Wheeldon. Let's see, because they were in the garage. They are a little bit further down, so we'll just make our way down here. Impressive backwards walking done by Johnny with the cameraman, and also happy birthday to Kieran from Alpha, who's celebrating his birthday today. Reliably informed he doesn't like chocolate, so I'm sure he'll thank me for that. Right, let me go and grab Mr. Wheeldon very quickly and get his view of what happened. Tim, quick word if that's okay. Oh, mate. Not ideal, is it?
Definitely not ideal, no.
What happened from your point of view?
There was oil down or some fluid down in maggots. Everybody's starting to scatter a little bit, and I was okay, I was under control, but then car 248's come down out of control, hit me, turned me round, which wouldn't have been a big issue, and then somebody else has cut across the front. It doesn't look bad. When you see the impact, it's taken some fiberglass, it's ripped the radiator mounts and everything out of it, so it's actually quite bad, so we're going to be out for a little while, I think. So
a whole new rad change and left corner as well?
Yeah, I think suspension's okay, but rad, bodywork, I don't know what else is damaged. It's a real shame because although we started pole, we were not quick in a straight line, so we were being caught by a lot of the very quick guys. We could have still maintained a good top 10 position ready for the pit stops, but this has killed the race for us, so what a shame.
Well, hopefully get back out there and pick up some points.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie.
All right, cheers, Tim. Right, let's pop down to, sorry, I'm making Johnny do this. I'm going to go back the other way now to Morphus. I think I've got time looking out there. The safety car is still out. And let's go and have a word with Chris Hart, whose son Charlie is in the 110 car at the moment. They were having issues at the start of the race as well, as the safety car makes its way through Woodcote onto another lap. So let me just see where Chris Hart is. Just in the Morphus Motorsport garage. He's not around, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a chat with Josh Phelps very quickly. Josh, do you want to come over for me very quickly? We'll grab Chris Hart in a minute, but I want to talk to Josh because he is taking part in his very first Fun Cup race, and you are now officially our tallest ever driver at 6'8".
Thank you very much.
First of all, how are you fitting in the car?
It's a struggle. It is a struggle.
But it's fine. We figured it out. The suit needs to be all the way up, and I can get my leg over, and we've got a flat bottom steering wheel, and it's fine. Just yeah, that's a big seat itself for Will.
Yeah, I mean, you've had to basically fix the seat in one position, haven't you? Because normally the cars run with seat runners, but you're practically on the floor. As we say, Will has got to run with a seat insert. He has driven these cars before. How much has he been helping you with it?
Will's been so helpful, so helpful. He is, yeah, much quicker than me. And I'm trying to just, I was in the data, looking at the telemetry, just trying to figure out where I could go quicker. Yeah, but he is super quick. And for his second race, he's doing well.
All right, fantastic. Well, good luck in your first stint later on. Hopefully, you'll be a little bit calmer than the start.
Yeah, I'm so stressed, honestly.
You'll be fine, mate. Enjoy it. So that's Joff Phelps from the Second Choice Racing team. But for now, it's back to the commentary box with Andy McEwen and Scott Woodwiss.
He's stressed. He's not the one that's got to try and explain everything that's about to happen on this restart, because it's all going to kick right off again, I'm absolutely sure. The safety car peels in, and Phil Keane gets us back underway then here at Silverstone with Ted Bradbury in behind. The cars and bits of cars have been cleared off the circuit. What we don't know is if there's still any fluid down here. Meanwhile comes Simon Rudd to the inside for third. As to the lead goes Bradbury, so they didn't even get to the first corner before we had another lead change. Jamie mentioned that impressive amount of lead changes that we had here a couple of years ago. That was only at the line. There were probably 2 or 3 times as many lead changes elsewhere around the lap, and you're beginning now, I think, to see why, because that slipstream is so powerful. You can come from 2 or 3 car lengths back going onto a straight and be a couple of car lengths ahead by the next braking zone.
Tell you what, though, this is going to be a grudge match, isn't it? Phil Keane versus Simon Rudd versus Ted Bradbury versus Farkini. Who's going to come out on top of this one? I think when the advocates of the box are going to have to come out with this one, and they're going to be all over each other. Runners are speculative look up the inside towards Brooklands in front of the BRDC building and the grandstand. We've got plenty of crowd actually watching here today. We can see in the background, there's a few cars in the mix. People in the mix in the grandstand watching on, so not too bad spectating here for Fun Cup. Out of Woodcote, get the words out. Luffield they come. Woodcote now for the leaders. Bradbury with Phil Keane on his tail. Through onto the pit straight. Then it's Simon Rudd, then Farkini. Then in 5th position, the rare vinyl TLR car, which has Matt Larby at the wheel, holding station in 5th place. Axiometrics are in 6th. Axiometrics, which was started by John Perrott. Up towards Maggotts and Beckett's again. Holding station. It's all calm and quiet at the moment, but it's just it's one of those situations where it's an exciting race because of the anticipation. You think something's about to happen, and then it's just waiting. It's like a suspenseful, like a drama show or a film. It's just you think something's going to happen, and all of a sudden it just jumps on you at the wrong time. You're not expecting it. So you just think that one of these guys is going to go for just one big, just bingo dive down the inside somewhere. And it's almost like they're lurking, thinking Matt's thinking. See there, Phil Keane's thinking maybe not. Just try and. Sometimes they do that. They kind of move out a little bit just to try and distract the driver in front, to kind of put them in their mirrors, thinking, is he going to make a move, take the rise off the road for a split second? And that's when they snatch a brake. They brake that a little bit too late. They keep on the accelerator too long. They put the power on a bit too more because they're a bit more stressed to want to get back into the mix and push the car forwards. And that's when it gets tricky as they come through. But the biggest thing, of course, we get with these cars is the aero package on these cars. It may look relatively simple, but it's all molded and sculpted, particularly on the front. They've all got the same rear wing on the back. It really is pretty tricky. And Phil Keane now, he's thinking, right, you might be a little 17, 18-year-old hotshot. Let's now put you under pressure so he really handles some pressure from an experienced GT racer. And credit where credit's due, he's handling it. And now Phil Keane's thinking, I'm going from attack to defence now, because Rudd's going to the outside line here to try and take the place. Olympian going for 2nd place on the Sunoco Racing. He'll have to do the up and under if he can. Bradbury snatched a break again in the background as Farkini watches on in 4th. Don't Farkini just sat there probably useless, just laughing watching this and waiting for something to happen.
Yes, he usually has a smile on his face, does Farkini. Now here comes Simon Rudd to the inside of Phil Keane into Brooklyn. Simon Rudd, remember, who's charged through the order from outside of the top 10 on the grid, and he now moves into 2nd place. This has been a really good opening stint this from Simon Rudd. From a championship point of view, well, things tightened up significantly because Olympian GRD did not have a good weekend at Croft last time out. Now, the championship standings, we have a dropped score to calculate in all of this as well. Right now he's not that worried about the points. He's more interested in keeping Phil Keane behind him. Phil is up the inside as we head towards Copse Corner. As they turn through Copse, Phil Keane has gone through and moves into 2nd position. So Olympian down to 3rd. Championship, as I started to say, well, going into Croft, Olympian GRD were well ahead of UVO Hoffman's Motorsport in the championship, but after dropped scores, because they had a couple of iffy results last time time out. They are now only 8 points clear of Uvio, so the number 1 car and the black and gold number 225 car right behind now, 3rd and 4th respectively they run. They're your top 2 in the championship, and they're separated by only 8 championship points, so it's a really significant race this for both of them to try and assert a little bit of dominance maybe heading into the final couple of events at Donington and Alton Park. Whilst I was explaining that, we did have an update there about the cars that we've lost during the safety car period. Now, we didn't get a chance to mention this at the time, but one of the cars we've lost was the Sherrodice UK machine. So our most recent race winners, they had a radiator leak which led to a blown engine. Both of those things, Scott, could potentially have led to fluid being on the circuit. So we don't know for certain if it came from their car, but they certainly had engine and fluid related issues. They apparently are out of the race, and possibly so too is the 110 Morpheus car. Now that's a real shame, because that's the Chris and Charlie Hart shared number 110 car, another potential race winner.
Yeah, 2 front runners that could have made this battle even more exciting had they got to the front. Unfortunately, out of the race, and when you get a blown engine, that's pretty much game over in these cars. That'll mean the rebuild for the next round at Donington, or just lift a new one in if they can. And I'll go back to JPR for Paul Rose and his crew to give it some love and attention to get it back to fighting fitness once again. These 4 at fighting fitness though, well 3, because unusually I think they're dropping Farkini. This is not usually Uvio pace. He's not just dropping the top, dropping back from the top 3. He's falling into the clutches of the charging Axiometrics in there as well. Axiometrics, which currently has the John Perrott at the wheel, is keeping close on Farkini. This is not Uvio-like behaviour in the opening stage. It's usually they get towards the front and they're quite quick, but either Farkini's doing a rare thing, which is taking it steady in this first stint, or something, I don't want to say it, but not all that right, or just the pace isn't there. But this is not typical Uvio, who get towards the front and typically lead for quite a while and get in the mix at the front. This is not either just the top 3 setting that faster pace, but look at their lap times they come across. They're on the 1-minute 9s. It was a 109.5 for... further down the timing screen. 109.0 for Ted Bradbury, 109.0 again for Phil Keane, 108.9 for Simon Rudd. Uvio's time for Farkini, 110. So that pace is off. In fact, he's lost a place to Axiometrics whilst I was looking at the screen, so he's lost another spot down to P5. I don't want to ask the question, but not all well at Uvio?
Well, he's back on the inside of the Axiometrics car now, because that was a mistake, though, in fairness, for John Perrott. He missed the apex by a country mile.
And I swear he was waving at John Perrott as he went past while saying, come on, let's have a play, or he's doing the signal of, don't fight me, go with me, let's try and catch them. But yeah, he's enjoying battling, and they always enjoy themselves regardless of position. But typically, we know Uvio as being a dominant force. If they start from the back, it takes them, 10, 15 minutes to come to the front, typically. This is not typical Uvio-esque behaviour in terms of pace. That car not on the same speed as the top 3 in front. We're just either working together better or just have a better rub with the green here.
Yeah, I sort of wanted Farkini to sort of settle in behind the Axiometrics car, because then we would have seen just how off the pace the car is as someone dives for the pit lane.
Now, vinyl?
It might have been rare vinyl, that. I think the 169 car, which has been slipping down the order, is in the pit lane. We're not yet in a pit window, and yes, it is the 169 car which comes into the pit lane, so that's drama for another top 10 running car. We'll try and get Jamie on the case to figure out what exactly the issue is, but yeah, quite a few potential front runners hitting early trouble. This, meanwhile, is an entertaining looking scrap. You've got the Demon Tweaks number 249 car in 6th position, trying to hang on to that 6th place, but FF Corsa's number 257's up the inside. That is Michael Broadhurst. He's got the overlap there door to door now as they head down the Wellington Straight. In fact, maybe 3 wide, because there's a 3rd car now that gets involved. That is the 157 car, and that is the Second Choice Racing Machine of William Smith up the inside of both of them. Is he going to get 2 places at Brooklands? He might do, you know. He's up the curb. Can he clear them both? No, not quite. The 257 FF Course car comes out on top, and it was 2 places lost for Demon Tweaks.
How great it is that we've got FF Course in the championship. Of course, they're an established team that, as it kind of gives away a little bit, you're used to seeing them running Ferraris, but of course I like to think, like the likes of, we have Johnny Molam in this championship, they're using it as a proving ground for their future endurance drivers or their clients that they have, to give them experience so that they can do it without having to take a Ferrari out every single time, which is always great, but also sometimes not much cost effective. Whereas in Fun Cup, they've got 2 cars in this race, 257 and 263, 4 different drivers, and it gives them a chance to give them experience, say, look, you might not be this close, but you get a chance to race wheel to wheel in an endurance racing environment. I think it's good to see we've got such an established team seeing the value in Fun Cup and using it to really give their drivers the best possible proving ground to give them some really good track time for a long period of time and to learn lots on the fly.
And, well, they were briefly up a position there into 6th, but, yeah, dropping back again on the exit of the corner. Here comes the Demon Tweaks machine. You've got Race Logic, former Silverstone winners, former champions, but they've also won here at Silverstone.
It's the Team Pesky car in Race Logic's old car.
The old Race Logic
the Demon
car,
Tweaks
yes.
go for it. Oh, big dive down the inside for 249. That was Jason Minshaw. It's all the Minshaws in this car this weekend. We've got Jason, Guy and Jack Minshaw in the mix. And it's Jason who I think is, I don't want to say arguably, maybe the faster of the 3, arguably.
Possibly, yeah.
It's in the mix there with a dive. I think when he's not driving this, he's usually driving a Volvo S40 Super Tour, I think, if I'm right. When he does that, it's quite cool. But yes, you'd be right to forgive that the Race Logic car is not Race Logic, it's Team Pesky. You can see they've taken an inspired team logo from, looks very similarly to an established team that has a similar name. But that car has 2 drivers that we're very familiar with, both from the City Car Cup, Andrew Dyer and Alex Foden. Andrew Dyer is at the wheel of that car, so Andrew trying something a little bit different this weekend and holding his own in a car that's got quite a lot of experience and title-winning experience at that.
I think every single round that I've covered of this championship this year, I've made that mistake. So the Race Logic colour's so iconic, but we do have Race Logic in this race. They're in the 210 car in 12th position, 19 seconds off the lead at the moment, but a long time for that to change. They're in the sort of next battle pack. This battle pack, meanwhile, is 3 abreast again for the second time in about as many laps as we head towards Brooklands Corner. At the inside goes the 157 second choice machine. Once again, it's the car on the outside that can take that better line through the corner, and the FF course machine hangs on. The inside comes the Demon Tweaks car. There's a little bit of leaning on each other maybe, but they keep it basically clean. Ex-Singler field they go, and FF Corsa then retain their position at the front of this queue. There's the Team Pesky car, having actually just lost 9th position to C Data, the 214 car driven at the moment by Mike Devlin, who again has come on leaps and bounds over the last year or so, has Mike, and he is now into the top 10.
Just spotted going through the shop there, Axiometrics back in front of Uvio, and Uvio are now tailing them in front several cars up. So I think, unless he's tuned in, he's made sense and think, right, rather than battle, let me stick in with Axiometrics. He's cleared a little bit faster. Let me see if I can try and bridge that 9-second gap a little bit to the top 3, who are still separated by half a second as C Data goes storming up the inside. That was Devlin, of course, up the inside of the second choice racing car with Will Smith. And now you've got Andrew Dyer in the mix as well. So a couple of drivers getting their sort of Fun Cup, not Swan Song, it's the other one, their debut, so to speak, of their Fun Cup. I can't think of the name. There's a term I was trying to find which I couldn't find the name for, but I'll just say it's their first time racing the Fun Cup and they're enjoying themselves, and we'll move on.
Yes.
Simple as that.
Yes, I think I know what you're trying to say, Scott. Yes, there are quite a lot of debutants actually here this weekend in the Fun Cup, and
baptism of fire. That's what.
There we go.
Baptism of fire. Get my words out of it.
It's worth the wait, everyone, wasn't it?
Always is.
Yes. Lots of drivers making their debut in the championship this weekend, and lots more who want to come and have a go at this, and you can't blame them, really, can you? Although I chatted to Christian Rose this morning, and he said they've Fun Cup have got a bit of a problem at the moment. It's a nice problem to have. They don't actually have enough cars for people now. They haven't got any new cars that they built to give to people. So there's actually a waiting list now for new cars. There are that many people who want to come and race in the championship that there aren't actually enough cars to supply the demand. So yeah, nice problem to have. It does suggest there will be more cars in the future, just as soon as JPR can get hold of some.
Tell you what, that'd be magnificent. I'd love to see again like a proper 30 car grid again with these cars. That would be mega. And we're only 4 cars away from it. We've got 26 in this field. Yes, a couple of fallen on the wayside early on, but 26 entries. And Fun Cup is back into that boom period again. I think it's buying into that whole kind of love affair now once again with endurance racing, where people are seeing it. You see it in World Endurance, ELMS, GT World Challenge with so many cars they get both in sprint and endurance. People are loving endurance racing for the value it provides, but also not just that. It is now providing fantastic, exciting racing, whereas before, you know, some people, I think, skeptically might look at endurance racing and look at the race length and automatically think, well, nothing's going to happen in 3 or 4 hours. We've just had all sorts happen in 30 minutes, and there's still 3.5 hours left to go in this encounter. So there's so much that could still play out here, and typically does in a Fun Cup race, hence the name of the race and why we're 2 big advocates. Well, you're the biggest advocate. You fully converted me, which I'm a full card-carrying member of the Fun Cup fan club. So good to see we've got more teams on the way. And that said, it is a nice problem to have, given you've got lots, your demand outweighs the supply. So I hope that at least over the winter that JPR can rustle up some more chassis and get them out there, because again, I'd love to see them start the season with as strong grid as possible. Who knows? I think maybe it's a matter of time before they get to 30 plus cars, and then we have to start thinking about different formats or trying to fit them all in one grid. It's going to be pretty impressive.
Well, yeah, I mean, we got close to 30 at Alton last year, didn't we, the final round? I can't remember if we just tipped over 30 or it was 29 or something like that. But
28, 29.
28, 29, I think, yeah. But there are a handful of established teams, actually, who are not here this weekend, the likes of GCI Racing, for example, who we know still own their car and do still come and enter it. So, in theory, between them and perhaps a few new teams as well, yeah, we could easily hit that 30 by season's end, I think. Here comes the Demon Tweaks car to the inside at Copse Corner. Oh, no, not actually into 6th position. That looked like a done deal, but the 257 FF Corsa machine manages to hang on. Michael Broadhurst, GT racer Michael Broadhurst, so he's an experienced peddler, managing to keep hold of the place. Here comes the Team Pesky machine back alongside C Data. It seems that every time we cut to this battle, these two blue and white cars are side by side. C Data holding on to that position for now. They exit Beckett's, head down the Wellington Straight and towards the big braking zone at Brooklands Corner. They fan out. Inevitably, someone's going to have a go at making a move. It's the Team Pesky machine, number 252, to the inside line. And Andrew Dyer, I think this time, will go through. Yes, he does. And puts that car one place further up the order. They were actually in 8th place at the start of the lap, just. And they now probably are in 8th. And in fact, that might now become 7th because the Demon Tweets car is wide at Luffield. Gets back to the late apex just about, managing to hang on. New fastest lap, by the way, for Olympian GRD, so Simon Rudd in 2nd position, just using that slipstream effect from the two cars ahead to close in on Ted Bradbury and Phil Keane. Those three, 11.5 seconds clear of Actimetrics. Now, the last time I looked, Scott, that gap was about 9 seconds, so it's gone up by 2.5 seconds in the last, I don't know, 10 minutes, let's say, maximum. So, yeah, those top three, the class of the field right now.
Seems to be. And Uvio not very Uvio at the moment.
No.
I have to wonder to see whether Fabulous can make it happen. Back to the leaders here. This is why they're so pace-setting. As Phil Keane sweeps around the outside and defends the 2nd place from Simon Rudd. They're coming up to put a lap on one of the back markers, already. Don't know who that is in front of them. That is 110. That is Morpheus Motorsport. That's back out now. So that is I presume it's Charlie Hart back at the wheel. If not, it'll be Chris that have got back in. And they're just switching strategy. So we haven't even got to the first pit window yet. So I imagine maybe Charlie has gone back in to kind of finish his stint. And if he gives as good as he get here, even though yes, it's blue flags, you might be able to tell with the behaviour of the car whether it is Charlie or whether it is Chris. Both as quick as each other, but of course Charlie, a more recent, his younger son recently graduated through Ginettas, now going to endurance racing a lot more, and again using it as a proving ground. And there's almost a sense here that, in a way, Charlie didn't want to give that up that easy, I don't think. He made it a little bit more difficult for Ted than he may need to do, but he's keeping out of the way, and that's usually good driving for a back marker, so, well, at least for someone who's off the lead lap. So good effort from Charlie or Chris, whoever's at the wheel. Let the top three go. And he might well just sit in here and just go with them to try and give him a bit of pace, because he's got a strong 3-car tow in front of him. He can use that massive hole being punched in the air to track along with them. As that happens, you can see that Phil Keane just ever so slightly edging away from Simon Rudd. He's now latching back onto the tail of Ted Bradbury. I wonder how impressed Phil's going to be knowing that he was going up against a young 17, 18-year-old hotshot and thinking he gives as good as he got. You might think that was a young me battling here in many senses. So out of Luffield they go through Woodcup. This is now on to complete 25 laps as Andrew Dye getting firmly stuck in on his Fun Cup debut up the inside of the FF Corsa car 257, which has Michael Broadhurst at the wheel. He'll hand that over to Dean Steele at the first pit window, and also in there too is Jason Minshaw. Shaw enjoying himself as well through this section. Sort of wide there. And that's to their credit, looking at the position, they didn't realise that he was that high up. That's now Andrew Dyer up into 7th place.
Yes.
Currently on his Fun Cup debut at the moment, and here comes Minshaw to make it 3 abreast. So it's Broadhurst in the middle, Dyer on the outside, Minshaw on the inside. Which one backs out last? It's going to be, well, last of it was Broadhurst. He got into the corner first, if that makes any sense at all. Minshaw holds 2nd place in that battle pack. Then it's Andrew Dyer. Now here comes Devlin in the mix as well, and also Will Smith. It's a pretty fine, tasty pack. And again, it's only for 6th position. It's still a good position in the mix. But this is the second half of the top 10, and they are all over each other.
Yeah, this is fabulous racing. It's exactly what we've grown accustomed to here at Silverstone over the years. Even if you get to the front of a queue of cars, you really can't get away from them because of the power of that slipstream. So weaving onto the grass there was the Team Pesky car as they followed the snaking train of cars down the Wellington Straight. FF Corsa weaving to try and break the tow, but it's just not going to work. These cars are so un-aerodynamic, and deliberately so. They are designed this way because they're supposed to generate this kind of slipstreaming racing. That's why the shape of the VW Beetle was chosen, because it is an unaerodynamic shape for the car to be. And even little details like the windscreen, it's almost a vertical windscreen, just a vertical area that hits that wall of air and slows the car down. It increases drag and it keeps that that slipstream really, really powerful, and that's what generates all of this overtaking that we're seeing. Silverstone is just perfect for these kind of cars. But you know, we see slipstreaming overtakes at Alton Park, for example, which is not a place you would necessarily think of that style of racing being the norm, but in Fun Cup it most definitely is. Doesn't matter what track we're racing on, always going to have overtaking. Really, really close races. So down the Wellington Straight this group heads, and just in the distance, look, you can see the Uvio car now. There's a back marker now between Uvio and Axiometrics, so Axiometrics might now be able to start pulling away. In fact, they are a couple of seconds already ahead of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. That's 4th and 5th. Then this 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th place queue of cars. Meanwhile, new fastest lap of the race has been set by, I suspect, Charlie Hart in the Morpheus machine. So I think whatever the issue was with that car, it has now been fixed. But just a shame, really, that they're trapped 19 laps down.
So it certainly shows that if he had been in contention, he would have been one of the ones that would have been getting up there in the mix, possibly in this front group. He could have added to it a little bit. And again, you can see here, just Axiometrics very slowly edging away from Uvio. I say it again, this is very un-Uvio-like pace and behaviour from the 225 machine. He's not got any little lock up there and towards Maggots and Beckett, but he has held on to the place. He has got a lap back marker just tailing in behind as well. But yeah, this seems to be a bit of a no man's land performance at the moment from Uvio, unless Fabulous is about to get in the car and light up the timing screens. I don't know, something feels off about this performance at the moment.
Well, they've dropped 16 seconds to the leader in 20 minutes, maybe, whenever the safety car came in. So, yeah, that's not normal. There has to be an issue with that car. I'm absolutely convinced of it. Hopefully Jamie can try and find out exactly what that issue might be. But, yeah, if there is a problem, that ain't going to get any better, is it, unfortunately, over the course of the remaining 3.5 hours or so. And so, yeah, I worry for Uvio. And as far as championship is concerned, this is not ideal because, look, the Olympian GRD car, which is the championship leader, is very much on song, and Simon Rudd has that car in 3rd position. Still, Ted Bradbury leads with Phil Keane in 2nd place. Now, I don't get the impression here that Phil is desperate necessarily to get the lead right now. I think he's quite happy to sit behind Bradbury, look after the car, and potentially save a little bit of fuel in the slipstream, because remember, they will be refueling at certain times throughout the course of the race. Charlie Hart buying into this battle as well in the many laps down Morpheus Motorsport number 110 car. But yeah, any fuel that you can save now will help you further down the line, because it means it's a little bit less fuel that has to be added during the pit stops. That means less time spent in the pit lane. When the margins, Scott, are as tight as they're going to be this afternoon, that could be a real deciding factor in the victory.
You're right. In these kinds of races, when it is so close and tight together, pit strategy plays everything. And yes, we have designated pit windows.
Oh my word.
That was Charlie Hart trying to get up the inside there of Phil Keane, if I interrupt myself. Also running wide out of sympathy there is the TLR machine as well that was in there too, that was being lapped. So that car 169, which has still, I think, Matt Larby at the wheel after he made that earlier pit stop. As I was saying, you're right, it's often in these races, isn't it, that pit strategy decides the victory. Yes, you've got the outright faster cars in the field and they battle amongst each other, but it's who can make the most of the stints and who's in, which drivers in at which point, who's refueling when, what structure you have with the drivers. Like usually Olympian GRD are so good at it that Christopher has those systems and spreadsheets to work it all out. But an interesting change of strategy, because as you said, he's put Simon Rudd in the car first, not him, because he realises how strong this field is in particular. He's got Ted Bradbury, Phil Keane, Charlie Hart, Farkini's in there as well, Jason Minshaw, all these different fast drivers right in at the start of the race. He wants to maximise the impact. The only way he can do that is by putting either Riley Phillips, which he probably wants to save to the end of the race, because arguably he's the fastest of the 3 drivers in the field, or the next best option is, well, put Simon Rudd in. He's the lead gun in this opening stint, and it makes it work, so he's going to push on. Someone who really is pushing on, though, I noticed right at the back of the field and staying with them, even though he's several laps down, is Charlie Hart. And it's not uncommon to see this. It's not uncommon that we see someone who's several laps down but has the pace stay with the leaders, because that can help them in terms of justify their pace and how strong they would have been The only thing is, though, Andy, of course, as though unintentionally or intentionally, knowing Charlie Hart, he's making himself a tiny bit of a nuisance. But I suspect he's got quite a wry smile on his face as the first pit window of the race opens after 40 minutes of quite frantic back-and-forth action.
Indeed so. So when will the leaders pit, and who's going to come out of the pit lane with the lead? Oh, Phil Keane into the back of Simon Rudd. That was a sketchy moment for the championship-leading Olympian GRD car that Simon Rudd could well have done without, but Phil Keane just rolling into the corner a little bit faster. He wants to get back into that second place, doesn't he? He was content, it seemed, to sit behind Bradbury, but less content to sit behind Simon Rudd for whatever reason. So as they cross the line, Charlie Hart very much a part of this battle as well, and more lapped traffic on the horizon too. Well, this is going to be an exciting few laps, I think, as we approach pit stops for the leaders. They have to cross the line once, remember, after the pit lane windows open, which they've just done. So from this time by, they are able to pit. Of course, quite a lengthy pit window, really. 10 minutes, it's the same length of time as normal, but you'll get about 9 chances to pass that pit lane area, and should hopefully see a slightly more staggered sequence of pit stops.
And speaking of boards as well, you mentioned that you have to pass the pit window open board once. You're also allowed to pass the pit window closed board once, but you have to pit at the end of that lap, otherwise you will serve a penalty for not pitting outside the window. And that's a strict one. And we do see teams really stretch that right to the extreme. You do see some of the top teams, they will plan to go all the way, depending on driver selection, all the way to the end. The first couple of pit corners come in already. Red River Sport was one of them, I noticed in the background. I think the other one was Green, possibly in 40. I noticed a flash of fluorescent yellow going past the commentary box position. And so yes, you can pass the pit window closed board once, as once again Charlie Hart makes himself a complete nuisance for Phil Keane and boxes him in behind the 557, which is Signature RV, which has John Whitehouse at the wheel, and of course that car doesn't have Marcus Clufton in it yet. He's come in stints 3 and 6, so if he gets in at the end, you've got some of the faster drivers. I mean, that car is, like I said, it's some laps down, isn't it? It's down in 18th, so it's got some work to do to kind of get as high up as it can. It's a lap down now, so that's probably not totally out of contention, but it's difficult to get back into it, I think, in that sense. But that scrapping has certainly given Phil Keane something more to think about as 263 hits the stops. That's FF Corsa, the second FF Corsa car. That'll be Ian Morris handed over to Andrea Seminara. As we see the leaders come back down towards again, they've got the 207 Demon Tweaks 2 car, which has Mark Burton at the wheel. He'll hand over to Graham Pattle when that comes in for his stop. And Phil Keane not wasting any time to try and get past him and to put a lap on him. Firmly to the inside line, using all the cut on the inside line. He's almost politely saying, get out of the way because the top two are getting in front of me, and not helped by the fact that Charlie Hart is still being a nuisance behind him.
Yeah, well, actually, Charlie, you know, he's dropped right back now, hasn't he? Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
He wasn't pitted, is he?
Don't believe so, no. But no, he's still running, so he's just dropped away from this group. So there goes Bradbury, Simon Rudd latching on to him, then Keane, and yeah, way in the background, I think, was the Morpheus car. So
I don't think it was. I thought it was a different car that's dropped back. So that's the case. Yeah, that's then the
where is Chris Hart?
Where's Charlie Hart gone?
Sorry, Charlie
there
Hart.
He is.
He's in the pit lane, but a long way back, like a long way. He's just gone past us at pit entry, and the group of cars he was running with are at Beckett. So issue for the 110. It's possibly just that initial problem that they had recurring, I suppose, but. Yeah, that is a shame. Not necessarily if you're Phil Keane, because he's probably quite glad to see the back of Charlie Hart. But, yeah, unfortunately, Morpheus continuing, it seems, to run into problems now. They're looking at the left rear. Is it a puncture? Tyre?
That's damage.
It's off the rim. Yeah, it's off the rim, isn't it? So have they had some contact whilst they were negotiating the lapped cars?
Now, they're putting a rear wheel back on, which suggests they're not worried about anything mechanically with the brakes or suspension. So it was simply just contact that's lifted the tyre off the rim. So that answers the question, what happened? Well, that's what's happened to it, but how that happened, we need to try and figure out if we can, because it was in the mix with some of the back markers, so whether or not they're in a group of about 3 or 4 different back markers they're weaving through, so perhaps Hart's trying to go for a move somewhere. The back markers misjudged the closing speed of the ground of the cars around him, and they've made contact. I would suspect maybe it's on the left rear. That must be possibly going to Brooklands.
Yeah,
because
possibly.
the rest of the circuit is right-handed, so I would say that's a left-handed impact. So something I would like to speculate happened down at Brooklands, which has forced that issue and a pit stop. But I think the saving grace is that yes, their lap's down, but it's happened within the pit window.
Yes,
they can actually come in and do it, and there's no issues. They're not going to lose them any more time, which is quite key. Back to the front then. This is still Bradbury versus Rudd now, and Phil Keane, through all that lappery and being bothered by Charlie Hart, has dropped back a couple of seconds, but maybe at the end of the stint, don't want to say Phil Keane and biding his time go together, but because Phil Keane doesn't typically do that, he goes flat out wherever he goes. But I suspect he's just trying to get himself back in the mix here and not being helped by the fact that Bradbury and Rudd are, I wouldn't call it a temporary truce, but they are inadvertently working together to try and pull a couple of seconds over him before they make those first pit stops.
Yeah, the danger is, though, if you drop too far back, you risk losing the toe. So he's a second and a half back. He'll be getting a wisp of the toe down the straights, but not quite as much as he would like. He could do with the leaders maybe either battling each other or getting embedded in some more traffic. There is no more traffic on the horizon, though, so unless Simon Rudd fancies taking the lead away from Ted Bradbury here, then Phil Keane might not be able to close back in. Round Beckett's they go. Bradbury, who was first on the scene when the oil was laid down there earlier on in the race, survived that with a lockup, which I feared at the time might have led to a flat spot, but I haven't seen him repeatedly locking up since then. So I think he's managed to dodge that particular bullet. As from 10th position, see data pit now. 10th position in the pit lane now, the leaders at Brooklyn, so they're, what, 2/3 of a lap away, ahead of the cars at the back end of the top 10. These three at the front have simply dominated this opening 45 minutes or so of racing, and they are setting a pretty relentless pace at the front of the field. Speaking of, actually, there was talk today of a new lap record being set. Now, the lap record belonged to Henry Dawes in the old Tourette Domino car, 109.336. What have we done so far? Is it still Morpheus? No, it's Vape Club now that having a 108.3. Wow, so a full second quicker on these Nankang tyres, of course, Hankook tyres for 2025. And yeah, those tyres are yielding some very, very quick lap times. Right, down to the pit lane we will go. Jamie Peters-Ennis, I believe, has found Charlie Hart, who hopefully can explain a few of the dramas that have befallen the 110 car.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Yeah, just down with Charlie now. You had quite a frenetic first stint. First of all, what caused the first trip into the pit lane?
I think it was an issue with the fuel reaching the engine. It would have been all right on the straights, and then I'd get to the exit of like a couple of the tighter corners, and I just would have nothing. And then they had a look, sent me back out, and then it broke down. So got recovered. They fixed it, so it's going nicely now. And then yeah, I got turned into on the straight, unfortunately, which gave me a puncture. But we're now replaced the tyre and Dad's in, so.
I mean, pace has been good. I mean, lap time wise, you're up there, and that must be really frustrating that you know you can fight for it, but now it's all about damage limitation for the rest of the race.
Yeah, we'll just get the time in the car. The car feels good. It has felt good since yesterday. Yeah, just unfortunate. We've clearly got the pace and knew we'd have the pace, but yeah, what can you do about things like that?
All right, thanks a lot, mate. That was Charlie Hart from the 110 Morphers Motorsport team, who are currently now sitting in 23rd place, 21 laps off the lead, but they won't give up. Back to the commentary box.
Yes, thank you very much, Jamie. More pit stops starting to happen now. Demon Tweaks 249 are in. Team Pesky, second choice. We are just under 2 minutes away from the pit window closing, but as we've said, you can go a lap beyond that before you have to pit. Now, this is the lead battle, and Simon Rudd on the tail now of Ted Bradbury. They're also being reeled back in again, I noticed, by Phil Keane. So Phil Keane has managed to stay within slipstreaming range, except he now is diving for the pit lane. So Phil Keane is in the Sunoco car, the Sunoco Racing Team car, to hand over to Anders Hildebrand, making his racing return after 25 years of focusing on his business ventures. He now is making a very welcome return to racing, choosing the Fun Cup, and we're very, very happy to have him and the Sunoco car here at Silverstone. So that leaves just a 2-horse race now for the lead, but of course as this battle's going on, cars are filtering back onto the track from the pit lane, and these are drivers who are on their outlap, remember, so they're not really properly clued in just yet, and that's an extra little hazard for the lead lap cars to negotiate. Now I'm hearing in my ear that Phil Keane came into the pit lane and then went straight back out again. He never stopped at the end at his pit box. Now I can't think why he would have done that. Was that a penalty? I hadn't seen anything about a penalty on the timing screen, so if it was, we know not why, but possibly Phil Keane had picked up, I don't know, maybe a track limits penalty, which else it could have been. It can't have been a pit lane infringement, because that was his first visit to the pits. So again, another thing for Jamie to try and ascertain for us, maybe. Lead battle continues though. There is Phil Keane, so we believe it's still Phil in the car. We don't believe this car stopped in its pit box. So one would hazard a guess that it was a penalty of some sort for the Sunoco car. It drops him down. Well, possibly still only in third place, because he was so far ahead of the Axiometrics and UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car. I'm not convinced he's lost a position. We'll get that clarified for you if we can. Jamie tells us the 22 did stop. So, yes, he did stop in the pit box. It wasn't a penalty. So it was obviously just a lightning quick pit stop that happened so quickly we hadn't spotted it. So never mind, forget we said anything. Anders is in the car then, Anders Hildebrand, and getting himself up to speed. Be interesting to see what sort of pace that car has now, actually. Going on to his first flying lap. There is Chris Hart now at the wheel of the 110 to rent car. Mentioned Henry Dawes, whose lap record has now been beaten. Well, he, in a way, it was this car, or this team at least, that he used to race with alongside Chris Hart, and then they both went off to race Ginettas and Porsches and other one-make GT championships. And yeah, Chris back now racing with his son, but Henry's still off racing in GT cars. Right, leaders in. Top two cars are both in at the same time, Vape Club with EDF and Olympian GRD, and this is now a battle in the pit lane then between those two to see who comes out with the race lead. And we'll have to see, of course, as well where they come out in relation to the Sunoco car. There is the Vape Club stop. I think that was a dry stop. Look, Olympian are well ahead. So Olympian GRD with a decent little margin over Vape Club, and that is a net change for the lead in the pit lane. So the number one car leaves the pit lane first, and with a little bit of a margin back, I think, to the Vape Club car. So it's now Fabulous Randaccio in the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car, and it is Chris Devell, yes, Chris Devell, who's jumped into the Olympian GRD machine. So there is Chris Devell. He is your net race leader. However, we know that he's not normally quite as quick as... why am I talking about Fabulous Randaccio? Vape Club are the car that they're fighting with. So that is Vlad Vasiliev, I beg your pardon, who's in the 246 car. So used to having UVO in this lead battle, but it's just not happening today. 30-odd seconds back. Admittedly, because they pitted, I suppose. So anyway, the point I was stumbling towards here was that Chris Devell is not normally quite as quick, you wouldn't think, as Vlad Vasiliev, maybe not these days. Vlad, a massively improved driver over the last year or two, and helped, I'm sure, now by a little bit of Ted Bradbury coaching. And so those two, a very, very potent pairing. Will they be able to bring that gap back? 2.3 seconds is the margin at the moment, but I do anticipate that will perhaps start to come down. There's no sign of Anders Hildebrand in that shot, so the Sunoco racing car is in third, but 13.8 seconds back from the leaders. They had a slow stop and they've lost quite a chunk of time to the leading two. So Olympian GRD lead the way then after the first round of pit stops. We're ticking towards the end of our number one, and before it all inevitably kicks off on track, let's take a little trip back down pit lane to catch up with Jamie.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I'm down with Farkini now, who's just jumped out of the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car. That was a bit of a quiet sort of mid to end of your stint. You sort of dropped away a little bit. Is everything all right?
We're suffering on the straight. We're dropping back even in the toe. And we're kind of doing the pace we were doing in quali, but they're running. I'm guessing in the 8s, and we're in the 9s. Yeah, mind out. So yeah, we're struggling to stay even when we're in the tow with them. The car's handling great. Whether there's something moved on the suspension or something, or it's dragging, I really don't know yet. But we're a bit wounded at the moment.
Did you get caught up in the incident down at Beckett's?
No, not at all. Not at all. No, it was easy. It was easy. And I thought when Keeney came past, I thought I'd wait, and then Ted was there, and I was happy for those couple of laps. And then after the restart, yeah, I couldn't hold in the toe. It's weird.
All right, but
something there.
Temps all right though?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not concerned in that front?
Yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out.
Points mean prizes.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Back to the box.
Well, okay, that's worrying, isn't it, then? Because they don't... Well, it's worrying on two counts. They don't know what the problem is, so they're not going to be able to fix it by the sounds of it. And then worrying for a second reason, because that means they're probably going to be stuck with this for the rest of the race. So UVO Hoffman's Motorsport in big trouble, and yeah, it could be that something's been knocked in the suspension. That will just create a bit more friction as you're heading down the straights, and that of course will lead to a lack of straight line speed. Right then, Olympian GRD lead. That gap is coming down. So Chris Devell now in the number 1 car, being caught by Vlad Vasiliev in the 246 Vape Club EDF car. In fact, they're absolutely together as they cross the line. So a challenge for the lead is coming as a fabulous Randaccio with a fabulous bit of drifting there through Brooklands corner. He is absolutely on the edge to try and get a lap time out of this 225 car, but he is only in 5th position. Ahead of him, Sunoco Racing's Anders Hildebrand is 3rd. Axiometrics 103, that is now Chris Wetherall 4th, and then this car in 5th position. We need to see the leaders really. They'll be up towards Beckett's now, I would imagine. Only a 10th of a second between them at the start of the lap. The Vape Club with EDF car on the challenge, and maybe about to move back into the lead of the race. We'll find out when we can what's going on at the front of the pack. Whatever it is, though, it's happening 29 seconds further up the road from this Uvio car. There are the leaders, and we've had the lead change. So Vasiliev has gone through, and the Olympian GRD car down to 2nd. So a lead change, Vape Club go through, and the Olympian GRD machine will now settle in behind. Now, when I spoke to Simon Rudd earlier on this morning about this switching strategy for Olympian GRD, he told me that the thinking behind it was twofold, really. Uvio had been drawn on the front row. They are Olympian GRD's big championship rivals. And Olympian had been drawn, where did they start? 15th on the grid. So part 1 of the plan was they wanted Simon Rudd in the car for the opening stint because they knew he'd be able to gain some track position and hopefully get on terms with the leaders. Chris Devell there with a big heart-stopping moment, bit of side-to-side contact with the Demon Tweaks car. And that very nearly ended in catastrophe on the way down into Beckett's corner. Someone's off. Oh, and that is Greenheath, is it not? Recovering from a moment, and that car looked like it's sitting down on the left rear corner. Is that another puncture? I think it might be, you know. That looks to me like another tyre off the rim. It's all kicking off here as Vasiliev gets to the inside of a lapped car. Chris Devell almost gets assaulted by the Signature RV car. These are nervy times indeed for the championship leaders, Olympian GRD, who just wanted a nice, calm, quiet, easy race here to try and get themselves back on track after the issues at Croft last time out. Chris Devell finds himself in a hornet's nest of cars as they make their way through Woodcote corner. There's the Greenheath machine. It's another tyre off the rim. I can't help but wonder whether this is a legacy of all of that debris that was left on the road up at Beckett's earlier on. The marshals will have done their absolute best, I'm sure, as they always do, to clear the track, but if there is a tiny little shard of something out there, then it can still damage a tyre. Not sure, that's speculation at this point, but I wonder whether that's what's leading to a few tyre issues that we've seen in this race so far. So anyway, Greenheath into the pit lane. Yes, as I started to say, Olympian GRD, they wanted Simon Rudd in early so that he could go and get the car to the front of the field. They also then felt that when Chris Devell did get in the car, as long as he was with the leaders, he could sit in the slipstream and run the same pace as the race leaders, but he's not really having that opportunity because he's been swamped by these lapped cars, and he's now dropping time to Vlad Vasiliev out in front. If he'd have been able to tuck in behind Vlad and settle into a rhythm, then it's very likely that the Olympian GRD car would have ended up staying very close to the Vape Club machine. As it is, though, that gap is now ever growing, and he's got these two side-by-side cars ahead of him, which he just can't find a way past. One of them is the Demon Tweaks car, number 249, which is Guy Minshaw, the red and yellow Demon Tweaks car. 220, I think, was the other one in that group, Team FFS. That's now Barry Thompson at the wheel. And Chris Devell just can't find a way past them. Well, he's got past Thompson, but now sets off after the Demon Tweaks machine up the road. So, Vape Club EDF number 246 lead the way. Olympian GRD's Chris Devell is 2nd. 3rd place Anders Hildebrand for Sunoco Racing. 4th position then Axiometrics number 103 car, now driven by Chris Wetherall. There is the shredded Greenheath tyre that's just been taken off the number 14 car. 5th position then for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport Fabulous Randaccio. 6th position for Seed Data now, number 214. So Matt Hogg in the 214 car in 6th place. 7th place Red River Sport number 200, that car being driven by Johnny Molam. So to be fair to them, Gareth Williams did a good job in the opening stint to keep that car in and around the top 10. Johnny Molam should now be able to make his way a little bit further up inside the top 10, hopefully. Then it's number 252 Team Pesky. In fact, there is the 252 Team Pesky car, and there is the Red River Sport car ahead. So Johnny Molan, the orange, white and blue car, and the Team Pesky number 252 in behind in 8th position. That car now being driven by Alex Foden. 9th place then for number 157 Second Choice. That is now being driven by Josh Phelps, and the top 10 completed by number 210 Race Logic. That car pedalled in this second stint by Julian Thomas. So there is the Seed Data car. 6th place then for Seed Data, so they've come out of this pretty well. Remember, they were in that 6th place squabble before the pit stops. They are now pretty uncontested in 6th position, really. That car ahead of them is laps down. There is the PLR Racing machine going back out, but that season of dreadful misfortune that they've had this year just continues to get worse and worse. And they find themselves now with, well, an absolute mountain to climb if they're going to even gain one more position out of this race. They rejoin 43 laps down. They will not finish last, though, because the Sherrodice UK car, we believe, is out of the race completely, having only turned 3 laps, and the 251 car, therefore, will be the last team classified in the race. You are classified as a finisher even if you're not actually running at the flag. As long as you start the race, you can score points even if you only turned 1 lap. You are still classified in the result. So there's no such thing really as a non-finisher in Fun Cup. The only reason that you wouldn't score points is if you're disqualified, as happened to Race Logic at Anglesey a little bit earlier on in the season. And there is the Sherrodice car. Well, what a shame. We never really got a chance to mention them, but Peter Belshaw and Teddy Wilson, winners last time out at Croft, our most recent winners. That's why they had to start from the back of the field. Now, it was a damaged radiator, or a radiator that was leaking coolant anyway, that led to the engine overheating and then ultimately blowing. That's what took them out of the race. Now, what we don't know, and I don't know whether Peter or Teddy are still around to explain the situation, but what we don't know is why the radiator was leaking fluid. Was it just a leak that had sprung for no obvious reason, or was it contact with another car that led to that damage? Who knows? Right, we are an hour in, would you believe, and already an awful lot to talk about. So let's take a look back, shall we, at the highlights from the opening hour. The 7th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Silverstone has certainly given us plenty to talk about in the first hour. It was Farkini in the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car who led early doors, with Tim Wheeldon having started on pole position for PLR Racing. Immediately in a world of trouble, he had the charging Phil Keane in the Sunoco Racing team car, looking to try and find a way through, and Phil was not keen to allow the Axiometrics car around the outside of him. They dropped down into Brooklands. Keane was on the attack, and Tim Wheeldon managed to just about stay out of the way of one of the most successful GT racers in the country. Sadly, further back there was drama for Signature RV, though. John Whitehouse tipped into a spin, and then there was a self-spin for Race Ventura at Cops Corner. Bob Bannister at the wheel at the time. Then, early on, oil, we believe, laid down by the Sherrodice car, or fluid of some sort, led to calamity up at Beckett's Corner. The Sherrodice car had pulled over at the side of the road, but Tim Wheeldon was tipped into a spin as the leader scrabbled for grip, and he was collected by another car. That's taken PLR Racing out of contention. They've only just rejoined the circuit after getting a lot of damage repaired to the front of the car. There was a brief safety car interlude whilst the track was cleared of cars, debris and fluid, and when the race did get back underway, well, we thought it was going to be a 4-way fight at the front between Phil Keane, Ted Bradbury, who slipped past him on the restart, Simon Rudd in the Olympian GRD car, and Farkini in the Uvio machine, but Farkini just didn't have the pace as the car is down on straight line speed, and over the course of the next 20 minutes he dropped about a second a lap to be nowhere near in contention for the lead at the time of the opening round of pit stops. There was a great battle going on for 6th position, though. 5 cars trading positions almost by the corner in the opening exchanges of the race. See Data there slipping to the inside of the 157 car, but every time we cut to this group, they were in a completely different order. Team Pesky were up the inside of FF Corsa, who seemed to spend the most time at the front of this group. As they continued to battle over 6th place, it was eventually Seed Data who established themselves at the front. At the very front of the field, though, it became a 3-horse race, really. Bradbury leading, Phil Keane in second, and third place for Simon Rudd. But Keane was the first to blink of the leaders. He would pick before the other two. And with Anders Hildebrand now in the car, it has dropped a little bit away from the leading two. Charlie Hart was out there in the Morpheus car, the 110 car, a potential race winner, but sadly 19 laps down after their involvement in the early race skirmishes, and a lengthy visit to the pit lane for repairs took them out of contention. Charlie, though, was every bit as quick as the leaders, and keen to prove that point. Greenheath were among the first to come in when the pit lane window did eventually open. They sadly would suffer a puncture not long after rejoining the circuit. They weren't the only ones, though. The 110 car also having left rear tyre problems, perhaps as a legacy of the debris that was scattered on the circuit up at Beckett's corner. Ted Bradbury came into the pit lane at exactly the same time as Simon Rudd, but when their respective co-drivers rejoined the circuit, it was Olympian GRD who had the lead. Chris Develdo immediately was reeled in by Vlad Vasiliev. The lead would change not too much later. There was a big wide moment at Beckett's for the Race Logic car of Julian Thomas, and then Greenheath picked up a left rear puncture, the second car within about 15 minutes to have a left rear tyre deflate. So again, lends a little bit of evidence, I think, to the theory that there might be a little bit of debris on circuit that is causing a few issues. Tyre was changed, they rejoined the circuit, but a team that had already been delayed a little bit were now delayed even further. PLR, though, they've been delayed even more. They're 42 laps off the lead, but great fighting spirit sees the car get out on track. Tim Wheeldon at the wheel, Neil Plymmer, and interestingly Farkini there to give him a round of applause on his way onto the circuit. Well, that's hour one done, Scott Woodwist. We have 3 more to go. This is the Renault Racing garage.
While I was, he always seems oblivious to what's happening. And now he's realised.
Now he's realised, yes. Well, Renault Racing, maybe we'll send Jamie down to catch up with them, shall we? The French team in a moment or two. Anders Hildebrand here busy fending off the Greenheath machine. But yes, Scott, we're an hour in, an awful lot of storylines already. It's a shame that we've lost a couple of our potential front runners, but still a competitive race to be had, I think.
Yeah, PLR always in the mix. Sheridais, of course, being the previous winners and former race winners multiple times before, at least. So shame they had the issues that they did. And it's rare that you get, very, very rare that you get engine problems or some kind of mechanical issues. I mean, I remember one of the most memorable ones was back at Anglesey when the engine went pop on Olympia.
Yes.
When they were leading, and that was just so unexpected to see that happen. And that just proves how reliable these cars are. Is that I don't know the ins and outs, but they don't need much, servicing, at least in between races. They kind of get serviced more at the end of the season, which tends to lend that these VAG, VW, Audi units that they use are incredibly ironclad. They're not bulletproof, because of course some can go pop sometimes, but it's an incredibly rare occasion when it does. It's not often you see a Fun Cup mechanical failure or a Fun Cup engine failure in that sense.
This, by the way, Scott, is for third place. That's Axiometrics past Sunoco and Fabulous Randaccio going with them. So Randaccio might not be as quick as the race leaders at the moment, but he is at least picking up places. His last lap was a personal best, actually. In fact, he was the fastest car on track by quite some margin on the previous lap. So Fabulous Randaccio coming back into this now.
So does that suggest that it was more, I don't want to be too tentative here.
Careful.
Does that suggest that maybe Fabulous is more comfortable in the car than Farkini was in stint 1?
It's a very diplomatic way of saying that, Scott. Yes. Well,
I was trying to pick my words.
You weren't here, I don't think, when Fabulous said to Jamie that the car's just down on straight line speed and they don't really know why. But yeah, Fabulous is at least now able to pick up a few positions, it would seem. Right, more news from the pit lane, though. Let's head down there, shall we, and see what Jamie's got for us.
Yeah, I've just bumped into Andre Renault now, who, as we saw, they had the Renault Racing fan club here. Your dad's out there at the minute. He's currently battling with Graham Pattle for 17th place. It's going all right so far, isn't it?
Right, yeah, managed to stay out of trouble at the start, which was, I think, the most important thing for the first few laps. It's in a really good little battle for the safety car. Unfortunately, slightly missed the safety car restart, so then spent the second half of the stint scrambling to catch up with the Demon Tweaks car, but got there eventually. So yeah, been a really good start.
And 7th race for you now. You've learned an awful lot in such a short space of time, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been a real learning process. Definitely feeling the progress, feeling like there's a lot more to do still, but it's definitely much better than the first time out in Brands a few months ago. So that's been really nice.
All right, fantastic. We'll go and get yourself ready. We'll look forward to seeing you out there.
Thank you very much. Have a nice one.
Thanks, Andre. That's our Andre Renham from the 97 Renault Racing.
Good to hear from Renault Racing down there with their active fan club. Now, whilst that was happening, we heard in our ears that there's been a position change, and Axiometrics is now up to 3rd, so they've managed to make themselves up into the podium spots. That's Presuvia down to 4th, and Sunoco Racing down to 5th. As Fabulous throwing the car through the apex at Maggots and Beckett's and onto the back straight. Still with 2 hours and 50 minutes to go in this race. We haven't even hit half distance, and there has been plenty of action run. Randy was mentioning that it's been some 25 years since we've seen Anders Hildebrand race something. And one of the more recent memories I have of him racing, I've not seen it in person or seen it at the time, but he was one of the large number of drivers that came through, as did Phil Keane. There's some similarity here between the two, or a connection between the two. They've both raced what I would argue is, in terms of sprint racing, the best one-make series of all time. And I'm sure there'll be some people in the comments who are watching will agree. TBR Tuscan Challenge. Now, Phil Keane's started in his career, in a fledgling career, around about 2003, 2004, about that, when the Tuscan Challenge was sadly winding down when the ownership changed. And he was learning his craft in probably one of the most difficult and twitchy and leery one-make cars you could ever race. And his Hildebrand also raced it. And not to remind him, I think he did also have some kind of an accident at Silverstone in the TBR Tuscan Challenge. But we'll gloss over that because he's now on track here and doing a fine job 25 years later in the Sunoco Cup. Of course, Anders is mostly associated with Sunoco Fuel. Good to see Anders is enjoying himself, it seems, at the wheel of that car. And he'll have been, as Andy mentioned, learning and using Phil Keane as a yardstick. And it's a pretty good yardstick given the fact that he's done everything he's done. He's won so many races, been in contention for so many British GT championships, raced all across the world in terms of GTs and sports cars. And even these recent seasons, he's racing GT4, not the top class, and doing a grand job as he snatches a break as he goes through Luffield, still tailing the 103 Axiometrics car, which has now had the driver change and has now seen Chris Wetherall takes the wheel ahead of John Perrott, and that will be handed over to Greg Evans for the 3rd stint when we get to the 2nd pit window. Lead gap at the front for 246, Fake Club EDF with Van Vasiliev at the wheel. 14.9 seconds at this point, and there's a further 7 seconds back to this scrap going on. And if Fabulous has said that this car has a bit of a straight line deficit, well, he's certainly making up for it in the corners because he's got a good toe from Axiometrics in front. He's pushing the car as hard as he dares, and his last lap was a 1 minute 9.145. He was again the fastest man on track. Fastest lap of the race is, of course, the new lap record, 1 minute 8.364, but he is the fastest person on the circuit at the moment. He'll be catching the toe from Chris Wetherall in front. Just up the road, you can see there in the top of the shot, just going through, was Chris DeVell. Holding his own at the moment. His last lap was a 1:11.023, so it's not slow, but you compare it to the rest of the field where they're doing 109 to 110, so he's not far off the pace, and I'd like to think Chris is getting quicker and quicker with every event when he runs with both two very capable drivers in Simon Rudd and also Riley Phillips. We've still got Riley Phillips to come because he will be making his first appearance in the car in the next stint, so he'll be essentially tailing off the cycle of drivers, and it will start all over again. So you will then have, no it won't in fact, because Chris DeVell will come in for stints 4, so he'll finish this stint, jump out for 1, come back in for stint 4, so that leaves Simon and Riley, the two arguably faster drivers. I don't think that's being impolite, because I'm sure that Chris wouldn't have brought Simon and Riley in if he didn't think they were be able to go quicker than he is able to in order to try and get this car in front. There's a reason why, of course, they're defending champions. But the strategy is they're going to put both Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips in, and it'll be a fully rested Simon Rudd, given the fact he did the first stint. He'll have had a further 3 stints worth of pit stops to be able to sit and take a break, refuel a little bit, get himself ready, get himself psyched up again, and he'll be fired up for that final stint. And it's those 2 runs that are going to make the difference between Olympian GRD being contention for victory and slipping back if they have an issue. So keeping tabs on how that's going to play out. So still this close battle continues on. Fabulous trying to prise the door open, have a look. He's hooking on the inside curve at Luffield, tries to get the power down. He'll be back in the slipstream again as they come out of Woodcote and back onto that pit straight towards Copse once more. And so far it seems Axiometrics are holding steady, but I think the key theme that's happening here is that hand over fist, Andy McEwen, even though Chris DeVell is not driving it slowly, he's just losing time for the cars behind because they're setting that kind of a pace. And I mentioned when you stepped away for a second there, Fabulous mentioning that car's down on straight line speed on power, but the way he's driving it doesn't seem as if he's expected at all.
No, it's certainly able to stick in the slipstream with the Axiometrics car now in a way that it wasn't able to do in the first stint when Axiometrics got past them. So I don't know whether they have maybe discovered an issue and they tweaked it in the pit stops, I don't know. But anyway, they've the car clearly running better, at least now, than it was before.
If they did find an issue, heck of a job to fix it in that short space of time if they knew what it was.
Yeah, because they didn't lose any time in the pits, did they,
No,
really? So who knows? Anyway, here comes Fabulous peeking to the inside, and that was a really clever bit of driving, actually. Yeah, absolutely spooked the Axiometrics car of Chris Wetherill, who's an experienced Fun Cup racer, and he just didn't quite know if he could turn in. Then he had a snap of oversteer and thought, I'll just open the steering and let him go. So he could do worse now, I think, than settle in behind a clearly fired up Fabulous Randaccio, who digs the Uvio car into third place, and look who the next car ahead of them is. It's their championship rivals Olympian GRD. How quickly things can change in this championship. And in fact, case in point, by the time I finish making that point, already he's off the podium places again. Back through goes the Axiometrics car, but this is going to be a fascinating second part of this stint.
But these two cars are still catching Chris anyway, because look at the last lap times. Last lap for Olympian GRD. To be fair, it was a 1:10.088. That's not bad for Christopher in terms of pace. So he's not losing time hand over fist. If you look at the comparative lap times, it was a 1:09.078, 1:09. That was for Uvio, 1:09.472. So he's only about a second to 6/10 off. And I was saying, whilst you're taking a quick break, is that I'd like to think that all the time he spent running with Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips, who I don't think it's impolite to say, I'm repeating myself for those who are listening when you're away, I don't think it's that impolite to say that he is not as quick as the other two drivers, but he wouldn't have brought them in if he wasn't, because he wanted to capitalise on those two quick drivers to make it happen. And that's the reason why they're multiple consecutive champions, because he's smart enough to realise these two drivers are faster than me and play the pit strategy to advantage of them so they're in the stint. He's doing it for this one. I mentioned the fact that Simon Rudd has done his first stint. He's now got 3 full stints to recover, recharge, be fresh when he gets in for stint 5, and you've got Simon Rudd and then Riley Phillips. Those two, I was arguing as quick as each other. I'd maybe say argue tentatively. Riley is a fraction quicker than Simon, but Simon himself is rapid anyway. Those two at the end are going to put them firmly in contention. All it will take is bad luck or an issue to push them backwards. But Olympian GRD, once again, in a position where you're in second place, they're 16 seconds off the lead. Yes, Chris is behind the wheel, but you've still then got Ryan to come in stint 3. Chris will come back in for stint 4. Then you've got Simon and Riley once again, as is ever the case with this one. And of course, they won 5 races on the bounce from the end of last year to the beginning of this season. It's not out of contention. They're going to win this race again.
Definitely not. I kind of hope that we go safety car free from now on, because it's going to be really interesting to see how that develops. Because yes, okay, they can get Chris out of the car in another 3 minutes or so. They'll put in, is it Riley getting in next? It is Riley Phillips getting in next. Can he overhaul a 20-second deficit to Ted Bradbury though? It's not going to be easy. We know how rapid Ted Bradbury is. So, okay, the gap will slowly start to chisel down, but over the course of another 2 3/4 hours or so, can they get back there? That's the big question. Can they get back to Vape Club without another safety car? That's going to be the key.
The key thing is that with the stint choice, because it will be in the last stint, Riley Phillips will be at the wheel for the last stint. For Olympian, for Vape Club, it's Vlad Vasiliev.
Yes.
Not Ted Bradbury. So they are literally doing sequence of, because you can't double stint in Fun Cup anyway either, can you? So
no, you can. You just have to get out of the car and then get back in.
Do the classic, get out of the car, run round and get back in. So you could do that if you wanted to, but no. Vape Club have decided to go the traditional, switch drivers at each point, which means that they have got Vlad in the wheel rather than Ted. And Vlad's not slow either, because he's been getting much quicker over the last couple of seasons. Helped, I'm sure, by the fact that Ted's in there to help him with data and to see where he's going, where he's losing time in order to go a little faster. But the fact that you're going to have Vlad Vasiliev versus Riley Phillips, with the greatest respect to Vlad, if I had to put money on somebody winning that fight, all due respect, I'm going to give it to Riley.
Well, yes, but they've got to get there first. That's the thing. How far? Because there's another Chris DeVell stint to be had out of all of this as well. And I feel so sorry for Chris, because we sometimes talk about him as if he's just so far off the base. He's absolutely not. But he is not Simon Rudd or Riley Phillips, as you said, by his own admission. And so it is going to be a challenge, I think, isn't it? Although his latest lap time, 109.9, was fractionally quicker than the leader. In fact, the last 2 laps he's been quicker than the leader, I noticed, because Vasiliev sort of settled into the low 1 minute 10s. So he's doing okay. He's limiting the damage being done, although that won't have helped. He's just come very wide up at Beckett's corner, maybe put off slightly by the traffic ahead of him. But yeah, he is minimising the damage, and that is Chris Devell's job in this stint, which is coming to an end. We're only a minute away from the pit window opening again, and I'm pretty sure that car will be among the first to bail for the pit lane.
ASSOCIATION's benefiting from the tow from the 207 Demon Tweaks 2 car. That has Graham Pattle at the wheel. And swiftly moves out of the way. Strong driver from Graham to leave the mix. Look how quickly they've sailed onto the back of Chris Devell's tail here. The question's got to be here is, I'm sure he'll defend, but how strongly will Chris defend these two? Does he realise that we're going to pit soon? I'm going to come in pretty shortly anyway because I know I want to maximise the time that Riley's got in the car. So is it a decision of does he try and battle and hold them up so it loses some time later, or does he simply just let them go because he knows he's going to pit early, put Riley in the car, make that time up for the rest of the stint?
Well, I suspect it was touch and go as to whether he saw the pit window board that time, because the pit window open message appeared on our screen as they crossed the line. It might not matter though. Here comes the Axiometrics car to the inside, and this is for second position. They should get the job done on the brakes, and Fabulous goes with him. Does he? Oh, he's locked up, well out of the way. Well out of the way gets Chris Devell. He wanted no part of that battle. That, I think, answers your question.
Yeah, I think in that sense he didn't fight that at all. No. I think that's the strategy. He realised that he needs maximum Riley Phillips time in that car. I'd be surprised if he has seen the board. I would not be surprised if he heads for pit lane now. Get Riley in for the rest of this pit window and the maximise stint that he's got. Bring that time in, get that mid-race stint in where he's rapidly firing quick laps, put him into contention so when Chris gets in, he can get his stint out of the way, then it's Simon, then Riley again, and I'm certain they'll be going forward to try and make it happen to get another victory. In comes 220.
Another puncture, Scott, and it's that left rear again, that's the third car time now that we've had a puncture on the left rear. Now, this is not common. We don't very rarely. I can count, I think, on the fingers of one hand the amount of punctures we've had all year, and 3 of them are in this race. So that is not normal at all. In have come Olympian GRD, so the car just further up the pit lane actually is the one coming in from what was now 4th position. Seed Data will have a new left rear tyre ready and waiting to go. There's fuel going into the car further up the lane though. That's the Olympian car. And Riley Phillips will be getting plugged into that as we speak. So there, look, the Olympian GRD machine, that car is taking on fuel and is going to be released very shortly. I reckon that was 2 churns. That was a long time spent refuelling, Scott.
Yeah, Sunoco also in as well from 4th position.
Yep.
So they're in also, 5th, excuse me. So they're in as well. Quickly in comes arguably one of the fastest drivers in the in Fun Cup at the moment, which is Riley Phillips, has been for the last couple of years. So it's Riley time now for Olympian GRD. Someone really popping and banging their way down the pit lane outside. I'm not sure you call who that was.
It was a black car. I didn't quite spot the number now, if I'm honest, but they will be arriving down at their pit box shortly. There's the Seed Data tyre, meanwhile. Probably
263 FF Corsa because their car's all black.
Yes,
and
I think
they're
it might
currently
have been,
back in 20th place and they're showing in pit lane. So put all the dots together, that's who it was.
You might be onto something there, Scott. So, well, rear tyre shredding on the Seed Data car. Whether we can get an update on from Jamie about tyres, whether drivers are reporting any debris out on circuit, or is it curb strikes, because that left rear is the one that gets dragged over these exit curbs as they're exceeding track limits, let's be honest, on the exit of corners like Copse, on the exit of corners like Beckett's, even Luffield, and it's quite a steep drop off the back of that curve to try and deter you from exceeding track limits. It's not really working, but maybe it should, because if that is the cause of it, then drivers probably need to be a bit wary of that. Dropping off the edge of that curve and then crucially bouncing back up over it, you can nick the sidewall of the tyre, do it too many times, and the tyre won't be able to withstand it.
There's no sarcasm in that track limits comment at all whatsoever, was there? Absolutely none at all. But yeah, it's a very good point, very good point, is that, yeah, they are leaning on that because because the key thing is with this one is that, of course, you're leaning on that left rear tyre for practically, what, about 80% of the lap. So that's where the stress is going to be. So, and this is not me questioning the quality of the tyres at all, as Bake Club coming to make their pit stop whatsoever, because harm is respected. But I think maybe it's an interesting situation where perhaps, because we haven't had these hand-cooked tyres run at Silverstone before, at least on a Fun Cup car, it's kind of a new experience. So therefore, maybe it's something to think about when they go backwards and say, this is what's happening. It's not happening to everyone, because we only had 3. If it was an issue with consistently half the field, then we'd have a problem. But it's 3 cars. So maybe it's the way that it's a complicated combination of the fact these hand-cooked tyres haven't really done this long time at Silverstone on a car like this. And also think you're right as well, the fact you've got all the cars using the curves, particularly they use them mainly on the exit of Copse when they're quite, I didn't call them serrated, but they're quite kind of jagged in terms of how they run. So there's always a risk there that you can pull a wheel off a rim, or partially off a rim, cause a puncture. So it's a fascinating dynamic to watch for, and fingers crossed we don't get any more. But we're coming up towards the end of this second pit window, and this is now the fight for second place as Green here just came in almost backwards in towards Brooklands, managed to back it into the apex and got it done. Here's an interesting fight. This is just for track position, I think. This is Red River Sport and Signature RV. Now, this will be Signature RV having made, I'm guessing, 2 pit stops, and if it is, that'll be Marcus Clutton at the wheel.
The body language of the car is very Marcus Clutton-y,
right.
I would say. It was wriggling around all over the place in the braking zone.
We'll go with that. And whether or not it's Johnny Motham or Bonamy Grimes at the wheel is in the Red River Sport car. We'll see. I'm going to take a punt at maybe Bonamy Grimes because let's see what car 200 is. As we see there, we suspect Marcus Clutton goes diving up the inside. Where was it? Car 200 is currently showing at the moment in... I think actually, where are they? 4th place, and they have made 1 stop, so it is in fact, I'll get the word out eventually, I can find them. Johnny Motham, so it's Johnny Motham currently at the wheel, he'll hand over to Bonamy Grimes, and he comes in for that pit stop. Meanwhile with the 557 car, which is down the order a bit, 557, which has risen back up the order actually, where's that gone to now? 557 and 4th, and that car's made now 3 pit calls, but it came in once before, well, had the spin, so I think this is probably, I would guess Marcus Clutton.
Well, no, because there was an unscheduled stop, did you say? So that would mean...
Yes, but if they've made 2 pit stops, the second pit winner, so they've made 2 pit stops.
Yes. Okay. Well, yes, but you can't change drive... well, you can change driver, I suppose, out of the pit window. It just doesn't count as a stop.
No, but if they've made... That's what I mean. If they've made 1 stop where they can't change driver...
Yes.
It means that they've made 3... If they've made 2 pit stops and an unscheduled one, but they kept...
3 stops, yes, sorry, yes.
Yeah, they've made 3 total stops, so
right.
they come into the pit lane 3 times, but they'll have made 2 stops.
Yes, you're right.
Which means that
Stint
Marcus
number
Clutton
3,
should be in
not
the
stop
car.
number 3. Yeah, no, you're right. Thank you for guiding me through that, Scott.
I'm not always right with GCSE maths, and that's funny because it's true, but I tried to work that out in my head now. So.
No, you're right. Sorry, I was having a moment there. Yes,
not
you're
the first one.
Thank you, Scott. And certainly not the last. That much I will guarantee. Yes, you're right. So it will be Marcus Clutton who is in the car now. Oh my word! And that is the Red River Sport car being shown the pit wall by Marcus Clutton, who turns in regardless of the fact there's a car to his inside and is sideways up the curb, but manages to keep that number 200 car at bay. Did we establish whether this is for position or not? I mean, I don't think
it is.
It might well be.
Yes,
yes, it is, isn't it? 4th place because they're both on. Oh my word! Sideways, both they go through Beckett's corner. And so, yeah, Marcus Clutton then with a wayward line might now potentially find himself losing this 4th place to Red River Sport. Seed data, by the way, are showing as 6th. So all the 3 of these 4 cars are fighting for position. The seed data car there, the blue, green, black and white car. Up the inside goes Marcus Clutton to defend the position. And seed data buying into it as well. They bounce up the curb through Brooklands. Slither their way into the right-hand hairpin at Luffield that brings them towards the end of the lap. Nearly 90 minutes into the race, the Red River Sport car's had enough. Into the pit lane it comes, so that will be still Johnny Motham then, won't it? Handing over now to Bonamy Grimes. As at the front of the field, we wait still for Axiometrics and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport to make their second mandatory pit stop. They are only separated there by 0.3 of a second still.
Red River Sport in from P5.
Yes, yeah, just saw that.
So that's Bonamy Grimes getting in for Johnny Motham.
It is indeed.
I also noticed in that group as well, we had some more familiar names in there as well, because Race Ventura were in that group, 106, and that had current City Car Cup champion leader Stuart Bliss, and he'll be handing over to his brother Richard Bliss, who is also a City Car Cup champion, of course, and then he's also started that car by Bob Bannister, who is a good friend of theirs, and also at least a former fellow City Car Cup racer. The only one out of the 3 that still races City Car is Stuart, leading, of course, the championship overall and in the student motorsport competition for Boston College, and possibly could become the first team from student motorsport to win a title outright, but it's not been a typical Stuart Bliss season like last year where he kind of dominated and won all the races. He's only 4 points ahead in the championship, so, and of course drop scores still have to come into play.
Yeah.
So that's going to be quite intriguing to see how that dynamic plays out, particularly tomorrow. We have 2 races for City Car Cup, and essentially a record grid for them. It's 46 entries. So big is the grid, we're doing A, B, C races. So everyone's going to race each other twice. It'll just be A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. It'll be different groups on that side. But that's tomorrow in City Car. This is today in Fun Cup, so we'll come back to talking about relevant stuff. with this scrap for second place still going on between, this is the lead now because Axiometrics have held the lead with Uvio in second place. They're putting a lap on the 2.63. We just saw pit the FF Corsa car. That's going to have Ian Morris at the wheel. And no pit yet for either Axiometrics or for Uvio. So I suspect they're doing the pass the pit lane closed board once trick and then come in. The pit window board still showing as open. That'll turn from green to red and they'll rotate it when that's the case. And I remind you, you can pass the pit window closed board once. You cannot pass it again. You have to pit into that lap, otherwise you'll cop a penalty for pitting outside the designated window. And I have to say, I think that's a rarity. That I've never really seen that properly happen. Maybe once, but apart from that, that's a real rare occasion that ever happens, unless someone has a real brain fade. I never really see that any team get penalised for that because they're all pretty much run it to the letter of the law.
Yeah, I mean, way back in the early days, my early days in the championship anyway, over a decade ago, it happened a little more often. I mean, we're talking once or twice a season maximum, but the championship just has taken so many giant strides forwards in professionalism. You know, these teams are run so much more professionally than they ever used to be. The amount of professional and semi-pro drivers that we've got racing in the championship who just don't make mistakes like that has increased. So yeah, it's a very, very rare thing to see. There's been a couple of times where I've been convinced that a team have gone too far, and nope, they've absolutely nailed it. They've timed it to perfection, as you say. And an example of that, I think, here is the fact that Axiometrics, at least, are going around for another lap, as are Uvio. They will now see the pit window closed board, and they will have to come in at this time by.
P4M, Signature RV taking their start. Also Team Disruptive, car 248. Quiet race for them, but up into P6 in these stop sequences. So good run from them so far for Team Disruptive. That'll be their second pit stop. That's going to be Ryan Slaney-Smith getting into the car, taking over from Matt Rao. Is that the same Matt Rao used to do British F3 in its later years of its original incarnation?
Oh, that's a shout. It might well be, actually.
That's the name I haven't heard since then, because there was two drivers that were named the same usually. It was Matt Rao and there was Martin Chow.
Yes, that's right.
And it was always trying to get confused between the two. But that was the very unfortunate later days of the original version of what British F3 was, when sadly they got down to, unfortunately, like 5 or 6 cars, which was a real shame because back in its proper heyday, it was international, going to European circuits and all sorts, whereas it's now completely morphed into something completely separate, which is GB3 these days, and that's flourishing quite nicely as they continue on. Now, as we expected, past the pit window closed boards of both of them coming in, so we're going to get a bit of a good old-fashioned fun cut pit stop battle here between the top two in the race at the moment, both hitting the limiters. And we'll see. Of course, it's going to be different to strategy, who's got fuel waiting and who hasn't. I can maybe see fuel for Axiometrics. Double churns, it looks like, for Uvio. So they're going the Olympian stint. They're going 2 churns in here to try, unless they're doing half churns and kind of to be a bit quicker going through the stint. I'll have to wait and see.
Possible. I do think that Olympian took more fuel on than Vape Club, because that gap's gone out by about another 5 seconds or so from what it was before the pit stops, I noticed. So they have given Riley Phillips an even bigger gap to try and bridge now.
I noticed that was quite strategic, is that they touched the car just as soon as the first churn came out and did what they need to do just before the second churn went down. I thought for a second they violated something, but it wasn't, because you're not allowed to touch the car when it's being refueled. As soon as that first churn came in, Farkeen was quickly, right, open the door, get it ready. As soon as the second churn went in, hands off, and away you went again. And interestingly, look at that. Even though it was a double churn of fuel, so I suspect that Axiometrics did also take fuel as well, maybe a little bit more, but in that pit stop sequence, Uvio have beaten Axiometrics and leapfrogged them out of the pits as they come out once again. And Vape Club will be up there in third place, with Olympian GRD now having to give over to Riley Phillips. On the timing screen says 48 seconds. We'll wait for him to come across the line and see what the actual gap is. That's the time he needs to try and make up in this stint before he hands back to Chris for stint number 4.
Well, all the more impressive, that Uvio stop, because Jamie confirms they double fueled 103 single fuels. So they took less fuel than Uvio and yet had a pit stop that was, what would we call that, 3-4 seconds slower maybe. So that is that. There are certain teams in this championship, Uvio and Olympian GRD are the two that immediately spring to mind, who just have those pit stops down to an absolute fine art, and they are several seconds quicker than any other team out there, and that is such a huge advantage. Again, we spoke about tight margins earlier on and just how close the field is, especially around a circuit like this one. To suddenly to have 4 or 5 seconds in your pocket when it comes to pit stops is an absolute age. You pit, 5 times in most races, so that's potentially 25-30 seconds that you could gain onto the car just in the pit lane.
Not wrong. One thing I was noticed quickly here as well, unless Axiometrics is about to prove me wrong, is that Farkini looks as though he's kind of back to his old self at the wheel of his car in this initial stint. Now, it seems, at least, the car looks as though it's kind of performing as it should do again, so...
Well, he's done an out lap, Scott. I'm not going to get too excited just yet. We'll see what an actual flying lap looks like. He's aiming for anything really in the 108s, low 109s, I'd say, at this point in the race. There is the race leader, so that is Ted Bradbury, number 246. 25.9 seconds ahead of Riley Phillips. Now, I know I said that gap's gone out because potentially different fuel strategies were in use between these two cars, but it went out by a second over the last couple of laps. So Ted Bradbury is, on the previous lap, 0.6 of a second quicker than Riley. The lap before probably took about the same amount. I think it was 2 or 3 laps ago I looked and it was 24 seconds, and it's gone out again now since then. So Bradbury is at Beckett's and Riley Phillips hasn't yet got to the line. So nearly half a lap the advantage, 26.48 seconds. Another half a second gain by Bradbury. Ted Bradbury is beating Riley Phillips on lap time, and that is not an easy thing to do. Right, whilst we sort of build into this third stint of the race, let's catch the latest news from the pit lane with Jamie.
Thanks, Andy. I'm down with Marcus Clutton, who's just jumped out of the Signature RV car. You propelled yourself up to P5. Happy with that?
Yeah, really happy. We didn't think we've quite got the pace. And after you stuffed me on the simulator yesterday evening,
wasn't hard.
I had to up my game, but we changed strategy. I went second. I should have gone third, just to get us back on the lead lap because we'd been lapped. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a rough run in the first few laps. But yeah, back into fifth. Really happy with that. Car has got some pace. We're there or thereabouts. It's just see what the boys can do now, and hopefully I'll jump in it for the last stint later on.
Is the car all right? Because we saw John have his moment up at Brooklands on the opening lap. Has it picked up any damage, or is it okay? No, we survived it. I think he just had a little knock and it took the front splitter off, so we opted under that safety car to he stopped to check the car, then we stopped again to change the bonnet to get a splitter on it, and still stayed on the lead lap. So no, car feels fine. Like I said, it seems to be doing some decent lap times. Just see where we are later on. Do you know where you can find those 6/10 you lost last night?
No, but I'll be getting some tuition off you soon.
All right, mate. Cheers. Thanks.
I wasn't really listening then, but was Jamie Peters-Ennis hinting that he was quicker than Marcus Clutton on the sim? I must have misheard that, Scott. That can't be true.
Bold claim. Back it up
emphasis
now.
on claim, I would say.
That's a bold statement. Got to back it up now. See, he's kind of put the target on his back now. I think he's probably going to have to either eat his words or prove it in that sense.
Wow.
Meanwhile, this is now going on for position. I think this is 22 and 557.
Yes, 5th place.
Yes, 5th position. Correct. Thank you for that. So that will be after that stop. I think there should be Axel Hill around the wheel of that car now, who it is, and now battling with Marcus Clutton, and Nax immediately locks up in towards Beckett's but holds the line.
Well, he's not at home unless he's got plumes of tyre smoke coming off the car, of course.
I was waiting for that. Although the thing is, it's not him losing traction, it's him losing front-end grip, which is not what he wants in this car. And yeah, probably not going as sideways as he usually does, but I'm certain he's learning on the fly here to kind of keep the car in a straight line and in the corners without it getting tail happy. But if he does get tail happy, he'll be at home and be able to control it anyway, so he's not too bad, I suppose, in that sense. With Marcus Clutton, though, who's keeping well enough with him. You can see here, this is 557, and they have made...
Well, see, this is why...
Okay, now this is their... Yes, so maybe this is now Marcus Clutton with the car.
Well, Jamie's just spoken to him in the pit lane, so...
no, it's not then, right.
But they've gone against... I didn't think I was losing it before. There have been times where I could argue I have been, but I didn't think it should have been Marcus in the previous stint. But the reason they're showing us as now, how many pit stops are they showing us having done 4, is that Marcus was just saying they pitted twice, I think, during that safety car to fix the car. So 2 quick pit stops and then back to it. But they have also changed the driver lineup just to give us absolutely no chance of keeping up.
That's helpful.
Yes, so someone is in the car, either Steve Ruston or John Whitehouse. It should be Marcus Clutton. It isn't. So one of the other 2 drivers in the car at the moment, but having just been overtaken by Sunoco Racing, very impressed with Sunoco Racing. Phil Keane doing Phil Keane things is not a particular surprise, but for Anders to keep the car in and around the top 5 and Axel to now have just moved back into the top 5, that car is running really, really well consistently across all 3 drivers.
And he's one of the faster cars out there. His last lap was a 1:10.368. If you then compare that to And the other cars in the mix, 110.2 is in there too. As we actually, that's typical Farkini. You talk about Phil Keane doing Phil Keane things. That's Farkini doing Farkini things, sideways in front of Axiometrics to retake the position. And this is not friendly. This is not friendly in terms of aggressive. It's not friendly in terms of this is competitive battling between the two of them. This is now side by side, back down towards Brooklyn, so they go out of the static shot that we have. Down towards Luffield they'll come. Back down the inside goes to 103. So this is now, as we said, 103 being piloted by Greg Evans. So Greg is now getting his chance to battle with Farkini. And I imagine it's going to be tailing him all the way now out of Luffield, through Woodcote, down the pit straight. And I'm pretty certain if he gets close enough that Farkini will pull out to the inside line, take the move down towards Cop, and he'll prove me right, completely a genius, or prove me wrong and be a complete idiot. And it's been proven more the second time than the first, so we'll have to wait and see.
No comment. Yes, Uvio are looking more racy, aren't they? I'm going to just move on from that, Scott.
Yes.
They're looking more racy now than they were at the start of the race, that's for sure. And I'd say that Farkini's lap times, well, no, it's about what he was doing before, wasn't it? That car's best lap is a 108.8.
But in the hands of
That was when Fabulous was in the car, yes. So there's no doubt that Fabulous has had a pace advantage for whatever reason. If there is an issue with that car, and if it is as Farkini suggested, something in the geometry that's been knocked, maybe Fabulous's driving style allows him to drive around that a little bit better than Farkini's. I don't know, but it is mystifying this, isn't it?
It is. It's almost like a tale of two cars. It's like when Farkini's at the wheel, and he's not a slow driver on his day. We've seen him before when he's rapid when he gets behind the wheel, and you see him in the times when they were always winning every single race. He'd come through from the back of the field and literally pass everyone in 10-15 minutes. He's not a slow driver. He wouldn't be a multiple champion if he wasn't. It's probably just for whatever reason that him in that car, that combination, whether it's an issue or not, is just having an off day, and that Fabulous is the car driver that's suited to whatever the cars is or isn't doing at this point in time, and lapping the way he can. So this is going to be a race more, I think, where he's leading more on the pace that Fabulous has rather than his own pace. There's no doubt of his ability. It's simply just he doesn't seem to be able to drive around the problem if there is an issue the way Fabulous is, that gives him that pace to be able to stay up there as one of the fastest cars in the field.
Indeed so. They are 45 seconds nearly now off the race lead. Remember, it's a 68, 69 second lap, so they're 20 odd seconds away from being lapped and dropping a second and a half a lap to the leader. So my maths isn't good enough to work out exactly how many laps that's going to take, but I think by the end of this stint, there's a genuine danger that they could be right at the back end of the lead lap. What they really need, both of these cars, is a safety car. The trouble is, we're at the Silverstone National Circuit. Safety cars are not a particularly common occurrence here at Silverstone. Over the years, on average, 1.1 safety car per race. I know you can't have 0.1 of a safety car, but you take my point. One safety car is about the average here at Silverstone per race, and it generally has been a 4-hour race. So we've had a safety car. There's a very good chance, Scott, that we won't have another safety car for another 2.25 hours or so, and if we don't, it's going to be very difficult to see either of these cars, to be fair, but in particular in the context of the championship, Uvio, get back into contention.
I think all they can do is just drive it as hard as they can, let Fabulous do his thing to drive around the problem as best he can, which he seems to be doing. As you say, I think you're right that his driving style is enabling him to just race around it, whatever the problem is, and just make the most of what the car they have got underneath them. And then Farkini just drives it as hard as he can, laps as best he can, and he's still struggling with that. Kind of figure it out for next time at Donington, which is going to be pretty tricky next month. Looking at the leaders are now lapping equal pace at the moment, looking on the timing screen. We've got Ted Bradbury and Riley Phillips now lapping both exactly 1 minute 9.1.
Right.
So they're lapping identity at the moment. So it seems as though that in this particular stint, Riley Phillips is better match pace-wise than Ted Bradbury.
Well, what's that gap now? 28 seconds. So it's
gone
out by about 6 seconds or so, I think, since Riley got in the car. So, or since Ted got in the car, I suppose, because they pitted later. So, yeah, it's concerning, this, for Olympian GRD. But then it isn't. Okay, they might not have the raw pace to win the race unless there's a safety car. There's a problem for Vape Club, but they don't really need to worry about Vape Club. From a championship perspective, they're not really in it. Their key target is to beat Uvio. They are beating Uvio at the moment quite comprehensively, 19 seconds up the road and 2 places ahead. So that really is their goal. 4 races left this year. If they can beat Uvio in 3 of those races, they're pretty much guaranteed to win the championship. So they're doing everything they need to at the moment. It's easy for us because we're so used to seeing them win. Bear in mind, they won 5 races on the bounce from the end of last year into the middle part of this year. second place feels like a huge defeat for them, but actually, if it was the Uvio car out in front of them, then yes, they wouldn't be very happy. Any other car in front of them, though, and I think second place they'll be pretty pleased with.
Yeah, and I throw myself back to when I was talking to Thomas Merritt in Fiesta Juniors. It's the races where you don't win that win you the championship. If you can score as many points as possible on the days when you can't win a race and just take all the points you can, that's what can get you in the end. Because there might be situations where you don't win a race, but the guys behind you, like Uvio for example, are behind you in points and they falter 4th, 5th, 6th. They have an off day and don't work, as we see Red River Sport are in with, looks like, this is a Jacko mechanic of some kind. That I wanted to say it looks a little bit like oil in the back, unless that's...
They've got it on the jack.
Oh, it's on the jack,
yeah, I think that's the dark thing is the jack.
Yes,
but yeah, they are looking at something in the drivetrain at the back, maybe. Is it a suspected drive shaft issue, maybe?
I was about to say the clamshell hasn't gone up yet, but it's just about to. They're just undoing the fastenings to that to open it back up. Well, they're refixing it.
Down off the jacks it goes.
No, it is coming off. Yeah. So let's have a look. The double camera can get in there and have a look and see what it is they're exactly trying to tinker with. So that real-time instructions for the camera, immediately trying to get in there to see what's going on. That's it. Now, I'm not massively mechanically minded, even though I love cars, but I'm trying to figure out exactly what he's looking at and what they're fixing. Is that some kind of starter motor he's looking at there? Possibly?
Tugging at wires, aren't they? As if maybe there's a loose wire in there. It was a fairly quick diagnosis because they're now putting the clamshell back on again. And are they going to send it out on track or are they going to push it into the garage? We'll wait until this is reattached before we get a definitive answer on that. This is a shame. This was a top 10 car, remember? They were running about 7th place or so. 8th place, I think they were at the time that they came in. The driver stays in and he's launched back out onto the circuit. So whatever it was, if they fixed it, it was a quick fix, or they've realised it's not something they can fix, but it's something they can live with. So back out goes the Red River Sport car. We rejoin now this battle for third position, which continues to rage on. How far behind Olympian GRD are they? 19 seconds back, and yeah, losing time to Olympian GRD at this point, as the leader does a 108.8. So yeah, he's got between 3 and 6/10 of a second a lap in hand at the moment, has Ted, over Riley Phillips. Ted Bradbury, incredibly talented young driver, as we've waxed lyrical about on many occasions in the past, not only in his Fun Cup races, but back when he spent a season racing in the Mazda MX-5 Championship, where he was immediately quick, his first ever taste of big circuit racing, if you like. There is the man of the moment, Ted Bradbury, and I think he's making a real bid to snatch the crown away from Riley Phillips for being the fastest driver in the championship. We've seen this on a couple of occasions this year. Riley won't thank me for saying that, but right now, he is. I mean, he is the quickest man on track, quite comfortably. And the key is that he's helping to build Vlad Vasiliev into being a very capable co-driver as well. So the two of them together are a force to be reckoned with.
You got me thinking what these two will be like in a GT4 car or something now.
Well, yeah.
Particularly in Ted Bradbury, who we remember, of course, we know him from first coming in. It was here at Silverstone in March.
Yes.
When he came in the Mazda MX-5 on the Grand Prix circuit in damp conditions, or practically wet conditions. Had only learned to drive a manual gearbox, what was it, 2 months or 2 weeks before, one of the two. First ever car race, fresh out of karting, goes into qualifying, sticks the thing on pole position. Yeah. And that just told you everything about how much of a natural talent he's got. And now he's moved into Fun Cup. I'm certain he's going to go forward into endurance and GT racing. And I'd like to think he's got years ahead of him now to kind of make an impression. But at this stage of his, very early stage of his career in car racing, already showing that he can go up against people like Phil Keane, people like Johnny Molan, people like Riley Phillips and the GRD guys, and experienced teams like Uvio, PLR and everything else. He can go up there and he can bring this team forward as a competitive edge. Fake Club EDF looking pretty good. So they're going to hold on in the lead, almost 30 seconds to the good. Down the pit lane though, we've got more action from Jamie Peter-Zennis. We're going to jump down to him and see who he's found as his latest victim on the microphone. Here we go.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, I bumped into Alex Foden. He's had to quickly waft down his pizza. First important question, mate. What topping was it?
Pepperoni.
Oh, wicked. Car's going all right. P7, first time out. How are you finding it?
Yeah, loving it. We were a bit apprehensive, really. We didn't really know how we were going to do the pit stops. We're a bit. That's one of the Brscc boys. We're a bit apprehensive how we were going to do the pit stops. That was our biggest worry. Then yesterday, we just had a really, we were down on power down the straight, so we were just frustrated with that. We were wondering if it was us, if it was the car. We could compared data with Race Ventura, and we were like 4 miles an hour down. So we've gone from worrying about the pit stops to actually being worried about the car. We did some test pit stops yesterday. We were actually really happy with that. So things are going really well. First time out, 7th. We're happy with that. Tyre's absolutely flying at the minute. So yeah, hopefully we'll get a couple more spaces really.
And you've got to get used to rear-wheel drive. You're moved to front-wheel drive with your C1 and your Clio. Have you sort of had to reprogram your brain and also not use the clutch?
Nah, yeah, the clutch. I think more importantly, it's just being less aggressive into corners. The front-wheel drive, you can kind of get on it, get the rear round and accelerate. Where this, you kind of got to catch it. But yeah, it's just mega. These cars are really easy to drive. They slide. They're really nice. I mean, you're in the centre of the cockpit. It feels really racy, so it's really fun to be out in that. It's really, really good.
What's it like being with these bunch of kids?
Childish bunch of kids, but that's really good. Obviously, we're all friends, so friends and competitors at the same time. But it's worked out really well. Like I say, we also get to share data and food, and so it works out well. But we just want to beat them, really.
All right. Well, welcome to the party, mate. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Cheers. That's Alex Foden from Team Brscc, currently in P7, and Andy and Scott going quite nicely.
And Jamie, of course, is now going to go back into that garage. And speaking of sharing food, I'm sure there are a couple of slices of pizza with Scott and my name on it, I reckon. So Jamie,
I hope so. Anyway.
Jamie will now put his job as roving reporter on hold to become our pizza delivery boy and bring us some lunch because we haven't had a chance to eat yet. Right, that is Bert in the pit lane, the 98 car. So that again has the clamshell coming up, and Bert, which stands for British Endurance Racing Team, don't you know? John Railton and Angus Goff, the driver pairing, but neither of them at the wheel right now as they work on a as yet unknown engine issue of some sort. Hopefully we'll see that car back on track before too much longer, but it's been a bit of a race of attrition, this one, hasn't it, so far? We've started off with 26 cars. And how many of them are still running? Well, 24 to be fair. So only Bert and Sherrodies are still in the pit lane. PLR Racing we saw rejoin a while ago. They're 45 laps down. Morpheus's 110 car is 21 laps down. And there are a couple of others who have had some slight issues. Jamie Peters-Ennis, the pizza delivery boy, has delivered. That is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, in 12 years I've been working with Jamie that he's actually listened to my request for food. That's genuinely knocked my socks off, that has. Thank you very much, Jamie. Right, talk amongst yourselves, everybody. We're going to tuck into our lunch now, Scott.
Although I'm trying to be good at the moment in terms of eating much better, so...
Oh, say no more, say no more.
This is not me fishy saying this, but if I end up turning down that other piece of pizza, I'm not going to be upset if he eats it. So that's not something I thought I'd say ever when it comes to pizza, but there you go. Now, on to more serious matters going on, which is 557 Signature RV putting a lap on one of the FF Corsa cars. This is the 257 car that we're in the mix with. 6th position at the moment, and putting in the mix as well. Behind them, of course, is Team Brscc. I'm really impressed with Team Brscc. This is another regular City Car Cup racer. This is Andrew Dyer, of course, sharing that car to 252, which is with Alex Foden, of course, with Andrew at the wheel now in this stint. But Andrew, we know he's a quick driver anyway. He's done City Car, he's done Audi TTs, he's done all sorts that he races in, Club Sport in the TT and everything else he races in. He's a very capable driver, giving Fun Cup a go, no doubt given a bit of an elbow rib by his old mates, the Blisses, who were also in this race, of course, remember, Stuart and Richard Bliss with Bob Bannister. So a bit of City Car Cup talent appearing in Fun Cup here, which is good to see. And as you mentioned, the car that's always going to keep confusing you, which is the car that's still in the colours of Race Logic. And it's always going to confuse me because I always associate, like you, Race Logic with that livery with the V-box on the side. They've got a completely different looking car now, which is white with those... which is now white with those kind of purpley blue and gold flashes on the side, 210, which is a great looking car, but given what they've done historically, it's not the Race Logic I remember. So maybe it's a new era for them in terms of a brand new car, whereas this one now has had a lot of success in the past, and now it's found a new home, and he's being driven quite capably by Andrew Dyer on his first start in Fun Cup, which is a really impressive run for him so far, up in 7th place. We're down to what, stint 3 onto now at the moment, I think, if I'm right?
Yes.
So he's on the tail of Marcus. No, I was about to say Marcus Club. It's not, is it? It's either, is it Steve Ruston now or John Whitehouse, one of the two?
Oh, Jamie did have an update on that, actually. So they swapped stints 2 and 3 around. So
right.
Steve Ruston is in for this stint. Yeah.
So Ruston he's chasing, established team, it's 4th position, and he's keeping pace with them. This is actually, I'm genuinely impressed with him. I don't think they've got the outright pace to win the £10,000, but at the very least, they can put themselves in a really good position to get close to getting some money, because if I'm right in saying you still get, is it £3,000 for a second place, one for third, unless they changed it after Jake Hill and Charlie Hart stole some money off them last year. So, and Paul Rose thought, right, thought it was a bit too hard, but not quite in that sense. So we'll wait and see.
Yes, no, they. I believe that is still the deal. So if you can finish on the podium in your debut race, as the advert that we ran earlier on said, it doesn't matter what racing experience you've had already, you are eligible for that prize. This is Morpheus back in, meanwhile, the 110 car, and they're refuelling it in the garage. This is a glorified test session, really, for Chris and Charlie Hart. Charlie running with the Rafa logo underneath his name. We've seen him racing with Rafa Racing over in Europe in GT4 cars in particular. Another very talented youngster, came out of the Ginetta Junior Championship where he was, I think, vice champion last year, wasn't he? Certainly multiple race winner. I think he was second in the points at the end of the season. And there was work being done to the front of that car, perhaps. And, well, fairly brief work, though, because the front bodywork is attached straight away. And they've got Charlie now, I suspect, in the car, although this is happening outside of a pit window. So, anyway, they're going to push it back out. I didn't really see them do an awful lot to the car there, other than fuel it, but 110 back out of the garage, and will be sent back on its way. Morpheus car, and once again we'll have 24 cars circulating for the time being. 5.25 minutes then away from the next pit window. The star of the show at the moment, Ted Bradbury, the Vape Club with EDF car. The next stint, Scott, will be telling, won't it? Because it's going to be Vlad Vasiliev getting back into this car, but unlike... no, exactly the same actually as when he was last in the car. He'll be up against Chris DeVelde. Chris DeVelde's going to get into the Olympian GRD car next, so actually there's no reason to suspect that this gap isn't going to just keep on growing, is there?
Definitely so. Vape Club look as though they're in the prime position. And we're coming up to the end of this third stint, officially at half distance. 4-hour race, 2 hours down. 31 seconds is the gap to Riley Phillips in second place at this point. And Axiometrics and Uvio still going back and forth at this point, because Ted Bradbury showed just how hard he is pushing it, and prepared to push it at this stage, of course. I guess it's one of those points where you kind of have to. You're going to have to push as hard as you can. And Ted Bradbury is unapologetically pushing as hard as he does because he knows he has to. Because if him and Vlad want any chance of winning this race, he's going up against, reputation at least, what was known as arguably, by some, the fastest driver in the championship. He's now proving that with lap time pace, he is faster than Riley. I never thought I'd say something about that. But again, last lap as he came across the line was a 1 minute 8.991. I'm waiting for Olympian to come through to see what Riley does as we watch the battle of a third continuing on between Axiometrics and Uvio. That's kind of edged out a little by a few more seconds. And waiting to see on the timing screen when Olympian comes through, see what Riley does on this last lap. Pesky have just done their personal best of the race. 1 minute 8.981. That's Andrew Dyer at the wheel. He's lapping. That was even quicker than Ted Bradbury. So that's in 5th position. He's got past the Sunoco racing car of Axel Hildebrand. So Andrew Dyer is the fastest man on track right now, which is pretty damn impressive. Now, yes, the car's got good calibre, but it needs a good driver behind it with him to make the most of it. Andrew, we know, is a very good driver and making the most of that. Now, again, last lap by, another 4/10 lost, Riley Phillips, 1 minute 9.288. And he's still faster than Axiometric, still faster than Uvio, who did a 1 minute 9.893. And I want to see the gap, because Andrew's just there going up towards Brooklyn, so he hasn't gone past the timing line just yet to try and match the time from Uvio to see what the gap is. It's quite a substantial gap by the looks of it. But I just wonder, obviously Fabulous will get them back into contention with some quick lappery. But if Andrew can make the most of this stint and then the second to last stint, there's every chance that Team Pesky could pull off a slightly shock result here if they play their cards right. And the key word in that sentence is if. Nothing's ever guaranteed, of course. This could be a pretty fascinating dynamic for the final podium spot in the second half of this race. If Pesky are lapping at the same pace as the leaders with Andrew Dyer at the wheel, that's incredibly telling and incredibly fascinating at the same time.
It is indeed, isn't it? So, well, nice. This is what we like to see in the Fun Cup. Bit of new blood coming through and new teams competing at the front for race wins. And that is the case, well, maybe not for a race win just yet, but for a podium, as Scott quite rightly says. That could be game on, couldn't it? There is Riley Phillips, the Olympian GRD car, your championship leader, remember, by 8 points over Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. And it's 2 points a position, basically. So at the moment, they're outscoring Uvio by 4 points. The bonus point for the fastest lap, not going to either of them. Ted Bradbury's taken care of that so far. to wait and see whether or not there are any improvements later on. But here's the Team Pesky machine, which is a lap down now from the race leader, but yeah, this has been one of those races where the pace at the front from Bradbury has been so strong that he's lapped now everyone up to and including 5th position. So there are only 4 cars still on the lead lap with 2 hours and a minute to go. So we're not quite halfway through this one. A minute and a bit away from the 3rd pit window opening, stint number 4 beginning. But yeah, Team Pesky doing very, very well indeed. Their gap back to Axel Hildebrand, 1.7 seconds at the start of the lap. But actually they're now coming up against a couple of cars that are a lap behind them, but busy squabbling. That's the 220 machine, which goes right around the outside, up at Beckett's corner. That's the Team FFS car being driven by Lewis Thompson. And I think that was FF Corsa, wasn't it? So FFS and FF Corsa together, not fighting for position, I don't think. No, they're not. But definitely getting in the way a little bit of Team Pesky. There then is the Sunoco car. That's Axel Hildebrand. And his margin then back to the Signature RV car is a similar gap actually to the margin ahead of him up to Team Pesky. I really do think that's one of the best looking cars on the grid. It's a well presented grid at the best of times, but those Sunoco colours, they're an iconic colour scheme anyway, but I do particularly like the way that they've applied it to a Fun Cup car.
I was quite impressed when I saw it on social media. I did think that's a sharp looking design for that car. And those colours, blue and yellow, always work on a lot of different race cars anyway, so sometimes it's the shade that you use in terms of livery. And it's quite a sharp livery in more ways than one. It's got some jagged lightning-esque sort of sweeps on the side for the graphics. But yeah, top car on that side of things, and it's a good effort, and it's good to see another team which is a relatively big name brand in motorsport, Sunoco, in terms of what they achieve and what they supply. Ooh. Just some bigging him up. Axel Hildebrand locks up the inside front and gives Riley Phillips he should do a relatively easy pass to lap him. And across the line they go. The gap, I think, did come down slightly. Right, this is interesting. The gap has come down because Riley Phillips has finally realised he can do 1 minute 8 politely. So he's done a 1 minute 8.626. He probably won't do that on this lap because he's been slightly held up by Axel Hildebrand locking up the inside front. This on-track battle is between, this is not for positions, no, for track position to get past. There goes Riley Phillips, who is trying to cut his way through the traffic as quickly as he can. Next target is the It's All Good liveried car in front. I'm not sure which one that is off the top of my head.
In front of this group,
yes,
that's the Fast Track car,
Fast
99.
So Fast Track 99, and that will be currently at the moment. Let's look at the wrong one. I'm only getting confused because
yes,
on Jamie's info sheet he's put 2 drivers a stint 3 twice.
Graham Winstone and Michael Pearson are both in the car, apparently.
I know they did 2 driver Fun Cup races before, but I'm pretty sure that's been outlawed in that sense. Now, the slippery surface flag is out. Now, the big question is, for whom and for what?
That's COPS as well, isn't it? Which is not a good place. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean slippery surface. It's a surface flag in general. So there's some debris there. I just saw it to the right. Yes, there's a lot of debris. Someone's done a splitter, haven't they?
Looks
and
like
scattered debris. Now, most of it is off the road, but there was a bit just to the right, I think, of this shot that was right on the edge of the track. 210 are in. And I didn't see a splitter on that car. So Race Logic from 10th place. This is in the pit window, is it not? Yes, we were just into the pit window, but they're going into the garage. So this is drama for Race Logic then. And is that damage? That's damage on the Uvio car. So Uvio, have they tangled with Race Logic maybe, or is this unrelated?
So is that where the damage has come from on the front splitter, you reckon?
Well, quite possibly. I mean, there's a chunk taken out of the left front corner of the Uvio car, and I'm fairly certain Race Logic were missing a splitter altogether. Now, the bodywork that's been strewn across the road at COPS is white, and yes, you can see the splitter has gone on the 210 car. But this is a car that was running in 10th position. They were having a strong run, and they're checking the suspension, so it's had a knock with someone else out there. And I wonder whether that someone else might have been the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car.
We are putting 2 and 2 together and trying to make 4, but it could make pi. So
yes,
so I'll have to wait and see.
Pie, yes, that will go down quite well now.
Listen, you've had cake, you've had pizza. Stop getting hungry. Come on.
Been very well looked after today, I have to say.
Yeah, not quite as well looked after as that front end from Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport after the damage. It's not necessarily slowing them down because we know it. Not that we want it to. It's a regular occurrence. Also, we can see the C data car's missing a little front aero. Let's call it, I don't know, element or canard, shall we say, on the front of that car, or the element from that front end of that car. And that is one, well, you can attach them, but technically it's one big clamshell at the front, so you can't take it off, but you can separately unbolt and reattach separate pieces to the front splitters, to the front section, so it becomes a complete front piece of bodywork once again. So Uvio can and have driven around something like this before in the past, several times before, and it can have an effect. But sometimes it can be quite beneficial, or something else also, even with head cams across the brake areas coming down the pit lane on the limiter. But Uvio can drive around this. They are driving around it by the looks of it. Farkini's pressing on as best he can. The car still runs in 4th position, and they're going to try and press on to the end of the stint by as much as they can. Now, Team Pesky are in.
Yep.
Oh, it's pit window.
We're in a pit window now, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Don't panic.
My brain, I can actually say this officially because I made probably my ADHD brain went for a second. Went, why are they in the pit lane now? And looked at the time. I know it is a pit window, so it's fine. So thanks for that. But it is now interesting to see how Uvio will handle this. In fact, that is of all cars going past and to lap them. That's the race. It's Ted Bradbury lapping Uvio. That's not something that you say very often in the Fun Cup race, is it?
No, it isn't, and this is what can happen when you've got a quick car leading on a short lap and you don't get safety cars. Lots of cars end up going a lap down, and the way Bradbury's going, he could lap the whole field, couldn't he? He's lapped up to and including 4th place now, and about 3 seconds further up the road is the Axiometrics car, which sits in 3rd. I hear your point about Uvio having driven around damaged splitters and stuff before, but of all the tracks to have front bodywork hanging loose, this is the worst, really. Okay, you don't need that front splitter quite as much for actual grip around here. It's not a technically demanding circuit in the way that Alton Park or Anglesey perhaps are, but the lack of aerodynamic efficiency, shall we say, in a straight line that damaged bodywork is going to be creating is certainly going to rob them of a mile an hour or so straight line speed. And this is a car, remember, which already we are hearing is down on straight line speed. So this is just going to further compound the issue, which really has kept them from competing at the front as they normally would. So they've got the 214 car Seed Data now about to come up behind them to unlap themselves. It also seems that this car is driving more and more sideways every time we see it. I don't know whether that's frustration for Uvio or whether maybe it's knocked the suspension out again, but yeah, this is one of those races they'll be glad to see the back of, I think.
Potentially, but they have had worse.
Well, yes.
So they've had much worse. So
yep.
They will at least try and get as many points as they can. In comes Greenheath. As another car also full pit lane in the background also. Go on, get your camera in vision. There you go. So Greenheath are in. Seed Data are in the background by the looks of it. I think that's Seed Data. Greenheath get out in front of them. No, that's not Seed Data. That's one. That's 2 reds. Morpheus. And that will be for the 4th stint now. So that is going to be Charlie Hart getting back in, I think, as Chris has done his stint. That's the car that's coming in the background, who, if we just squint, I think his team's Sunoco. But again, just need to get the focus good. Getting closer to try and refocus the camera. There we go. It's sorted now. So in now gets for stint 4 for car 22. Ooh. That is Anders Hildebrand getting the thumbs up from Axel.
That was Phil Keane, actually. Phil Keane coming out to help.
So Phil Keane coming out to help to give him the thumbs up, I think.
Yes.
I'd say he obviously had a cup of tea in his hand. He was trying to relax himself because his stint is going to be, I think, quite fittingly, the last stint. Yes. So they've taken a play out of Olympian's book here and put the arguably fastest driver in last for that stint. Here comes Vape Club lapping Axiometrics. I was about to say Axiometrics lapping, but it's the other way around. Vape Club have lapped Axiometrics. So this is now, Ted Bradbury has lapped everyone up to Axiometrics. The only car that's still on the lead lap is Olympian. So these are literally, without question, the 2 fastest drivers in the championship in the 2 fastest cars in the field on this weekend. But it is at the moment still. Ted Bradbury has that advantage, and the last lap again as well. 6/10 better than Riley. This is the benchmark everyone has to try and sit. Ted Bradbury is resetting the benchmark here in Fun Cup.
It's ominous, isn't it, for the rest of them? There have been other races this year where Bradbury has been lightning quick, but they always just seem to have a little bit of misfortune lurking around the corner throughout 2025. If they can avoid that recurring today, then they're going to be very, very tough to beat, I think, for the race victory. There goes the Race Logic car, by the way, back out, but now 7 laps down in 21st place, which is a shame. Robbed them of a shot at a top 10. We are into hour number 3 of 4 here at Silverstone, the 7th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. The lead gap is 32.7 seconds. and there are only 2 cars on the lead lap. A completely different race to what we expected really here at Silverstone, but we've had this happen before here on the National Circuit. If there is a dominant car and they run trouble-free for the 4 hours, they can gap the field and put an awful lot of cars a lap down. As a very deep moment under brakes there for the 257 FF Corsa car, nearly led to calamity for the Sunoco machine as well. Anders Hildebrand back in that car and nearly got assaulted by the 257.
And specifically Michael Broadhurst with that car.
Yes.
He's going to have to hand that back. This is for, that's not for position, no it is, that's Team Disruptive and Team Brscc. This is over after they just made a pit stop by the look of it. Yes, because they did pit in the pit window. So that's now Alex Foden back at the wheel again. So Andrew Dyer taking a well-earned break. Good to hear from Andrew if we can, if Jamie's listening, to have a chat with Andrew, because he's really making a strong impact on what I'm certain is his Fun Cup debut. I think he's ever raced a Fun Cup car before, I don't believe.
Don't think so.
Yeah, because I'm pretty certain they are going for the £10,000 today, if it's possible. Now through comes the one and only Riley Phillips. He's now putting himself a lap on both Brscc and Team Disruptive. But he does on Brscc. Alex Foden lets him through. As for Team Disruptive, car 248, which has made 2 pit stops. They haven't made their 3rd pit stop yet. That is now still Ryan Slaney-Smith at the wheel. And through will go Riley Phillips, up the inside in towards Beckett. Calm as you like, and he might even leave a door open here for Alex Foden to try and slip through, but he thought about it. Don't tell me he didn't think about it. He considered it. The opportunity was there, but as the phrase goes, discretion is the better part of valour. Thought, right, no, we're in a good position. I don't want to ruin it. I'll come back and get it later. And there's also some scrapping going on behind them, but that's just for maybe position, just track position further back, because the next car is Anders Hildebrand in Sunoco Racing, and he at the moment is 3.1 seconds back, but he got them in contention. There's 220 getting very sideways. That's 220 being the Team FFS car, which I'm pretty certain is exactly also what Alex is saying, considering he's got him in front of him, as into the pits comes Disruptive, so that is them making pit stop. So in that sense, Disruptive were ahead, but only on being out of pit cycles, they hadn't made their stop yet. This is now then coming through into handover to Matt Rao. Going back to the question earlier on, did we establish whether it was that Matt Rao?
No, we didn't. Bear with me.
Because, just go back to the conversation, Matt Rao, who is one of the, I can't remember if he's British or British-Chinese descent, but he sounds that way in terms of the name. But he was one of the drivers, if it is him, that used to race in the very last days of what was the original British F3 Championship. It's now GB3 in a different form now. But British F3, he was one of the last few drivers when the field suddenly depleted to about 5 or 6 entries, and in some cases, I hate to say, even less, because the budgets are completely gone, and things like the Formula 3 Euro Series are also coming to prominence, and other championships were going forward and saying, well, we can maybe race in the Europe for different budget, experience different circuits and beyond different events.
Yes, still digging, by the way. If it is him, then it was 2014 that he was runner-up in the British Formula 3 Championship, having done a bit of Formula Ford racing. Actually, I didn't realise he'd raced in the World Endurance Championship, excuse me, both LMP2 and LMP1 machinery at the wheel of an Alpine in LMP1 in 2017. Whether it's the same person, I do not know. So that's the next stage of my digging that I shall do. So talk amongst yourselves.
It seems like a unique enough name for it not to be like a coincidence, if that makes sense.
I would be very surprised. Right, oh good. Jamie can rescue us here whilst we do a little bit of research on social media. Top 4 cars are all in the pit lane, by the way, so now is a perfect opportunity to head down there ourselves.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I've just got Andrew Dyer here from Team Brscc, who propelled himself up to 5th place. And, of course, you and Alex are going for the 10 grand. You two are on a bit of a mission today, aren't you?
Well, just that 10 grand in mind is literally quali lap, every lap. But yeah, we're still learning, to be fair. Well, anything top 10 we were aiming for realistically. So to be in 5th, if you say, is pretty good so far.
Yeah, I mean, you've driven a variety of cars, but it's all mainly been front-wheel drive. I mean, how are you adapting to the rear-wheel drive? You've got some paddle sequential shift experience from your other Formula outings, but how are you finding these?
Yeah, to be fair, fairly predictable car. Just a little bit of oversteer when you want it, and then it's the understeer I don't like in the thing, but I've driven with a lot of rear-wheel drive cars in my life, so this kind of feels a bit more naturally. I've just never really raced anything rear-wheel drive, so yes, it's been enjoyable.
And what attracted you to the Fun Cup? We know you're good mates with Rick, Stu, Bomb and Dom. Have they been on at you about coming into this?
They asked me last year to join their team, and I was a bit reluctant. And then I noticed all the fun they were having, so I felt a bit left out. And at Anglesey, me and Alex made the decision to purchase a car, which luckily we managed to get hold of the old V-Box car, and yeah, serving us well so far.
Excellent stuff. Well, welcome to the party, mate, and best for the rest of the race.
Thank you. And remember, do it for Dale.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Andy. That's Andrew Dyer. Right, let's just pop up to Team Disruptive and have a chat with Ryan Slaney-Smith, who's just jumped out of the car. Matt Rao's just got in. It is the same Matt Rao that did the World Endurance and F3 back in the day. Let's have a quick word with Ryan. We didn't get to have a chat to him back at Alton Parks. This will be your first time on telly.
Oh, very.
Yeah, first time on telly. Special moment.
Sign autographs now?
No. It'll be fine. Oh, so you try and break my iPad. Thanks, mate. Hectic couple of stints for you. It's busy out there, isn't it?
Yeah, the first bit, that was my first start, so I really enjoyed it, but there's a lot going on. These guys that kind of just relax when they're wandering around the pit lane and looking all cool, I don't really know how they do it. It's hard work, but it's great fun. So loads going on. I did have a little bit of a coming together with Tim, which is a bit of a shame because I did my first race at Alton with Tim, and he was very, very kind. So I'll go and say sorry to him in a little bit, and as you mentioned earlier, buy him a little beer, maybe a free beer. I'll give him one of those. But no, great fun. Really enjoyed it.
And you're hinting potentially in the future, obviously, we know budget depending, doing some more?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we've done a collaboration with Beta Tools this year to make their tool trolleys intelligent. So that's kind of given us a little bit of sponsorship money and a bit of marketing opportunity. So if that takes off, you'll see me again. Absolutely.
Right. Fantastic. Great to have you, mate.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It's Ryan Slaney-Smith from Team Disruptive. Back to Andy and Scott.
Now, I always thought if the words "do it for Dale" were uttered on a Fun Cup broadcast, they'd probably be coming from my mouth, but that was that gave me quite a chuckle there. Team Pesky. I hadn't put two and two together to realise that the Team Pesky is a pun on Team Penske, obviously, and the cap was a nice touch as well. So, yeah, they definitely get my approval, that is for sure. Fast Track are on track, but not going very fast, unfortunately. This car is slow through Luffield and is about to head to the pit lane, I think. Now, luckily, they've got the car around to the pit area, so it's not going to stop out on circuit and necessitate a safety car. But it barely has any power. Now, this looks very drive shafty, I would say, because the car is getting increasingly slower. It's just coasting down into pit lane entry, and will very shortly come very slowly past our commentary position, if it even makes it that far. It's got absolutely no drive, this car, but it is at least out of the way in that it's not on the circuit. This would not be an ideal spot for it to break down. Hopefully it's going to make it into the pit lane. Here it comes. It's about to actually coast to a standstill right outside our commentary box. That little bit of green AstroTurf to the right of the car is where we're based, and it will pull in the podium area, really. Sadly, this car not destined for the podium today, though. The marshals are there to give it a shove down the pit lane, and the Fast Track team will run up to help as well. But Fast Track, unfortunately, they had a spin early on, and they now find themselves in the pit lane with another mechanical issue. So that's a shame. A team that were running, where were Fast Track running after their earlier problems? They were 22nd place. They've got 13 laps in hand over the 110 Morpheus car, which we know has had its issues today. So if they get this diagnosed and fixed quickly, they might not lose a place, but that's sort of by the by, isn't it, really? Oh, now this Uvio car is starting to undress itself a bit, isn't it? That bodywork that was loose on the front is getting worse and worse, and as the air gets underneath it, it's pulling the front bodywork up completely. Now, that might start to attract the attention of the clerk of the course, because what we don't want is that front bodywork to go flying off completely. That could be very dangerous. So it's okay at low speed, but as soon as he gets out onto a straight, it just starts to pull up and up and up, and of course that will slow the car down even more because it adds drag, and yeah, this is just altogether not a good situation for the Uvio Hoffmans Motorsport car. They're in 4th position at the moment. How are their lap times looking? Mid 1 minute 10s, so they're not in danger of losing 4th place, but they're certainly not in danger of gaining 3rd place back either. as the leaders are running 1:08.5, 2 seconds quicker on the previous lap was Ted Bradbury than Riley Phillips in second position. That gap is growing and growing. 18 minutes we are into the stint. This is stint number 4 now, isn't it? Yes, I correct myself. So it's actually Chris Devell versus Vlad Vasiliev. But yes, point still stands. That gap is going up and up. So it is Fate Club with EDF that lead the way. Vlad Vasiliev in the 246 car. Olympian GRD is Chris Devell now for his second and final stint. Axiometrics number 103 a third. That car now being driven by John Perrott, who started the car as the UVO machine, back in the hands once again of Fabulous Randaccio, is engaging in a battle with the Morpheus car. That should be Chris Hart back in it now, shouldn't it, I think? So two old sparring partners from days gone by in the Fun Cup Championship. Two of the most experienced drivers out there, actually, and Chris Hart giving a bump draft there to Fabulous, then launching to the inside at Brooklands and nipping through. That's not for position, but getting one of his many laps back against the UVO car. So yeah, Axiometrics third of John Perrott, then it's Fabulous Randaccio in the 225 car in fourth. Fifth position then Team Pesky, number 252. That is Alex Foden behind the wheel. Sixth place for number 22 Sunoco Racing, that is Anders Hildebrand. Then seventh for the number 249 Demon Tweaks car of Jason Minshaw. Eighth for number 214C Data, that car now being driven by Matt Hogg. Ninth for Signature RV number 557 John Whitehouse, the Masters driver in that car. And Team Disruptive number 248 are in 10th position, that car being driven now by Matt Rao, as we have discussed. So 53 seconds that lead gap is. That has increased massively since the pit stop, so I don't know whether it was just a slower stop for Olympian GRD. Maybe they've tried to fuel that car to the end, but they have lost a huge chunk of time, and they're now in genuine danger, I think, of going a lap down. So the battles continue. Let's take a look back, shall we, at a little bit of the action from earlier on. This is the UVO car, which was at the inside of the Axiometrics car earlier on. This was a battle for position. It very nearly ended in contact. They were battling pretty hard, these two, weren't they? And that UVO car just doesn't look like it's handling very well. Sideways all over the place. And it was Farchini in the car at this point. Eventually made the move stick down at Brooklands corner. This the battle for third, which has been rumbling on for quite a while, but unfortunately put on ice now, with UVO having picked up some damage. Axel Hildebrand jumped into the Sunoco car. Phil Keane had already handed over to Anders, whilst there was a flat tyre for the 220 car. FFS, unfortunately, in trouble. Another left rear tyre issue. They replaced the tyre, but lost quite a chunk of time as a result. After the pit stops, this battle continued between Axiometrics and UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, as they were doing their best to try and close in on second place at the same time, whilst the Signature RV car was also getting in the thick of the action. Marcus Clutton, I believe, was in the car at this point, battling away with the Red River Sport machine. Greenheath had tyre issues early on. They had a bit of an issue by the looks of it getting the fuel churn attached at the front of the car, and that led to a delayed pit stop, a significantly delayed pit stop actually, which just compounded the issues that they were already facing from earlier on in the race. Some great battling out there though. Signature RV battled away with the Red River Sport. FFS were in this group as well, not necessarily for race position, but track position was definitely up for grabs. Race Logic, meanwhile, had a trip to the pit lane. We haven't yet got to the bottom, I don't think, of what that issue was, but it was very briefly in the garage, was then released back underway, however, has dropped now towards the back of the top 20, having been in the top 10. There was damage sustained by the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car. It was fairly minor at this point, but it had definitely had some contact, we think maybe with the Race Logic car, which had lost a front splitter, which was part of the reason for their unscheduled pit stop. The UVO car's damage then proceeded to get worse and worse and worse, and the bodywork continuing to get looser as we move now into the third hour. This is Morpheus back in, and well, that's a shame. Charlie Hart there, you can see walking around Chris, his father, in the car. They're going to do a little wing mirror adjustment as well, so it's whatever the issue is, they're obviously fairly confident they'll be able to get the car back out there. And good update this from the pit lane from Jamie. Race Logic had a spin on their own and were then collected by UVO. So we were kind of right. It was the two of them coming together, but not necessarily whilst they were battling on track. It's really unfortunate for both teams.
This car reminds me of playing all the right notes, not necessarily in the right order. In that sense. But yeah, that is unfortunate, and that's. So for once we put 2 and 2 together and actually made 4 in the end, which is not often that happens when it comes to speculating incidents, but still good nonetheless. Speaking of still good nonetheless, Team Pesky still in 5th position now with Alex Foden at the wheel. Let me check his lap times at the moment. He's last lap was a 1:10.8, so he is now under threat from, well, he wasn't the threat, he's actually been passed by Dean Tweaks, so that's now a position change on track. That is 2:49 through. 4th stint, this is now Jason Minshaw back at the wheel, so he has got past, and he's giving as good as he gets here now to get back at Vlad Vasiliev here. Vlad was holding the line and keeps the position for the time being. Of course, he should do anyway because he's a lap ahead anyway, and that was just Jason trying to unlap himself. I wonder if Alex Foden, how he'll respond here. He'll have a tow down the Wellington Straight. He has also got the Sunoco car in his track and possibly C-Data as well, as Fast Track have now pulled off. But that's an odd angle they're pulling off at, rather than, unless they've tried to carry on and then just turned sharp left to get it back off the road again. But Fast Track, which we saw coming into the pit lane with a problem, coasting and slowing into the pit lane, that car has now had that issue, whatever it was, or it's a separate one or same, has reoccurred again, and it's now been pushed off the road. That'll go back to the paddock anyway, it'll be recovered back, it'll be several laps down if it does get back in the race. But unfortunately, Fast Track's race has gone from pretty much bad to worse. They're showing a 22nd position at the moment, classified at this point. And they're firmly out of contention and not even continuing to get any kind of a strong result, which is a real shame. But still an hour and a half to go, and still plenty more to happen. And the scraps continue on track. This is still Demon Tweaks with the FF Corsa 263 car, the all-black machine. And a slightly ragged looking and ragged driven UVO car of Fabio Andaccio, again driving around whatever issues he had. So he seems to have a knack to drive around if there is an issue or a problem, leaving the damages and bodywork. Fabulous has this knack to be able to drive around any kind of issue and adapt pretty quickly, and that whole adaptability to drive is a pretty key skill and almost a rare skill to have in a sense, because not many drivers can drive around the problem.
No, definitely not, and that car clearly isn't handling particularly well, and the damage to the front of it won't be assisting with that either. So yeah, he's doing quite well actually to maintain that sort of pace, but has dropped away now to the tune of, well, he's 20 odd seconds behind Axiometrics, so that gap was next to nothing at the start of the stint. So it is affecting his pace. The damage that he's got is the main worry. Just got to try and sort of tag along with cars that are running at a similar speed to you and use the slipstream to your advantage. He's nipping up the inside here of the 106 car, which is, I'm pretty sure, the old Two Red Dominoes machine. I'm sure they used to run the 106 number back in the day. And, yes, they did. When they were actually called Tractor Dominoes back then. That 106 car is a former race-winning car. When did they switch that number? Well, I'll tell you what, whilst I do a bit of research, let's hear, shall we, from the star of the show, really, the fastest man in the race, it would seem, Ted Bradbury. And he is down with the fastest pit reporter in the land, Jamie Peters-Ellis.
Thanks, Andy. I think Ted's a bit quicker than me going up and down the pit lane. Mate, first of all, this race suit, it's a fast race suit. You're looking good. Car's going great out there, and you smashed the lap record.
Yeah, it's really good. The car's working really well. We worked really hard on the setup yesterday, the team and myself and Vlad, and it's clearly paying off. Like, the team just don't stop, so I can't thank them enough. But yeah, Vlad's doing an exceptional job, like lapping around with the pros. Like, being honest, he's been a very good job, doing a very good job. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Obviously, safety cars can happen, stuff can happen, but it's looking good so far.
Bit of a scare early on in your first stint with the oil or fluid down at Beckett's. That was worrying because that could have been game over.
Yeah, well, I was the first one to hit it, weren't I? So I went into turn 3 and I hit the brake, and yeah, it was sliding all over the place. So yeah, it was a bit scary, but I think it's happened before in karting and stuff. So yeah, is what it is.
And rest of the race now is just keep banging in those laps as we try not to get stung by the wasps. Bang in those laps and just keep it consistent.
Yeah, banging in those laps, keeping it consistent. Vlad's doing an exceptional job. Like I said before, I can't thank the team enough. Babe Club, Graphics Lab, all the people that have supported me this weekend and all year. So yeah, I can't thank them enough. And the championship is looking good. It's good. The grid's growing. Just need more and more cars in it now, and it's getting more and more competitive. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Fantastic. Cheers, mate. Thank you. No, don't worry. And to answer your question, Andy, 106 and 98 are both ex-Durant Domino's cars. So yeah, great to hear from Ted there. Him and Vlad striking new race suits is obviously bringing them some good luck.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. Yeah, 106, I think a 4-time race-winning car and a former championship-winning car, actually, is the 106 back in the days when Chris Hart would have been one of the drivers in that car at the time. There, though, is the 246 car, and that car just keeps on charging on. Now, up at the other end of the Wellington Straight is the Olympian GRD machine, which is in second position. Meanwhile, a spin, that's that 263 FF Corsa car, who's in that now, Andreas Seminara, and he's had a spin up at Beckett. Did he get the car going again after that is the question. Certainly wasn't for firing up all that quickly. Well, we'll find out now, won't we? Because this is the scene of the crime, so to speak. Up at Beckett's, do we have a 263 car at the side of the road? We don't. We've got a sideways Uvio car, which is almost off the road. Yes, we are hearing the 263 got going again. They're in 20th place, 6 laps down, but running well inside the top 20. Greenheath here having a go at Team Disruptive. Is this for position? No, Team Disruptive in the orange and grey car running 10th position. Greenheath, after their various issues, are 12th, but there's a lap between those two positions by the looks of it. But yeah, Vlad Vasiliev then within 10 seconds or so now of putting the Olympian GRD car a lap down. Now, I can definitely count on the fingers of one hand the amount of races that have been won by more than a lap in Fun Cup Endurance Championship history. Not very many at all. In fact, I'm not even convinced it's ever happened. If it has, it would have been a few years ago at Donington Park. I'll check that stat in a moment or two as it gets very tight all of a sudden down at Brooklyn's Corner, Scott.
Yeah, close action all the way. Still, Vasiliev is pretty comfortable, although interesting enough, Jason Minshaw now he's in front, even with the splitter damage on the front of the 246 Demon Twigs car, still, 249 Demon Twigs car, still has a bit of a pace advantage, slightly, over Vlad Vasiliev. Seems quite comfortable at this point as they head back down towards Copse Corner. Just under 90 minutes left to go in this Fun Cup race. Still looking at Team Pesky down in 8th, but I don't think that's a bad thing they've dropped as far as 8th, because yes, Alex Foden may not be arguably lapping the same as Andrew Dyer does, but when Andrew gets into that car, he'll certainly want to turn it up a little bit and put it into an even better position in that 5th stint to try and give Alex the best possible chance to try and hold on and grab themselves a proper run. You heard about the fact that, well, it's P6 now, in fact, actually, not rather than P8, P6, and the fact that Andrew was quite telling in saying that for them it was just pretty much qualifying laps, every single lap he was out there, just sending it every single lap. Just shows how quick he really was going. Looking at the timing screen, something we haven't seen for quite a while is a green lap time. Seed Data set a personal best, 1:09.323 at this point. So they have now got themselves still in 8th place. They are currently less than 2 seconds away. In fact, they're going to be on the tail, but in fact they are on the tail, I can see in the background, of Sunoco. And they were 1.9 seconds behind when they completed that lap, and they lapped 2.1 seconds quicker. So Seed Data, just see at the top of the screen coming through now. They are in the white and lighter blue machine, which is 214. They're chasing Sunoco in that darker, more richer blue, number 22, with the yellow flashes down the side, which has Anders Hildebrand at the wheel. Whereas at the moment, 214 currently has, in this 4th stint, Matt Hogg at the wheel. So we'll give it back to Mike Devlin for... In fact, no, in fact, it's going to be a double stint for Matt Hogg, I think. No, it's not. They're going to alternate here. They both make their way around the FF Corsa car that's had all sorts of adventures today, but they are together now. This will mean that Matt Hogg has got an incentive to try and get past Hildebrand as they come down towards Brooklands on this run. As we still see Jason Minshaw giving Vlad Vasiliev some light headaches in front. This now gives the pesky car a chance to get involved. Alex Foden just ever so slightly locks an inside front.
I am still here, don't worry. I'm doing some research and trying to figure out a stat that I've got a funny feeling is going to become relevant by the end of the race, and that's how many times one of these races has been won by more than a lap. I think it's only ever happened once. I'm struggling to find any other examples of such a dominant performance as this that we're seeing from the Vape Club with EDF car.
It is a bit of an anomaly, isn't it?
Yeah,
which I think surprises me and maybe surprises many people for a champion like Fun Cup when it's endurance.
Yeah, but that speaks volumes as to how competitive this championship is. You know, it's incredibly difficult to win a race, let alone to win a race by, you know, a significant margin. The last time, and I think the only time it's happened, was the 2021 Donington Park race, one of two races actually at Donington that year. Donington bookended the season. And that race was won by Uvio Hoffman's Lotus, as they were known then, in that 225 car. So the car that we're saying today is struggling a little bit. Well, 4 years ago, it won a race at Donington Park by over a full lap. I cannot find another instance of it happening. It should have happened at Snetterton in 2014. They did a 6-hour race on the Snetterton 200 circuit in 2014, and it was a baking hot day. There were loads of mechanical issues. Zoe Wenham, I seem to remember, ran into the back of someone in the pit lane, and Zoe usually listens to me and will, I'm sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure I remember having some sort of, either she ran into someone or someone ran into her in the pit lane. It was one of those weird days where just a really high attrition rate within the first hour, and Race Logic were a full lap ahead of the field, and they let the second place car by just at the beginning of the final lap to make it look a bit less dominant, I suppose. I don't know why they chose to do that, but they pulled over on the start-finish straight and waved the other car through. But yeah, so I think the only time that a race has been won by a full lap was Donington in 2021. Well, Vape Club are now, what, 7 or 8 seconds behind Olympian GRD on track. Obviously, they're an hour and 25 minutes away from the checkered flag, but the rate at which they're going, I can see it happening. I can absolutely see it happening today. There was the Olympian car. There, look, is the white, pink and green Vape Club EDF car. And yeah, that's probably within 10 seconds, isn't it now, of putting the second-placed car off the lead lap. It is Christopher, remember, in that Olympian GRD car, so it should have a bit more pace once we start getting to the last hour and 20 minutes. We're 5 minutes away probably from Christopher coming in and handing the car over. But what sort of speed will Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips have, and can they challenge Vape Club? It just looks increasingly less likely to happen, really. A very odd race this has been. PLR, I notice, are in the pit lane again as well. PLR Racing have been in and out a few times. Oh, off has gone FF Corsa, 257. That's on the way into Luffield, which means it's gone wrong coming out of Brooklands. There's no obvious damage to that car, though, and it has got going again. So all it takes is one of these little tiny touches or self-spins, and if a car stalls at the side of the road, it can bring about a safety car, and then all of a sudden we've got a very different race on our hands. But that was not what Vlad Vasiliev will have wanted to see. Thankfully, the car had got going again before the race leader got to that particular part of the circuit. But with everyone running so closely together, it might not all be for position, Scott, but there are lots of these very close quarters battles going on. It only takes one of them to go slightly wrong, a bit like this perhaps, and you could well have a safety car. That in the end was a self-induced spin, a bit too much curve through the left-hander at Brooklands.
And that was a classic of spinning, so I'm just going to keep the throttle in to see what happens, and eventually gives up because the car's facing the wrong way. But thankfully, nothing ventured, nothing gained, and no one harmed, so no harm, no foul either, and carried on. There is Chris Devell, just getting his job, this part of the stint done. He's only going to be in the car for another, what, 3 minutes at least. Yeah. I'm certain he will be one of the first pit callers, and then we get to see how this race might change, because we have the dynamic of Simon Rudd up against Ted Bradbury, and they were pretty evenly matched when they did the first stint in terms of pace. That could look pretty good for them. And then, of course, you then have Riley Phillips, but he'll then go up against Vlad Vasiliev. So this will be key in terms of how much faster Riley Phillips, not guaranteed, but if he is faster than Vlad Vasiliev, how much faster he is, and whether or not the stint before that could be actually I think the stint before that could be the critical one. Because if Simon Rudd can somehow outpace Ted Bradbury in that fifth stint, and that might also depend as well, you've got to think about it, fuel strategy could be different.
Yes.
Because you have to remember, I think, both Uwe and also certain Olympians have been running fairly heavy.
Yes.
So maybe as we go towards the end of this, on the lighter fuel load, if EDF have to make a stop but then choose to kind of fuel to the end, that could be pretty telling in terms of pace, because then if Simon Rudd is quicker on lighter fuel than Ted Bradbury, if he's on a heavier fuel load, that stint, I think the next stint is going to be the critical one. Simon Rudd can be somehow faster enough, if that makes sense, than Ted Bradbury to be able to close the gap back in for Riley Phillips to make his task easier against Vlad Vasiliev. That could potentially turn this race on its head.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. It's not over yet, that's for sure, but it's going to be a tall order for Olympian. They've got the drivers for the job, though, and they're going to give it a very good go, I'm sure. The problem for Simon Rudd, though, is that simply matching the pace of Ted Bradbury in this next stint isn't going to be enough. They need to start cutting into this nearly 60 seconds worth of arrears that they're in, and that's going to take some doing, but we'll wait and see. An hour and 22 minutes to go. We've had a change for 5th position, by the way. Demon Tweaks are now into the top 5. The 249 car driven at the moment by Jason Minshaw as Fast Track rejoin, I think, from where they were parked at the side of the road earlier on. So the driver must have fixed the car, and they've been able to rejoin the race, or at least hopefully enough to get back to the pit lane. But yes, we have Demon Tweaks into the top 5 ahead of Team Pesky. There is the Demon Tweaks car, look, and in fact it's about to go another lap down to the rapid Vlad Vasiliev in the Vape Club with EDF car. You can see the 249 car has been patched up a little bit on the left front corner. It's missing a chunk out of the front splitter. Gap between Vasiliev and Christopher, I'd say, is about halved now. But we'd anticipate them both to come in quite early, I think. As quick as Vasiliev is going, of course, we know he's not quite as quick as Ted Bradbury, so they want to get him in as soon as possible. And I know Christopher will probably not hang around in coming in either. They'll both have to do 2 more laps, though, I think, because they're not going to see the pit window open board this time, I don't reckon. So it'll be next time by that goes out. And no, that's Sunoco. That's the Sunoco car that has expired very smokily going down the back straight. Now, it still seems to have some power, so might be able to get out of the way. Well, yes, they will get it out of the way into the assembly area, but there are marshals waiting with fire extinguishers just in case. Oh, and let's hope that's not dropped any fluid anywhere. Out of the car will climb Anders Hildebrand. Yes, Anders. What a shame, though. They were having such a strong run inside the top half dozen or so all day. This is a real shame to see their race end this way. Yeah, that's a sure shame. It was an amazing run from all 3 of them. Of course, it was Phil Keane who set the pace initially, and then Anders and Axel both had their turns, and just, as we said, it's not often that you get a Fun Cup car that goes like this, that goes pop, and when it does, it's an incredibly rare thing that happens. So it's a real shame, a real piece of bad luck for them, and I'd like to think it wasn't just a one-off. They'll be back, I'm sure, at some point, certainly, because usually Fun Cup, when they race each other, it's tend to bite quite quickly. Speaking of biting quickly, trying to get out the inside to get back past. Well, it's not, in fact, I got actually confused with Uvio, and maybe possibly Fabulous did too, because he was trying to, I think, defend the place, and then Disruptive came up the inside and made contact and twitched him. There's a couple of cars in, particularly key ones, Vape Club and Olympian. So we need to see this in pit lane in a second, because both essentially the top 2 in this race, realistically, are in the mix here too. Aximetrics are currently second, but they haven't made a proper pit stop yet, I don't think. Or is it rude for us to count them out of this one? No, certainly we shouldn't be, I don't think. They've been consistently quick, haven't they? That must have been a dry stop, that, for Olympian GRD. Which confirms they went heavier with fuel earlier on. Exactly. They can save time. That's quite a smart strategy. Jamie was on the scene and was messaging someone, I'm hoping me, and he'll hopefully confirm. Yep, there we go. 3 little dots appear. So Jamie about to update us. I'm pretty sure that would have been, yes, a dry stop. Thank you, Jamie, from Olympian GRD. But yeah, don't count Axiometrics out just yet. They are still in this. The Sunoco car gets pushed out of the way. And luckily, I suppose, they are able to push it into the assembly area, which of course is not full of cars because there is not another race after this. And so they are able again to dodge a bullet there as far as safety cars are concerned. I don't see any fluid down on the track either, so we should be good to go. 246, by the way, took a churn of fuel, so that's a chunk of time gained. That could be 10, 12 seconds or so gained, maybe, by Olympian GRD just through a dry stop versus a fuel stop for Vape Club. We'll get the official margin at the end of the next lap. It promotes, actually doesn't promote Axiometrics into the lead because they were so far behind, weren't they? In come Greenheath, Uvio continue on their way. Uvio Hoffman's really, their task is just to hang on to 4th position. They should be able to do that. They're some distance, I think, ahead of the Demon Tweaks car. Get a proper look at that soon. Right, Vape Club are coming across the line, and Vape Club gap back to Olympian is what then? Waiting for Olympian still to come through. So there goes the Vape Club car. And Olympian are showing us... Yeah, so Olympian have dropped behind Axiometrics. Yeah, that's right. So it's still a big gap. I'm waiting for Olympian to appear as if they were 5 seconds behind Vape Club. Of course, there was nearly a lap in it, wasn't there? So we'll have to be a bit patient. But that quicker stop for Olympian GRD should... In fact, there is Olympian at Brooklands. So they have taken, I reckon, 7 or 8 seconds out of Vape Club there. This is now Simon Rudd in for his 2nd stint. And this is going to be 40 minutes of qualifying laps, I think, now for Simon. That's the only way.
And the body language of the car going into Brooklands, you saw just there, which is ever so slightly twitching, confirms that he is absolutely pushing it. Across the line he goes. We'll see the gap as it comes across. It's 61 seconds at this point.
Yeah, that's about what it was, isn't it?
Roughly, yeah.
It was about a minute, wasn't it, I think?
But we'll wait and see. And that was and the last lap for Olympian. That's interesting. So that was Simon Rudd did a 1 minute 9.4 for Ted Bradbury, 1:08.7.
Yes, of course, yes, because it's Bradbury back in the 2.46. So Simon, this was always my concern. Simon Rudd, he's not good enough to simply match Bradbury,
he's
and he's overdriving, makes a mistake at Beckett's, and that will have cost him time not only at Beckett's but all the way down the Wellington Straight. He's got no one to slipstream with either. It's just not a good time, this, really, to be Simon Rudd. He's been given this nearly impossible task of trying to reel in Ted Bradbury, which no one's been able to do so far today, and not really at the moment looking that likely to happen, but we will see. As long as they can stay on the lead lap, then if we get a safety car, it's all to play for. That really, though, is what they're hoping for if they're going to win the race. But I re-emphasise the point that I made before. 2nd place is good enough. They're more than happy with 2nd place because they're still going to be beating their title rivals, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, who, remember, are 8 points adrift of them in the championship. They're 2nd in the points. 3rd in the points after dropped scores are the Vape Club car, I believe, on 311 points, but that is 33 points off the championship lead. So if Olympian finish 2nd, they're only going to lose 3 points to Vape Club because Vape Club have the bonus point for the fastest lap. In other words, not really the end of the world as far as the championship is concerned. There goes Ted Bradbury then. And immediately into the low 1 minute 8. So that's a very impressive pace, and already I'd say he's about as close to the Olympian GRD car as his teammate Vlad Vasiliev was in the previous stint. So I don't think it's going to be long before they are knocking on the door of lapping that number 1 car.
Certainly so. And this is going to be quite a key point in the race. They're leading Uvio. That moment with Uvio and Team Disruptive, I got confused because the Axiometric car is exactly the same colours as Team Disruptive is, and so Team Disruptive by name and by nature confusing for another team in that sense. But Uvio still pushing on as hard as they can still get a decent 4th position. But you're absolutely right that there is Olympian up there with Simon Rudd at the wheel, and you're absolutely right in the sense that at the very least, it's like we said before, the races where you don't win, the days when you don't win are the days that help you win a championship. And yes, we've seen Olympian be dominant and win outright. But if they can still outscore the likes of Uvio and co in this race, even though Vape Club are about to, in the next hour and 30 minutes, go on and take a victory, that will still be, as you said, incredible points for the championship. It's still a couple they've lost, and they might look back at it and think, if they do win the next couple of races, they could think, yeah, we won all those races, but at the same time, it was the 2nd place that we got, and we still beat Uvio. That's the one that really helped us secure it. The Disruptive up to their old tricks again. Up inside, he looks Uvio, but Farkini has absolutely none of it. Breaks way too much later, or way later than he does, and goes back at the inside, twitches the car out of Brooklands. Again, hugs that inside curve. That's the tactic of this corner. You hug it all the way through. You start to get the car just about halfway through to let the car open out all the way to the exit, and then just foot to the floor all the way through Woodcote. quite fun around the circuit. I've driven a couple of cars in the last couple of driven by racing events for BRSCC. I drove a BMW SuperCup car and a City Car Cup car. The BMW was in the wet, the City Car Cup car was in the dry, so I've had both dynamics, front and rear wheel drive as well. And it's a very fast and a fun little circuit to drive. I think the key thing I tried to nail was actually getting, it was mainly the kind of the angle into Brooklands, as Greenheath uses all the curb but a tiny bit more of the inside road to hook themselves around. They're still running in 11th place, just outside the top 10. But yeah, this is quite a fun straight. This is quite fun down this back straight here when you just put your foot to the floor and let it run. And then you're coming down to the point you have to try and just find your braking point. And if once you kind of get to a braking point, you kind of have to commit yourself to it rather than just backing out of it and thinking, no, I'll brake 10 metres later. No, if you want to brake at the 100-metre board, you brake at the 100-metre board. You don't kind of back out of it last minute. And what's interesting with this corner as well is that there are kind of like what we've seen, two different lines that you can take. There's the tighter approach, as we see C-Data are in for their next pit stop and taking fuel on top of that, 2 churns of fuel in fact. So they're fully, that's them going to the end of the race, I'm pretty certain. There's the pit window. Oh, that's just flashing up as a historical thing, I think, on the stream, I think, because it would have been open for the last 9 minutes. I think that there's 2 different ways you can corner through Brooklands. You can take the tighter approach to kind of bring yourself to the traditional racing line to get you through Luffield, or you kind of take that later apex, then give yourself the inside hug through Luffield, and then get back on the power on the exit. But the exit for Luffield's always the same. Go through it halfway through the corner. Once you get to halfway around it, depending on the kind of car, you can start putting the power on and then just don't have to take it off. Let it glide all the way to the exit of the curb and down the pit straight. There should be a driver coach at this stage.
Yes, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to try some of these tips when I'm next on the sim. Obviously not quite as quick as Jamie on the sim. I'm sure he'll be keen to. Actually, I haven't had a chance to test myself on it this weekend. I didn't get around to going on it this morning, so...
oh, is there a sim here?
Oh, well, yes. Did you not hear him mention his victory against Marcus Clutton on the sim yesterday?
I thought there was another one, but I have to say, you tell me now there's a sim. Well, there's an hour and 10 minutes to go in the race.
Normally Riley Phillips brings a sim with the FunCup mod, and yeah, I've had a go on it at most tracks this year, but yeah, not this weekend so far.
This is a car we haven't seen very much of for problems, obviously, but PLR back out. And I did notice I think they've been in a couple of times anyway. That's them being wheeled back out again. I don't quite know exactly who's at the wheel of that car, but we'll find out. So the pit window is going to close at about 30 seconds. As we see, this is Axiometrics in second place. They're chasing after Red River Sports. Now, this is the 4th, we're going to the 5th stint now. This should be, if 200 have pitted for that stint, they have. This is now Bonamy Grimes at the wheel. He'll hand back to Johnny Molan for the finish of the race. Pit window is officially closed. And remember, you can go past the pit close board once, but you have to come in at the end of that lap. If you don't, you will cop a penalty for pitting outside the window. I think it's either rarely happened or not really happened at all, as far as I've been properly following FunCup, to not even remember what the penalty is. I think it must be some kind of a stop-go or a lengthy time penalty of one of the two. Axiometrics as 103, which is confirming who is at the wheel of 103, is now for this fifth stint Chris Weatherall, so with Greg Evans will finish it. And Greg is chasing after Bonamy. It's not for position because the Axiometrics are quite up the road. Lap times last time by, everyone did 1 minute 8. And it was very evenly matched, in fact, between, no they didn't, I tell a lie, I was looking to apply for the screen. 108.3 for Vape Club, 109.3 for Axiometrics, with Simon Rudd at the wheel, losing a second a lap compared to Ted Bradbury. And then 108.8 for Olympian GRD. No, forgive me, so that was actually Olympian GRD in 3rd. They were still half a second slower than Vape Club, and Axiometrics is a further half a second slower than Olympian. So, whilst I figure out the maths of how the first, second, third dynamic's going to go, is Axiometrics does also pit, as does also Uwe Hoppers Lotus, Motorsport. Let's head down to the pit lane. I believe that Jamie has one of the members, Team Disruptive, to tell us how they found their stint as we go to the final hour of this FunCup endurance race here at Silverstone.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, I'm with Matt round now. He's just jumped out of the 248 Team Disruptive car, and that was a busy old stint for you. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. I mean, the first stint I was kind of on my own a little bit and trying to catch a big group of cars, but this time I got a really good fight with the 22, and I can't remember what the other number was, but yeah, it was brilliant. You know, every time you thought you got an advantage, you kind of lost out on the straight, and then the other guy did the same thing, so it was just going back and forth. I think we were really quick when we worked together, and maybe had maybe half a car between us. But then when you get really close, you have to come off the throttle to kind of slow you down a little bit. So we started slowing down, but yeah, brilliant fun, you know.
I mean, you've driven a lot of different cars from F3 to the heights of LMP1 in World Endurance. Both cars that require a lot of aero. These obviously do have some aero on them, but how are you finding the difference of a Fun Cup car?
Actually, you drive it a bit like an aero car. It has so much grip that you kind of throw it into corners and then kind of manage it from there. Maybe the high speed stuff, it's not as fast, but you don't have the power anyway. So, but it's brilliant. It's a really good piece of kit, and it's really, it's got the right kind of dynamics when you drive around with it. It's yeah, really good fun.
Do you want to come back and do some more?
I'll see. I've just had a baby, so maybe I doubt that the missus lets me do this one because my family's nearby, so they can look after. So I don't know whether I'll do anything further, but maybe Brands is also close to me, so we maybe do that one.
Well, welcome to the party, and also congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Matt. Back to the box.
Thanks to that, Jamie. Good to hear from Matt Rao, and I think we had some confirmation that it is in fact the Matt Rao we thought it was, the ex-F3 racer. So good to have him on the grid. Good to have a driver his calibre giving Fun Cup a go. It's another of the latest names that are got some international sports car experience, or GT or endurance racing experience. I wouldn't call it a step back. It's them taking a new avenue of just giving it a try and see what it's like. And good to see that he's another one that's come through with some real-world top-level endurance racing experience in the mix. So 1 hour and 6 minutes left to go in this race. There is your race leaders, perfectly timed. That is Ted Bradbury taking his last stint at the wheel of the 246 leading Brake Club and EDF machine. And he currently has at the moment, it says a 1-lap lead, but he hasn't actually come across the line yet. Well, maybe he does. Let's see when Olympian come across now, because Axiometrics have gone ahead. Right, they've gone across the line now. It's a 1 minute 5 second lead. And now comes Riley Phillips, Ted Bradbury. Riley Phillips being chased by Ted Bradbury to possibly the lap on him. And the lot, it's Simon Rudd, isn't it? It's Simon Rudd rather than Riley Phillips. That comes later. Let's reset. So it is Ted Bradbury who is trying to catch Simon Rudd on track and put a lap on him. Because Simon Rudd's last lap was a 1 minute 9.158 and an 8.5 for Ted Bradbury. He's consistently lapping in the 1 minute 8. And the difference is that Ted Bradbury's lapping this quickly, and it doesn't look like he's actually pushing the car too much, or he's pushing it, but enough to get that lap time. Simon Rudd looks like he is pushing that number 1 Olympian GRD car, and he's seeing the fact that pushing too hard is causing him to understeer, make mistakes. You saw the error that he had up at Beckett's, and that's what's giving a little bit of frustration. Dust being kicked up there from the apex, as it tends to be. It's not being dragged onto the circuit, which won't help for grip levels and for stability at the middle of that corner. It's a very fast and long corner of Brooklands, as 99 has once again pulled up with a problem. So unfortunately, fast track not so fast yet again. That car has stopped right literally at the pit lane entry line, and is now being pushed forward. And they'll try and get it back in. I saw quite a few people running past the commentary box position to go and push it. That includes some team members and some of our hard-working marshals. Big thanks again to them for all their hard work, as again you can see Simon Rudd, he's making mistakes, he's pushing too hard, and he may well look at it, and there, look, you can see in the background, to give him even further worry, not necessarily incentive, but more kind of almost fear and worry a little bit, is the fact that Ted Bradbury is not that far away. In fact, you see the two cars in the mix. There's literally two cars on track between them. There's a car between them, physically a car between them now, because Simon Rudd's got the lap on the car in front, which is, that's the FF Corsa car that's just behind him. That is 257, and then comes 246. Bless you. So there's Andy sneezes behind me, and Ted Bradbury will have that incentive. He knows he's lapping quicker than Simon Rudd at this stage, so he's going to simply just try and push on. And this is a rare occasion that I think I've already seen this, which is Team Olympian, who we know are defending champions, are pretty quick. And maybe this is, I'm certain, unique to Silverstone, because it's obviously it's a unique circuit. It's short, it's fast, it's a short lap of about 70 seconds or so. But this is a situation I never thought I'd really see, which is on literal pure pace, not on the fact they've had an issue. This is on pure pace. Andy McEwen, as he comes back into the seat. It looks as though, I don't think we ever expected to say this ever in Fun Cup, Team Olympian about to be lapped on pure pace alone by Brake Club with EDF, with Ted Bradbury at the wheel. And I never thought I'd say that about Olympian. That's not a discredit to them. That's more of a credit to how good a job Ted Bradbury and Vake Club are doing today on this particular circuit, whether it's an anomaly or not. We know how quick Ted is. He's making the team full effect of this. And this 246 car is a phrase used often, but this car genuinely looks like it is on absolute rails. He is driving the wheels off this car.
Yeah, it's got just the right amount of attitude from the front, just the right amount of rotation. It never looks like it's out of control or like it's a handful for him. He's just, yeah, absolutely on it. It's driver and machine in perfect harmony. And not just Ted, but Vlad as well. They've both been unstoppable, really. So, yeah, it's one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen in the championship, that is for sure. Yes, it's a short lap, minute and 10 seconds-ish per lap, but, you know, it's still, on any circuit, if you can gap Olympian by over a minute, you're doing something really very well. So, yeah, the Vape Club team hopefully are very, very proud of themselves. I'm sure they are. Ted and Vlad in particular. They've done the business on track so far and, yep, don't show any signs of relinquishing their grip on the race victory. What I will say, though, is that it's not like Olympian GRD have had a bad race. No. They are 36 seconds ahead of anybody else. So if it wasn't for Vape Club, we'd be saying what a dominant lead this was that Olympian GRD had. You know, there is only one car that's quicker than them. It's just that they're almost a full lap ahead of them now. Exactly. And also, they've done all of this even though we had a safety car about 20 minutes into the race. So actually it's, we're nearly 3 hours in, but that's 2 hours and 40-ish since we last had a safety car interruption, and a full lap has been gained. It may even be that that gap gets bigger before the checkered flag. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, very, very dominant, and uncharacteristically dominant performance this. Not that they are not capable of dominating, but it's rare to see anyone dominate in this fashion. But on the rare occasions that it does, I think we all just need to take a bit of a step back and realise what an achievement it has been. So, yeah, very good stuff. Here we go. This is the moment perhaps coming now where they put a lap on there on the second place car. I don't know whether Ted's quite close enough here. He's in the slipstream of Simon Rudd. Is he going to be close enough to have a lunge into Brooklands? How difficult will Simon make this for him? There's a bit of pride at stake here, but as I said, Olympian GRD just need to make sure that they bring this car home in second place. If that's the best result on the day that they're capable of, then that's the result that they need to make sure they bring home. And I don't think it's worth getting into any sort of argy-bargy here with Ted Bradbury, when actually, by slipping behind Ted, they can probably run a bit faster, because that slipstream, they can be dragged along by Bradbury, and it might actually make them a little bit more secure in second place. Well, Simon is defending into Cop's corner, so he isn't going to make this particularly easy for Bradbury, but Bradbury finds a gap on the inside anyway. You'd be forgiven for thinking that was for position. It wasn't, and it leans on Simon on corner exit as well. Simon put up as much of a fight as he could, but there was no keeping Bradbury behind.
And the trouble is, I said it while she was taking a step away, the way that Ted drives that car, as you say, it's really nicely put together. It's got just about the perfect setup you can put on it, just with Ted's driving style. Works with that as well. And he's driving it. Doesn't look. It's not the whole make it look slow to go fast. He's driving it as if it looks though he's driving fast, but it's controlled fast. It's competitive fast. Whereas Simon Rudd has made a couple of mistakes. He made that a couple of lockups. You have a run wide at Beckett's a few laps ago that we saw as well. So it's Simon's pushing the car, and so is Ted at that point. But it's Ted that's able to get the most out of it and keep it under control and actually get it to do exactly what he wants it to in a composed manner, rather than Simon, who's trying to push on because he knows he needs to try and pick up time. And so all Simon can really do now here, ironically now he's got the toe, he's keeping up with Ted because of course he's got it, but without it, just even without the toe, Ted and the Vape Club car at this point in time are just unstoppable at this point.
There is an argument to say that Simon could do with getting back ahead just in case we get a safety car. He wants to be on the lead lap, not the first car off the lead lap, but I just think it would be such a risk to try and do that when second place is a perfectly good result for them from the point of view of the championship, and they're a very championship-focused team, Olympian GRD, right from the very first round of the championship. This season they were talking about what they needed to do to win the championship again in 2025, so I don't see him taking any major risks, but wait and see how it pans out. We're into the final hour now of round 7 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We've got 58.5 minutes to go, and Vape Club with EDS Ted Bradbury is now a full lap ahead of the field, and if they can stay there to the flag, it would be, I believe, only the second time in championship history that the race has been won by over a full lap. Yes, it's a short circuit, I agree, but that is still an incredible achievement for Vape Club with EDF. Olympian GRD second, third Axiometrics, fourth UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, fifth for Demon Tweaks, and sixth is Team Pesky. So this is for position, it's for fifth place, Demon Tweaks and Team Pesky. The two cars behind are not in this battle, so in a way they can afford to let them go, which is what's happening. That 169 car is absolutely flying at the moment. That's Matt Larby in the car. Now, he went well in that car in the opening stint, didn't he, when he was running inside the top 5. They currently find themselves 169 outside of the top. No, where is 169? 169 on 50th place Rare Vinyl TLR. And so they've dropped down a fair way. But now have good pace in the car again and temporarily put themselves between this battle for 5th position. Team Pesky coming back at them now because, of course, they want to try and latch back onto the Demon Tweaks car. So Demon Tweaks in 5th, they run wide. That car now being driven number 249 by Guy Minshaw. And in Team Pesky, it is it's Andrew Dyer. And just as soon as this Rare Vinyl car gets out of the way, they can continue on with their battle. It's a pretty good fight, this, for a position in the top 5. And the Demon Tweaks car, it's 2 corners in a row that it's not been anywhere near. The apex then gets elbowed off the road nearly by Rare Vinyl, but still somehow Andrew Dyer not able to find a way through.
I think he will. I think he'll just bide his time for a moment or two and just strike when the moment's right. And as you said in the interview with Jamie, he just runs qualifying laps and has to push it every single lap. That's his attitude. And that was either a bump draft or a friendly. I wasn't quite a fan of that. Have something back, and look at that. All it's done is slow him up. Up the inside comes Andrew Dyer, and to take 5th position for Team Pesky into Cop's corner. And that as easy as you like. And I have a feeling in some cases that was more Jason kind of not satisfied with the move there. So he kind of, I think he tried a bump draft, or he said a little friendly, here's a little something back. And because of that, just didn't seem to work out at all, and actually lost him speed in the mix as well. Whilst you're away, just mentioned the fast track car did come back and it stopped at the end of the pit lane. There was pushed back in. It's now going back out again, but it's been in so many times. It's almost like a drive-through.
Yes, that, oh my word, what's going on there? That was Team Pesky with 2 wheels on the grass. They've got a dodgy transponder, which is throwing me because they were temporarily showing us a full lap behind this battle, but they are fighting Demon Tweaks for position. And Steve Data, number 214, the next car in behind. So Team Pesky should now establish themselves, hopefully, in that 5th spot. They were right behind Demon Tweaks at the line, and now they are already starting to build the margin in the 252 car, which again itself is a former race-winning car. So actually, a front-running car. I'm not sure if it is a race-winning car, because I don't think that's the car that Race Logic used to compete with, is it? No, I don't think it is. So. Not a race-winning car, but a top 5 running car at the moment here at Silverstone. This is the battle, in inverted commas, for the lead, and Simon Rudd wants to try and get back on this lead lap. They are the 2 cars battling for the lead, but this is not in itself the position. The lap separates these 2 cars at the moment, but Vape Club with EDF trying to keep Olympian GRD at bay, just in case there's a safety car. Because if it were to get a safety car, that's pretty much it then. Simon Rudd, though, getting pretty racy. This is the most racing, really, that Olympian have been able to do all race, certainly since the first stint. And Simon Rudd enjoying himself, if nothing else, and trying to keep any slim chances they've got of winning the race alive.
He's certainly trying to keep it as alive as best he can, and if that means tailing him to show he's got the same sort of pace, it does something, but as you say, the one thing he really needs now is a safety car. That's exactly what he wants. But the key thing is, he wants it to hit when he's in front of him rather than behind, as you said, because then if that's the case, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but if he does get a safety car in the situation, it's lengthy enough to cause disruption before the pit window, it's kind of game, set and match in that sense, really, because there's no real coming back from that in 40 minutes. Unless something, touch wood, drastically happens to Vape Club, then all they can do is battle with him and just try and disrupt him a bit. But this is almost kind of what could have been if they had the same sort of pace, because he's right there with him, causing him headaches, trying to get to the inside lines on the grass. Squeezed onto the grass, trying to repass him. And I have to be honest, I'm quite astonished at what was going on there, to be honest. He was trying to get back past him, but not quite sure how to read that anymore, to be honest. That was quite extreme from both of them.
Well, yes, it was. It was an extreme defensive move from Ted, and a risk that Simon Rudd didn't really need to take, dare I say it. Meanwhile, Team Brscc are in a world of trouble. Half the field seem to be together here at Lovefield. Now, not much of this is going to be for position, but we know that Team Brscc, the blue and white car, and Demon Tweaks, the red and yellow car, they are fighting for position in this lot. Across the line they will go, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars under a blanket, and not a big blanket at that. PLR are in this group, so are Team FFS, Team Disruptive, and a couple of others as well. But this is the kind of thing that, in a way, Simon Rudd does want to see, because this could well lead to a safety car, but he doesn't necessarily want it to happen whilst he is stuck behind the Vape Club car, as we've documented. Ooh, Disruptive up the inside of FFS. You've got the rare final car still trying to deal with Team Brscc, which they've just not been able to do. This is brilliant stuff.
It's 3 wide now. You've got the, I think that's C Data in the mix along with Brscc and I'll work out the other cars. Oh, that's the I think it's the Blisters, isn't it? That's the Blisters and Bannister car that's in there too. So there's all sorts going on here as they're side by side. Brscc leaning on each other as well. That's 169, isn't it? That's rare vinyl. So rare vinyl battling with. Rare vinyl back with Destruct. There's a bit of contact there. It almost looks like the rare vinyl then elbowed Demon Tweaks outside. And they're all over each other. And ahead of it, just casually there, Uve's chilling out as Demon Tweaks gets a wheel onto the curb and then he loses it. Now they're side by side between the 106. I think that certainly is, yes, Race Ventura. So that has now currently got in this 5th stim. That has got at the moment Stuart Bliss, no surprise there, current City Car Cup Championship leader and defending champion also, giving it to the Beans around the outside. There goes Demon Tweaks in the mix. They come back through Cop's corner and ahead of it all quite casually just battling two old hands of the championship in terms of teams, Uvio and PLR. And there goes Tyre trying to pick his way through, but no way to try and get past on the road at least. 220 and Team Disruptor gets very out one, as too does in the background. Race Ventura, what is going on?
Well, what's about to happen is Uvio are going to lose 2 places here, because remember, they are 4th, Demon Tweaks are 5th, and C Data are 6th. This is a replay, meanwhile, of what I think would go down as a fairly contentious moment. Ed Bradbury ushering Simon Rudd onto the grass. Now, I'm sure Olympian GRD will have an opinion on that, and I'm sure they'll be voicing that opinion right now to Julian Floyd, our race director. Oh, Red Vinyl have had a spin. I mean, there's a sense of inevitability about that, and that right rear tyre is off the rim. Now, that's a right rear as opposed to a left rear, which has been the problem tyre earlier on in the race. So I think that's contact induced more than anything else. But Rare Vinyl, something had to give in that group. They couldn't keep doing that without it all going wrong. And unfortunately, it's Rare Vinyl who end up on the wrong end of that situation. They will pit, and again, we dodge a bullet as far as safety cars are concerned. But yeah, in that group was the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car, who have been lapping considerably slower than the cars around there. Here we go, look. So Uvio, the black and gold car, the blue and white number 252 is Team Brscc. This would be to get them into 4th place if they can get past Uvio, and Demon Tweaks are there as well. So all of a sudden, Uvio could be losing quite a significant chunk of points to Olympian GRD. All the more reason, really, for Simon Rudd to just keep his powder dry. Sorry, I didn't realise.
So.
Interrupting your snacking there, sorry.
Yeah, definitely so. No, I'm always having to jump back in. There goes Tyre trying to squeeze past 146. In has come the car that came in, Rare Violence. They're in to fix that right rear, quickly to replace it. I don't think I've ever seen a race with so many actual tyres being changed, wheels being changed on Fun Cup cars. It doesn't happen because the tyres we have are quite durable. They're made for this kind of racing. It's pretty strong. But of course, if we had anomalies of the characteristics of the circuit, like the Harvick tyres, I'm used to it. There is the remnants of what was left. And again, it's another tyre that's been often pulled off the rim rather than anything else. Back to the scrap going on here. That's now Demon Tweaks losing track position to Team Brscc losing track position to Demon Tweaks, and now they're on attack from Team FFS. Barry Thompson trying to get in the mix, and of course that car's has been shared by ex-Rapid Caterham champion Lewis Thompson. As in front, PLR getting away with there. Then it's Brscc getting side by side. Now it's 3 abreast between PLR on the screen on the left, FFS in the middle, Brscc on the right. In front you can see that Stuart Bliss is going to get past Farkini for track position to get put through. There goes Barry Thompson squeezing the PLR machine to the inside line. Down the outside of both of them goes Andrew Dyer. So we're going to make it that easy. We'll just say around the outside of you then. Gets out onto the dirt, sideways for Team Tweaks, and they're off. And is that another puncture, or is that just losing it on the dirt? Either way, it's round it goes, complete 360. That was neat, but on the road it goes. Now, let's look at the tyres. Any damage?
No.
No, that was just either self-induced or done with a little bit of help, shall we say, either way. But I think we knew that we first saw this group of 8 cars, looked at it and thought, yeah, this is going to be carnage for the next 50 minutes until the pit stop, isn't it?
But we've lost a couple from this group, and yet the group gets bigger because they keep catching other cars now, and because of the power of the slipstream, they catch these other cars, and then they kind of get swept up into the battle, and everyone's just drafting with each other. Demon Tweaks will probably be back up there before too much longer. That was significant in some ways, though, because it's given Team Pesky that place back that they had lost to Demon Tweaks a lap or so ago. That's 5th position. And they are now once again going to be setting off after Uvio Hoffman's for 4th place. FFS bouncing wide now. But there's no let off, is there? You have a moment, you come back on the track and you can't catch your breath because you're straight back into a battle. So it's just got disaster written all over it, this group of cars, to be completely honest with you. Down into Brooklands we go. Axiometrics are in this now as well. They're a lap ahead, aren't they, of this group? So you've got Axiometrics 3rd position. They're not far away from lapping the 4th place car of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Some big gaps between cars inside the top half dozen or so, unlike what we normally see from the Fun Cup. Axiometrics are thinking, oh, please just let me get out of this mess. This will be pretty nervy stuff, I think, if you're Chris Weatherall right now.
Crucially, though, look who's broken free from that group mostly. There's some more shenanigans going on between that sort of disruptive Red River Sport now at the back of that group. That's the point. Where did Red River Sport come from? Insert themselves into the group now. And as you say, when we lose one, another one joins back in and brings friends in many cases. Now, Pesky thought they got rid of Axiometrics. They haven't. They're going to get lapped by them down towards Beckett's under brakes. And then proceed to go deep into the corner and out wide. So that was completely pointless to make that move stick. Tyre goes back through, but the key thing is, look, he's gone in front of that pack, and look who's in front in them to try and chase after, though he has got tow. Meanwhile, again, casually 3 wide, we've got Axiometrics, FFS now being squeezed onto the grass with 2 wheels, is PLR. I don't know what to look at this. This could be pretty messy down towards the braking zone, so we'll watch through our fingers. And under braking as we go, he says tentatively, yes, they've got through and survived Brooklands. Now, how about Luffield? All of them tightly going through. PLR Racing, who I think we'll double check who are racing in PLR at the moment. It is. Who's in PLR Racing at the moment?
Should be Tim, I think.
Yeah, Tim Wiedems. Neil Plummer get back in. That is the rare vinyl car back in the pit lane. So whatever the issue was when they had the contact with the right rear, with the puncture or the wheel problem, it's back in with more issues. Side by side again between Red River Sport and PLR. We get a replay here of, this is the Demon Tweaks bit. It looks as though I think he's got out wide onto the loose dirt, rounded web. Pirouette, but not going to get back any more track position. Around he goes. There's that one. This was further back, and that was what happened to Rare Vinyl. He did it by himself. That's
a second
puncture.
spin, though, isn't it? Is that a puncture, or is it?
Oh no, I think you're right. That is a second spin.
Yeah.
You can see that's been caught off broadcast. That's a new replay given to us by the producer. Thank you for that, because that might explain why that car's come back in again. So obviously it's not an isolated issue with the tyre. Something else has triggered that car. Also what triggered here is Andrew died. He's having to defend from the second choice racing car, which has Willow Smith at the wheel of it once again. And again, not for position this one. This is purely for track position at this point in time. Uber sliding out wide. They're battling in the mix with the Race Ventura squad. So Stuart Bliss is giving Farkini some headaches. And down the pit straight they come once again, wiggling around on the brakes. And also back in somehow back to full strength again. It's 99, which has been more stationary and running slowly and off the road than other places. But whatever the issue was, they seem to have got it back up to full health. And I'm going to presume that the wheel of it now is Michael Pearson, I think, because he's due for stint 5. So we'll go with that unless we're told otherwise. And look at this. Stuart Bliss is now holding up, unintentionally or not, Farkini, which means now this gives Andrew Dye the incentive. What he also has to do is try and get rid of Will Smith, who is with him here in this opening stint. But look at this, straight through Beckett. He's right on his tail here. This is imminent 4th place change, I'm certain.
Well, yes, it's been coming for a few laps, but every time Team Pesky seem to get close, they then get knocked back into the mess behind. But they're definitely latching on now to the Uvio car, which we know is wounded, we know it's struggling, and I think Team Pesky are probably about to take that place away. Round the outside there goes the Demon Tweaks car, which is not out of that battle yet, despite its spin that it had here a couple of laps ago. Nearly had another one there as it runs out wide, rejoins alongside Tim Wheeldon in the PLR racing car. And, onwards they go out of Luffield, where Vinyl rejoining. Yeah, second spin was an odd one. They've So they spun once, that was a puncture, so they came and changed the tyre, sent it back out, it then spun again, which tells me there's maybe been a bit of damage done by the knock that presumably knocked the tyre off the rim. So they've had the car in the garage for a minute or two to have a look at that. Team Pesky there slightly slow out of Copse Corner, and so 157 get up the inside. That's the second choice racing car of William Smith, which is trying to chase after Signature RV for 8th position. About 16 seconds or so is the gap that they need to bridge for that to happen. And it is towards the front of this field. Farkini in the Uvio car, just desperately trying to hang on to whatever result he can get. 4th place at the moment. And Axiometrics there, the orange and black car, running in 3rd, about to put a lap on Uvio as William Smith just looks the inside of Farkini. So no way through at Brooklands. William Smith's got some pace in this stint, hasn't he? And looks arguably like the quickest car in this group, actually. So pretty impressive pace that he's running. There's there, the Demon Tweaks number 249 machine, which has been carrying that damage to the left front corner for basically the entire race, is once again trying to latch on to this incredible battle pack of cars. This is very entertaining to watch, and almost a shame really that it's going to be broken up in 2 minutes time by the final pit stop window of the race.
It's also a shame it's not for position either, because it's lots of back and forth between them, but it is for at least track position at least, and that's something. Providing plenty of entertainment. Stuart Bliss leads the group through Beckett's, followed by Farkini, then William Smith, then you've got Andrew Dyer, then you've got behind Chris Wetherill in the Red River Sport car just there behind them as well is Bonamy Grimes, and then the next group, which is headed by the Demon Tweaks machine, which has currently Guy Minshaw at the wheel of it out of the 3 Minshaw clan. This is now Will Smith putting the manners on Farkini through Brooklands. Not bad for a rookie in this championship. Farkini has no interest in battling with him. Back at the inside he goes. But all this delaying and fighting, again, look, it's just bringing Andrew Dyer back into the mix here, doing the X-Race Logic car perfect justice here as he comes through. Side by side with Farkini looking across it, Will thinking, sorry, who are you? I've never come across you before and battled you, but he's going to get an idea of what's happened here, because look at this, it's now up the inside with the toe from Will Smith, down towards Copse Corner. This is the chance for Andrew Dyer to put Team Pesky into 4th place, and he does. That was critical. Great traffic management for Andrew Dyer. He saw the opportunity, got himself through, and tentatively, I say, gets himself into 4th for the time being, because Farkini will come back at him. Because actually, Metrics are just there to have a laugh and have fun, because they're not in the mix. They're ahead of them at least and trying to lap them. Chris Wetherill might be thinking, can I please get out of here, because I don't want to be in this group, because if something kicks off, it might be game over for my 3rd place. So he's going to try and pick his way carefully through here, and it's not helping the fact that even though Pesky and Uvio are right in front of him, they're lapping on the same pace as him, which means they're making it very difficult for him to get past on-track position on pure pace alone, as the final pit window does indeed open with a few seconds to spare. Yeah, an extra challenge for Axiometrics here is the fact that they're trying to get the as many points as they can in the Masters Championship. They're 3rd in the Masters Championship coming into this weekend. Olympian 2nd, Red River Sport lead the Masters category. But as it stands, Olympian GRD, I'm pretty sure, would move back into the lead of that class. They were only 6 points behind Red River Sport coming into the weekend, so Axiometrics part of that debate as well. So it's quite important that they don't get too involved in this and end up throwing away what would be a really solid 3rd place. In have come Team Disruptive, by the way. They're the first car to pit this time around from 10th place, as Uvio are back alongside Team Pesky. In fact, they're 3 wide there. The 106 car was a part of that battle as well. And as they arrive down at Beckett's corner, it is the Uvio car then that slips back through into that 4th position. So Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport back into 4th place. Farkini, I'm sure there'll be a part of him that's quite enjoying this battle, actually. It's not for the result that he would have been hoping for, but he never can resist a good elbows out scrap, can Farkini. Oh, he's got it all wrong into Brooklands though, runs wide and just about manages to gather it together. Is it wrong to say I saw that coming? he was basically he was almost, in a way, Andrew Dyer was baiting Farkini to do that, saying, go on, brake later. You won't do it. Go on, brake later. I dare you to. And he did. He just about held on to it somehow. The Red River Sport pits for their final pit stop. I think also as well, that was 14 green coming in as well. So first few pit stops of this final stint are coming in. Yes, it was. Also Bertha in, Signature RV. Well, Bertha been in for ages anyway, but Signature RV are in. There was a lockup from somebody in front there. I heard a tyre screech from somebody. So whatever happened there, someone's pushing a little too hard into Copse Corner by the look of it.
There is the Greenheath pit stop ongoing. Driver change done. Don't think there was any fuel there. Most teams try and avoid putting fuel in at the final stop if they can help it. Want that last stop to be the quickest, or as quick as possible. And is in their best interest as Uvio follow the Will Smith driven car wide onto the grass there coming out of Beckett. They both just sort of drifted over to the edge of the road, and that might now open the door again for Team Brscc. They're on the outside. Barchini is late on the brakes. He couldn't go as late that time as he had been on the previous lap though, because he had William Smith in front as a blocker. But it doesn't seem to matter which line Farkini takes into Brooklands. He's quite good at getting out of that sequence of corners still ahead. How far back is that Demon Tweaks car, I wonder? Some way back now, actually. They've lost a fair bit of ground after that spin. So it's Uvio versus Brscc for fourth. Here comes the Team Brscc. No, not quite get to the inside into Copse Corner. Bit of tyre smoke there from the 157 second choice car with bodywork rubbing on the right rear corner, I believe. Yes, it is that right rear bodywork that's been just knocked in slightly onto the tyre. They'll be able to address that if they need to during the pit stop. Speaking of pit stops, Olympian GRD are in, so Simon Rudd in early to hand over to Riley Phillips, and there's fuel going into that car. So because they had the dry stop last time, they're having to put at least some fuel in here to get it to the flag. That was nearly a full churn, I reckon. Riley Phillips waits patiently before the refueling is done, then jumps in the car, and he will be released fairly shortly. And now this car might, for the first time pretty much all race, be quicker than the race leading car, because Riley Phillips versus Vlad Vasiliev, you would argue probably Riley should be quicker. The problem is he's got to gain a whole lap, which just isn't going to happen in 36 minutes or so. Right, Team Brscc are in. So Team Brscc pit from 5th position, and that lets Farkini off the hook for the time being. This group has now dissipated a little bit, so it's just the 4 of them running together. The 157 car, though, has had some serious speed in this portion of the race. There is Team Brscc, fuel going in. So a single churn of fuel. Alex Foden will take over for the final portion of the race. Will they be able to get 4th place? This is going to be a fascinating battle, I think, through the final half an hour or so. They're just checking the back of the car, making sure that there's nothing rubbing against that tyre. Disruptive are in as well, Team Disruptive and Fast Track, so quite a lot of pit lane activity. Not yet for the race-leading Vape Club team. Team Brscc logo above the driver names there. I do like that touch. Yeah. Logo clearly representing the Team Brscc logo, which I'm a big fan of. Someone, I believe, oh, they were resetting the transponder, yes. Right, okay, yes. Yeah. So Team Brscc were resetting the transponder. That's the car that I noticed had a dodgy transponder before, so that's what that mechanic was doing underneath the rear end of the car. Axometrics in from 3rd. I thought they were. I saw the flash of orange and grey behind, so that is them coming in for their final stop. 35 minutes to go, and still Uvio staring at the back of the Race Ventura car. So we have to pit. There is the inclement stop from Axiometrics. I think you and me both agree. I love watching a Fun Cup pit stop. Yes.
It's just. I've said it before when I've just been watching from afar, and even just on a weekend, we just hear social media or something else, and I've stood in the pit lane, just sit and if I even for a stint, when they come in, just stood and watched Fun Cup pit stops, because they are so excellent to watch. They are almost like being too kind of dramatic here, things, but almost a bit like an art form in terms of putting them together, because they do. These cars have central seats, for those who don't know, so that means you can literally have one person get out one side and one get in the other, and that's what makes these stints these pit stops so exciting, because it's central, like you would say like a McLaren F1 or like a proper race car, is centrally in the seat. So therefore, it's much easier to get in and out of, and it makes these pit stops quite interesting. There's a little steam or something come off the front of the 157
it's
car.
bodywork on the right rear, I think. Yeah, it's been there a few laps.
Okay. Good job you spotted it. That's rather than me. I'm still learning for the first time. Race Ventura, interesting enough, creating a small gap now to Uvio. Not currently getting away right now, but come back into Beckett's. There's a car we haven't seen very much of, at least I like it, at least this season, a 97 car, which is Renault Racing. That's their kind of guest car in the very similar, let's say, very similar style to Uvio in the colours of an old F1 livery that's not allowed anymore, shall we say, and does it quite fittingly. But again, that car usually out with a team and sits back out there again, but we don't often see it on screen so much, which is a shame, because it's a great looking car, and it's a great hire car to get in the mix. It's also great to get in the mix here. That's Race Ventura versus Second Choice, and it is Second Choice that makes their second choice, then their first choice is right and pitting. So back into the pit lane they go to make their final stop. So through goes Uvio. And this will be intriguing. I'll be very interested to see how Alex Foden handles this outlap stint and used to these kind of few minutes. In fact, there he is, look, he's right behind him there. That's the car there. But of course that'll be a lap behind. Yeah. So he's not far away, so he might get the incentive that he can see Farkini, even though he's a lap ahead, and try and get through. Uvio now finds 263, the FF Corsa car out of its final stop, and effortlessly glides past before he hits the brakes for Beckett. Touches down through the sequential box.
I do think that transponder fix has cost thank you, time, because they shouldn't be losing a full lap for a pit stop, should you really, even when you add in the time transitioning in and out of the pit lane. So I think that's cost them time. It might ultimately let Uvio off the hook, I think, in that battle for fourth place. Unless, of course, they have any dramas, but I wouldn't anticipate them losing a full lap against Team Pesky now. And in fact, there's a danger Pesky, if they've dropped that much time, they might end up losing other positions, because, of course, the Demon Tweets car wasn't that far back, and they might even now be falling into the clutches of the likes of Second Choice. So we'll see where exactly they come out. There, meanwhile, is Ted Bradbury. They're going to stretch this stint as long as they can. 31 minutes and 40 seconds to go. As Race Ventura pop and bang their way down the pit lane entry, we see Ted Bradbury go on to another lap, 175, the lap that he is starting. And then 97 Renault Racing. Mentioned we hadn't seen a lot of them, but good to see them running well, actually. 17th place inside the top 20, because they've largely kept themselves out of trouble. They've had a nibble out of the left front corner of the car, the left-hand side of the front splitter missing. They're not the only ones. See Data have basically the same damage. Uvio are missing something from that corner as well. So I think we can let that slide. They've had a really good race, Renault Racing, and yeah, good to see them running solidly inside the top 20.
Solid fan club as well, you saw earlier on.
Yes.
So yeah, we'll have them back, please. That was quite good. Not sure about the slight infringement on the Rolls-Royce logo, but we'll gloss over that on the side. But we'll finish with that one. Just over half an hour to go then in this 4-hour Fun Cup endurance race to round off the first day of racing for the Brscc Summer Race Weekend here at Silverstone National. Plenty of action coming up tomorrow. As a reminder, we've got more action from the Fiesta Juniors and from the Fiesta ST240s and from the Nankang Tyre BMW SuperCup. And we're also joined as well by the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and Student Motorsport competition, which features the Student Motorsport competition. The pit window now closes. And remember, you can pass the pit close board once, but you have to only do it once. So once you've passed it, you have to come in next time by. And of course tomorrow we're also joined, when they qualify tomorrow as well, we'll be joined on track by the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship, the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup, including Student Motorsport competition, and the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy, which has a pretty full grid of about 40 cars, which is looking pretty strong for Club Sport tomorrow. So be sure to tune into that on the Brscc and Alpha Live YouTube channels. That's tomorrow. Still got half an hour to go here, and that's Lake Club with Navlad Vasiliev at the wheel to hit the car to the finish. That was so much. Alex Foden turned into that corner so much that I think he even lifted the inside front wheel through Brooklyn. It was just stopped spinning. It didn't lock up, it was stopped spinning in that sense. They're both going to come in. No, Pesky almost followed Lake Club into the pit lane thinking, I'm going to get a tow. Oh no, he's coming in. And just quickly carried on. So Uvio also in as well. So that means that essentially Uvio, yeah, they're in straight away now to make that final stop. And there is no fuel. Lake Club come in and do have fuel. This is a churn going in. Ted Bradbury jumps out. It was Ted Bradbury jumping out. Vlad Vasiliev will get in the second. Position timing now. He slides in. Belt up. Refired. Last couple of belts slotting into place. The doors closed. Away you go.
That was about the same amount of fuel, I'd say, as Olympian GRD took on. So there is Olympian coming out of Luffield. Remember, this wouldn't be for position. There is still a lap between them. Can Riley Phillips at the very least get the car back on the lead lap. You never know, a late safety car could still turn this around. We know that Riley should have a pace advantage really on Vlad, not an enormous one necessarily, but he should be a bit quicker. Pretty sure that Vape Club will still be ahead of them on the road.
It doesn't help the fact that Chris Hart's just repassed him for track position. And I thought for a second it was Charlie Hart, but it's not, it's Chris, because he's in the final stint. So that's confusing.
Yeah, well, Chris Hart's unless they've just gone rogue on the driver line, because that looked a bit like Charlie in the car.
Yeah. And look, again, no slight on course of Riley, of course not, but it's just how quick, and Chris of course not, because he's a quick driver in himself. There's battle going on here, which is now between the recovering race vinyl car, rare vinyl car, and Demon Tweaks. And still scrapping for it's not for position, it is purely just for track position. And also just noticing going up and down the order at the moment is that Demon Tweaks, despite everything they've gone through, are in 5th position.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is quite extraordinary given the pace, but again, it is the Minjals. You expect the Minjals to be quick in whatever they race, so that's kind of telling that they had lots of pace. Just if it hadn't made 1 or 2 extra mistakes that caught up and stuff, it could have been slightly higher.
Yeah, no, 100%. And they've come out of this, of course, ahead of Team Pesky, with whom they were battling before, because Pesky did have that longer pit stop, so they've dropped down to 7th behind Demon Tweaks and behind Seed Data, who move up into 6th place. How far behind Uvio is this Demon Tweaks car? 14 seconds. And of course the previous lap was Uvio's out lap, so we can't really compare lap times yet. So Uvio, I think Uvio are going to salvage 4th place out of this, which is not actually that bad, all things considered. There goes the 249 car then, turning into Brooklands Corner. There is the Uvio car that they're chasing. So the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport 225 car, which is far from in showroom condition, but and hasn't really been running at the proper pace all race long. It's now in the hands of Fabulous Randaccio. Red River Sport just ahead of them, who are back out of the top 10 now after delay earlier on. The Red River Sport car, that's not a bad car for Fabulous to be following, because I presume they've got Johnny Molam in that car. Yes, they have. So he could. This is perfect. He can sit in the slipstream. That's free lap time right there. He doesn't need to push the car too hard through the corners, and should be enough, hopefully, to keep them in 4th place. They're a full lap and a bit behind 3rd, Axiometrics, who've had the loneliest race, really. But Vape Club with EDF, the race leaders, by well over a lap. The biggest winning margin at Silverstone, by the way, 67.449 seconds. That was... Uvio around at Lovefield. What on earth happened there? The Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car, I just said all they needed to do was sit behind the Red River Sport car and not have any issues, and they've had an issue. So luckily they're able to carry on, but Fabulous still ahead of the Demon Tweaks car as well. But just to cap off what's been an enormously frustrating afternoon for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, and it very nearly got a little bit worse again. They're going to lose another lap, I think, shortly to Vape Club, but that was a scary moment that could have gone an awful lot worse. But thankfully they were able to get the car up and running quite quickly with no further damage done. But I'd like to see a replay of that, because I'm not entirely sure how they ended up pointing the wrong way in the first place. As if by magic, this is what happened. So he's on the curb, nips to the inside of Johnny Molam.
And contact with Red River Sport.
But the gap was always going to close, wasn't it? He was taking a tighter line through the corner. Molam was obviously taking a wide line, late apex, sort of diamonding the corner off. And yeah, that was unfortunate, a little bit clumsy. Here's a reverse angle of it. Multi-cam replays have been an absolute treat this afternoon, I've got to say, giving us every view of the action, and that's a view that Fabulous Randaccio will not want to relive. Luckily, didn't stall the car, because that could have been a real disaster.
97 starts Renan Racing.
Now, what were you saying before about Renan Racing? How we hadn't seen much of them.
You bought into it as well.
No, slander that is, Scott. Well, luckily they've carried on again.
This is commentator's case, you're coming now. Anyway,
well,
no, they've carried on now, so that might well have been a spin. So that, or just quickly fire up and there it goes. But one thing I was going to say as well with Uvio is that even if Fabio didn't see the funny side of it, Farkini would have done. He would have laughed, because he always laughs at the situation. And before I go to Jen with it, before I go with Jamie to an interview, I have to quickly mention that I always laugh at the example of when he made contact with PLR at Donington Park 3 or 4 years ago. I always reference it. He's on the pit wall looking at it. Is he angry? Is he annoyed? No, he's laughing his head off because he's had to make contact. And on that note, we're going to go down to the pit lane once again with Jamie, who I believe has axiometrics to talk to him. So down to Jamie to see who he has.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I'm down with Chris Weatherall. We'll keep it brief because we know things are tense at the moment. What a great day.
Yeah, really good, really fantastic. I mean, I'm just surprised there haven't been more safety cars, but you know what? That's great. We're happy with what's happening.
And every single stint has been really busy. You know, you, John and Greg, you had to fight all the way to get to where you are in P3.
Well, look, we know in Fun Cup there's no such thing as an easy win or an easy any result. So yeah, we've had to fight the whole way. Everyone's on it. I mean, it's absolutely flat out from the moment you get in. I had a bit of a mistake on my pit stop. I don't know what happened, but I screwed something up there. So that lost us a few seconds we didn't want to do, but you know what, we're still there and still in the battle. So.
And how's the balance of the car been?
The car has been a rocket ship, it's got to be said. It's been really, really good. Had a great little stint earlier on with Uvio. They were in the pack in front of us, but it was starting to get a bit spicy. I saw one car pick up a punch and I thought, we don't have too much to gain here, so we'll just hang fire.
All right, we'll let you go and watch the screens. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Thanks, Jamie. Good to hear there from Chris Weatherall. And yes, they're going to be very happy with third place. It's good points for them. And a solid podium finish as well. There, down towards Brooklands comes the Olympian GRD car. So Riley Phillips then is running in the mid 1 minute 8. So he is about a second a lap quicker than Vape Club. Going to get a replay here of what this is. Something's going to happen. That was Renault Racing spin right at the back of shot. Single car spin. Got to say, I'm very impressed that we've had so many spins. That's not particularly impressive, but no stalls. Towards the end of a 4-hour race, the engines are really hot. That's often where if you do spin, it's so easy to stall the engine and virtually impossible to then fire it back up again. Now, hopefully speaking too soon here. We've still got 21.5 minutes to go, but every single car that's had a spin so far has been able to continue on their way, and that's why, to Chris Weatherall's point, we haven't had more than just the one safety car. Even with that safety car, by the way, I think we're going to get within a lap or two of the all-time Silverstone record, which was 201 laps. That was, again, back in... when was that now? Hang on.
Red River Sport getting into it again, this time with Greenheath. Oh, and that was so close, in fact. Greenheath just came across and they were millimetres apart from making contact, but I think Red River Sport... I think Johnny Motham realised the error from last time and thought, right, let's not get involved in this, and just backed out just at the last minute. But if you'd seen it, because I know you look at your spreadsheet, there was practically like a cigarette's paperwork between the rear of Greenheath's car and the front of Red River Sport's car between them, which is quite fascinating. Here's the, not quite twins, but the Demon Tweaks cars that play between each other. 207 casually less than 246.9 through, with the race leader also trying to fit through the middle, and being chased down by both, looks like Chris Hart, or maybe Charlie Hart, one of the Harts in fact at least, but look, he's also popped in behind them as well, Riley Phillips. Yes, they're a lap down, but he's there. He's given them a bit of a headache with 20 minutes to go, and this is not going to help. And what we say about Greenheath, well, they got into it with somebody else, I think. Oh, and Axiometrics. Talk about 9 lives. That was incredibly close, and back out they go once again, and right in front of the leader. So they have to come back on the road. Now Demon Twigs squeezes. In fact, actually, you can see here, the 110 car is completely boxed in. He's got Demon Tweaks in front of him. He's got Axiometrics. No, he's got Greenheath to his left. He had Vape Club to his right. Behind him, he's now got Olympian. Nowhere to go, in fact. Completely, literally boxed in. He's got nowhere to go because of the left-hand side, he's invisible. Then you've got Vape Club actually running out wide. Through goes Riley Phillips. And how critical is that to get through? Because you mentioned if there's a safety car, who benefits the most from that? Because they get the wave around to come back on the tail of them. Riley Phillips. So this is exactly where he wants to be. He's probably now praying to the Fun Cup gods, please give me a safety car. Please give me something tangible to work with here to try and save this race. Uvio's still in the battles as well. But now Riley's got, I was about to say clear air, he doesn't. He still has Demon Tweaks and also the 110 car in there as well of Morpheus Motorsport, the Hearts. He's going to try and pick his way through if he can. And Vlad Vasiliev is there with him, so that's quite intriguing. But this is the fight I was intrigued to see how much of a pace difference Riley Phillips would have compared to that of Vlad Vasiliev. At the moment, looking at the times, yeah, admittedly, he was a second quicker on the last lap. Obviously, at this rate, it's not going to be enough, But again, he's hoping for something to try and save this race for him, to, or at least be residing for second place.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if we do get a safety car, then they're right back in it. And right now, you'd say the chances of a safety car occurring are relatively high, because this is very messy, is the best way to describe it, I think. We've got so many cars, all on different agendas, all at different speeds, all on different laps, really, but all sharing the same bit of racetrack. We've had 2 or 3 spins in the last 10 minutes alone, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we could end up with that safety car, and it might just salvage Olympian GRD's chances of fighting for a win. For Vlad Vasiliev, meanwhile, he just needs to make sure that he's not the reason for a safety car, make sure that he keeps that car in one piece and out of trouble, and just pray that these final 18 minutes elapse pretty quickly. Out wide goes Hart, and the in the 110 car, you got Demon Tweaks in here as well. Riley Phillips, with the bit between his teeth here, is absolutely flying, and just trying to keep his hopes alive. He sheds a little bit of bodywork as he turns into Brooklands. Vasiliev, this has got to be quite nerve-wracking for Vlad Vasiliev, because he is in a world of trouble here, and just desperately aware that the slightest misstep from him or any of the cars around him could very easily cost them the race.
It could, particularly when you're playing a game like this at 17.5 minutes to go, with lapped cars around you. I wonder for a second that Riley Phillips, obviously we know whether it is Charlie Harper, I wonder if Riley recognises how much pace that the 110 car has. And maybe he's just kind of using that car to give him an extra bit of a tow around, because he knows he's running roughly the same sort of pace, and he can also sense that Vlad is also in the mix, because they have radio in these cars, don't they? In terms of team radio, they can tell them things I'm right. Is that saying is it just the race lever they have for race control?
I think it's just race control, although Jamie may well correct me on that, but I don't think
sure he will.
Yeah,
I'm sure he will correct me.
Yes. And he will know things that I don't know as well. I will fairly openly admit that. But no, I think it might just be one way as well, crucially, from race control. Olympian GRD, oh good, they've got Uvio there to contend with as well now, as if this wasn't getting complicated enough. But a truly bizarre race, this. The first half an hour was very frenetic. It stretched out in the middle. We were commenting on these big gaps between cars. I know not all of this is for position, but the fact that we've got nearly half of the remaining field all together is really quite a sight to behold. They slip up the inside of FFS there. Uvio slithering through. You've got some very quick drivers at the front of this group.
I thought Uvio for a second were going to do something that I wish they wouldn't do, which was just fire one down the inside, and Fabulous was going to go right. Enough of that. That's Vape Club.
That was the leader.
Vape Club is the pit lane. What's this?
What is going on?
16 minutes to go, and Vape Club are in.
Is he in? Did he go into the pit lane? Yes, he has.
Yes.
The leaders are in the pit lane with just under 16 minutes.
It's a penalty.
It's a stop-go penalty for Vape Club. Again, no notification on the timing screen, but Vape Club in for a penalty, and they will rejoin. Now, okay, that could have been Simon Rudd. Perfect timing. Stalks across the pit lane to see what that all means. It will not cost them the race. By itself, it will not cost them the race, because they will still rejoin half a lap or so ahead of Olympian GRD, probably more. But that was a heart-stopping moment. I really thought that car might have had a problem or damage or something. Thankfully, it's a penalty. Track limits, pit stop infringement, we don't know what it is. But anyway, in a way, I actually think that's not a bad thing for Vlad, though, because it gets him out of this absolute chaos that was kicking off around him.
Good point. Definitely gets him out of it, gets him some clear air to try and relax a little bit more. Clear air is not what Riley Phillips has right now. Although, interestingly enough, he's got 2 very fast cars around him. He's got the 110 car, which we think is with Charlie Hart at the wheel, and he has Fabulous behind him in Uvio. Do you think he's in the smallest, in an interesting way, just sort of deliberately sitting and thinking, you two are as fast as me. If we work together as one train, it's a long shot, but maybe we can make something here and work together better as a collective. I'm not battling either of you for position. I don't have any quarrel with you. Give me a temporary truce, even though they've got their perennial rivals right behind them, thinking, look, let's just let bygones be bygones for the next 14.5 minutes. Let's just work together slightly and see if we can try and help me get close to the Vape Club car and see what the gap is. Now, the key thing is going to be, what is the gap going to be? Now, let's see here, just as it goes across the line, you've got Riley going out of Beckett's onto Wellington straight, so we can get a handle on the gap. So across the line has gone Vasiliev, and that is now 188 laps in the book. So, and that was a 129. So I'd say he's lost about, what, 20, 30 seconds? Well,
yeah.
maybe less, depending on, because of course you would have had basically we would treat it as an in lap, then an out lap, and that's 20 seconds ahead onto a regular time. So he'd have lost at least, what, 21 seconds, plus the time coming into the pit lane. And of course, the time he had to go coming up to the timing line. So that's quite fascinating. Now, this is also interesting. You've got the 110 car also giving the push to axiometrics, now pulling onside. Riley gets the double toe down the pit straight, pulls in alongside. He's going to try and make it move to pass some axiometrics, who has no interest in playing ball, shuts the door firmly. And the gap is 42 seconds, and you heard something in the background. There was a squeal of tyres by somebody.
Yes, who we don't know. Hopefully they gathered it together, but there was definitely a screech of tyres. Someone, I think, was heading for the scenery.
It's Damon Twiggs, safety car.
And they're going to be in the barrier. They've been in the barriers. That's done big damage to the Demon Tweaks car. And yeah,
that
it could end up being a safety
car.
car. We've got 13 minutes to go out of the car. Gets the driver. That was Jack Minshaw. And he was the screech of tyres. He trudges away. This was the 5th place car, remember? And he is absolutely gutted with that, understandably. The Demon Tweaks race is over, but what does this mean for the battle for the win?
What was it we said? Riley was praying for something, and of course it's unfortunate for Demon Tweaks. Of course, 5th place. That is a real gut wrench for them to lose 5th position. But what a potential save this could be, potentially, and that's the big key where we have to stress. Potentially a big save, Riley, for this, because if this all closes back up again, he's going to be tantalisingly close. And again, given the fact he's a second a lap faster than Vlad Vasiliev, and if Vlad gets held up in traffic, which he might well do, if he's got faster cars around him, that could be fascinating. Now, maybe Julian, is he hesitating to put the safety car out yet, or at a right time, I wonder?
It's a long way off the road. It is a long way off the road. We're only 12 minutes from the end of the race. There is a chance they will leave this without throwing the safety car out. Blimey, Charlie Hart goes grass tracking out of Beckett's corner. There is a good chance that Julian will try to just cover that under yellow flags for a while. If it doesn't need a safety car, he will not throw the safety car just for the sake of it. Up the inside of axiometrics there go Olympian GRD and Uvio, so that's the 2nd and 4th placed cars, unlapping themselves from the 3rd place car. There is the 1st place car, so Vlad Vasiliev then at Beckett's corner, 40-odd seconds clear, so without a safety car, it is his race to lose. And we haven't gone safety car yet, so I'm beginning to think even if we were to go safety car now, we'd be left with so little racing that it might not matter. Every lap, every minute that goes by now without that safety car appearing just brings the Vapor with the EDF squad that little bit closer, one step closer at a time to the checkered flag. But Vlad is still not able to relax. He's come right back out in traffic. He's sliding the car around, and these 10 or 11 minutes are going to be the longest 11 minutes of Vlad's life, because remember, he's only 11 minutes away from claiming his first ever win in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. It would be Ted's 2nd win, because he won the sprint race at Alton Park at the end of last year, along with his Reza Suwerven and someone else, Mikey Porter, in that first race. Thank you, Jamie, for reminding me of that. But yeah, Vlad has never won a race in this championship. We sort of questioned having him in for the final stint, but it would be quite fitting, wouldn't it, if he could bring the car home to what would be a landmark victory.
It's one of those moments he'll remember forever, given the fact he's been racing the championship for, must be, what, 4 or 5 years now? About that?
Yeah, about 5 years,
so the fact that he's going to, if it happens in the next 10 minutes, because we have to say if, nothing's certain yet. We saw Demon Tweaks go off, so we thought there was going to be a safety car, but it's not over yet. It's not over until that checkered flag, but Vlad Vasiliev, how fitting would it be? And also, that's like the culmination of a journey he's been on, because I remember he first came into the championship and the pace was all right until he was sort of mid-pack in the mix. Then they got a couple of sporadic top 5s, were getting better. Now it seems something really has gelled and formed with Ted Bradbury. He's got a quick driver underneath him alongside as his co-driver. He can learn from him. Pretty certain that Ted's showing him where to be quick and sharing his data, as you should do as a good teammate in a car you're sharing. And Vlad, of course, I mean, his lap times, his last lap was not slow lap time. It's a 1:10.182. It's not the slowest lap time out there, but obviously you compare it to Ted's lap time, which are 2 seconds better. And he's got a couple of cars tailing him. He's got seed data, and he's got, I think that is the Race Ventura car. Yes, it is. It was the 106 in there, which has currently at the moment Richard Bliss now. So Richard, who's at the wheel of the car, doing quite well. Also in there too is the second choice car, and indeed Signature RV right at the tail of that field also, which has at the moment, I'm guessing, well, maybe Marcus Clutton, because he's in the background as well. It says number 6, but I know they changed the drivers at one point to see who was going to be.
He's in the 108, so I suspect it probably is, yeah.
Yeah. there goes Seed Data up the inside of Vape Club. That's interesting. Oh, and Signature RV just appears. That's confirmed. So he just appeared like on the inside of second choice. Thought, right, I'm coming through. There's nothing you can do about it.
Well,
and he lost his position back anyway. So it didn't really matter.
But he needs to push on because he could get that car into the top 5. Seed Data is in 5th position, so that's for position between 214 and 557. So that's why Marcus Clutton is incentivised, and if he can get there, that will put Vlad Vasiliev right in the middle of a battle for a position in the top 5. That's not a place I'd want to be if I was nursing a car home to the checkered flag. But yeah, Marcus Clutton is absolutely flying. His last lap was a where are we looking? 109.1 or 109.7 for Seed Data, so he's definitely got the pace at this stage to get onto terms with the 5th place car.
So fascinating dynamics with 8 minutes to go. Again, what I'm still fascinated is that Riley's still using the 110 car as a crux for a tow, which I guess is not a bad thing given his lap times he's doing is 1 minute 8.9, so he's pushing on. So he was a full, and again, look at that, a full second and a half quicker on this lap. There you go, there's your reason then. He knows that that car is quick, so thinks, right, that's one of the quickest cars out there. I'm going to follow you and see what happens. There's the very dog-eared Uvio car going through Cops Corner, which is still surviving and has still got, ironically, Team Disruptive still behind them as they come towards, and they're still being disruptive, putting themselves into the mirrors. 7.5 minutes to go in this race then. And the gap's down to, I keep watching that gap come down. It's 37.5 seconds. I know it's not going to be enough, but so... that was always too much. That was 99. That was fast track. It had all sorts of... The car stopped and then gone, stopped and come back in again, stopped on track and just appeared stage left back on circuit after he's fixed it, then back on pace again, then getting to somebody else. They've had an adventurous day and probably not all for the right reasons.
No, definitely not.
And that was interesting as well. You see, that was Signature RV have got past Vape Club on track. He's let him through.
Right, okay,
but
well...
You see here, look, there he is.
I mean, I don't think that's a bad decision that Vlad's made there, to be honest, to let the charging Marcus Clutton through.
Get a tow from him.
Exactly. He can tow, but the problem is he's going to tow right up to a battle that Marcus is then going to get involved in a battle that probably Vlad would rather have no part of. But
I can map out his thought. This is going to be great. Oh, no.
yeah.
I'm at the back of a queue of cars I don't want to be in.
Worth pointing out, though, I mean, Vlad will have absolutely no idea who is in these cars, who's fighting each other for position. It's just a sea of Fun Cup cars. So actually, we're sitting here saying, oh, yeah, but you're going to find yourself in a battle you don't want to be in, surely. He has no way of knowing that. There's no way, realistically, of the team getting that sort of information across to him. So he will have spotted, I'm sure, that was probably Marcus Clutton in that car. Certainly he'll know that car was going quickly, and this is going to help his lap times, of that there's no doubt.
Was that something flapping out the side of his window? Was that him pointing, going...
It's been there for a while.
I think it's something flapping, yeah,
I think it's the wing mirror of the air vent.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I thought he was gesticulating out of the...
It does look like he's giving a thumbs up, doesn't it?
Or something else.
Or something similar, yeah. No, it's flapping in the wind, not helping the aerodynamics, I'm sure.
Yeah. Now then. This is interesting. Marcus Clutton's on it, and look who's right behind. That's a 5th position. That'll be 4th position. What's the bet? He's going to try it down towards Brooklands. He's close enough, I think, and knowing what Marcus can do, knowing how he likes to just surprisingly dive bomb people into Brooklands, I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, let's see. He's close enough, and of course the Seed Data car has no slipstream in front. Here comes Clutton to the inside. It's not much of a dive in the end. He was fully alongside into the braking zone and fully ahead by the time they got to the apex. So Marcus Clutton then up into 5th position ahead of Seed Data. Feel a bit sorry for Seed Data. They've been sort of knocking on the door of that top 5 all afternoon long, and looks like they're going to be losing that top 5 right at the very end. But yeah, that's still a solid result for them. Signature RV will be delighted, and they'll be on the Masters podium as well. 3rd place on the podium at the moment for Signature RV. Seed Data, they're coming back as 257 is off.
And something else has happened to somebody, because there's a lot of smoke
A lot of tyre smoke. And I'm sure they've had a spin there already on the exit of Brooklands. Quite a few people have, but I think that is one of the cars which has. Side by side here for 5th position. And so Seed Data able with a slipstream at least to take the fight back to Marcus Clutton in the Signature RV car, which stays ahead for now. Vlad Vasiliev, of course, with a grandstand view of all of this. He is 4.5 minutes only now away from his first ever win in the championship. Replay here of what happened. Same thing, isn't it? Over that inside curb, completely by themselves, and it was just a lot of tyre smoke from that one car, really, as it went backwards onto the grass. Right, down through Brooklands we go. Only a handful of laps left, and Clutton, having got to the front of this group, not yet escaping.
Hasn't. I'll tell you what, Vlad Vasiliev will probably have quite a tinge of nerves in this last one, because he knows what's at stake here. He's only 4 minutes away, touch wood, from his first ever Fun Cup victory. And again, what a build he's had in the last few years coming through. He's practically stuck with EDF Motorsports the entire time. Eddie Farrow's squad have given him a solid car. He's now given him a good co-driver in Ted Brad, because he must have approached or found Ted obviously after his exploits when he tried it last season. And of course now with the Vape Club squad coming on board with them, it's now become a point where Vlad is ultimately benefiting from the excellent stuff with Ted. But that takes absolutely nothing away from the effort that he's done either in this particular race. And both of them have done pretty well. There's second choice getting up the inside of Race Ventura, and I thought for a second he was going to get involved with a pair of them, particularly the Vape Club car. And this is the nervy point. Every single time someone goes to dart and make a move around this group, it's almost like, I want to use a different term, it's like a very something very sort of nervous in the middle of four very aggressive things. And kind of like just every time someone makes a move, it kind of just flinches, like, oh, don't do it. But this is very interesting to see how the dynamic works out. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Just pitching that car in. I love how they just hook the inside curb in to rotate the car all the way through. Even though it's rear-wheel drive, it just helps just to pull that car around off onto the corner exit. Brscc, you have to say, holding his own, and as he should do, doing a grand job as he turns out of Woodcote. Again, here comes the C-Data car to attack on Clutton. Keeping watching brief is the Brscc right in the middle of this group, of course. 2.5 minutes before the checkered flag. And if there were any nerves, if there weren't many nerves before, I imagine there won't be any fingernails left out at Vape Club watching this one.
Marcus Clutton weaving around aggressively to try and break the toe to see Data. Oh, Vasiliev under assault again. That's the 157 car steaming up the inside. And that is Josh Phelps. I'm ready to see a checkered flag now. I'm feeling so nervous just on Vlad Vasiliev's behalf right now. A lot of weaving going on down the Wellington Straight. Honestly, if I'm a Vlad Vasiliev, I would just be dropping right behind this group, getting away from them, because this has got trouble written all over it. He's actually fighting back on the outside line there into Brooklands corner as Marcus Clutton slithers his signature RV car through Luffield. The 106 Race Ventura car now of Richard Bliss is the one that comes up to challenge Vlad, who is 30 seconds clear of Olympian GRD. So he's lost 12 seconds to Olympian since the stop-go penalty. It was 42-43 seconds when he came out from the stop-go penalty, so it has been coming down quickly, but only 2 more laps to go. So on raw pace, Riley Phillips isn't going to do it, but you never know. There's still a chance here, because Vlad Vasiliev just can't catch a moment to catch his breath. Every corner, there is danger lurking.
He's got Race Ventura giving lots of attention down towards Beckett's out of Cops. There goes Clark, and that's Uvia around.
Fourth place.
First time that's happened, is it? And they did that even with contact with Red River Sport a few laps ago there. I'm sure that the static camera that we've got on that other angle will have caught it. That's more, not a problem, that's just more Fabulous putting his foot down because he's a little bit frustrated, I think. But he's been a frustrating race all round for Uvia. It's fourth place, but they won't see it like that. They'll see it as we missed out on the victory and we didn't do good enough from off the podium. So it's interesting to see. This is now Phillips, who has decided finally he wants to kind of almost dispose of him. And C-Data have gone around, and they were battling with Signature RV. Now, I'm not going to put 2 and 2 together just yet. I'll let the clerk of the course decide if there's anything on that, if there was anything, but we'll wait and see. I think Riley Phillips is he's ultimately decided, look, I'm not going to win here, so I'll just play with the 110 car and see what happens, and have a battle towards the end. It's a bit of a braking duel down towards Brooklands. Phillips wiggling around as the it gets twitchy. He literally lifts the inside front wheel. That's how almost stiffly sprung these cars are to turn in. Force way up the inside, but there's no room to get through it again. This is just for play now. I think he's just realising, look, I'm not going to win. I've got second place in the bag. I'm just going to have some fun with heart here for the last couple of moments. Get it done. The timer has hit 0 though, and I think I'm certain that we will see in half a lap's time the Vape Club car come across the line. Phillips is across to the inside line to make the move up for track position. This isn't for race position at all, because the 110 car is quite far down, having its earlier issues. But to call him home for the final time in towards Brooklands, it's been a long time coming, I'm sure, but Vape Club about to get their first or second win. But for this man at least, it's been a long time coming, but finally he's about to stand on a top step of the podium in Fun Cup for the very first time.
It's EDF Vape Club's first win. The win that Bradbury had was in the Ninky Knock, of course, at Alton Park at the end of last year. So a first victory for this pairing, a second win for Bradbury, but a first ever victory in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship for Vlad Vasiliev, and he will be absolutely delighted with that. Blasts across the line. And probably for the first time in the last half an hour or so, he takes a big, deep breath and I'm sure was feeling the nerves in that final stint. Ted Bradbury is there with his dad to celebrate. He looked pretty pleased as well, and as well he might be. A second victory for Bradbury in the championship. That was well deserved. Utterly dominant, those two. There was no touching them. Even a late stop-go penalty could not prevent them from winning. Did prevent them from getting anywhere close to that biggest winning margin, but hey, they won't mind that. They get the win, and it maybe just keeps their very slim championship hopes alive. But really, for Vlad in particular, it's the win that he's most interested in. What's left of the UVA Hoppers Motorsport car crosses the line in fourth. They've got a few stories to tell at the end of that 4-hour race, haven't they?
And some, yeah. And we should also mention the course as well. I'm sure you have already, but just in case. Olympian, second place for them. But again, like we said before, it's the races they don't win that can win them the championship. So they got second place. It was the best they could do behind the winner. So they shouldn't be too disappointed with that. And I'm sure there'll be very magnanimous second place finishes, given the fact it's a very popular win in itself. And Axiometrics, we saw Chris Weather was very happy with the work today with his entire crew, including himself, and a third place. And they're always a team where they do it, but they do it quietly and silently, not anonymously, but like they do it kind of just in their own race, don't get in too much trouble. They had a couple of battles and some scrapping with UVO, but they don't do it in a dramatic way. They just get on with the race, nice and cleanly, no issues, all good to say. I think we've got some reaction from Jamie down in the pit lane. Who he's got, I couldn't quite catch on the microphone, but hopefully some reaction from our brand new race winners, and it is from Ted Bradbury, so the man who did equal share the heavy lifting in that race, gets his second Fun Cup win. He's down with Jamie in pit lane.
Ted, you've done it.
Yeah, finally this year, after all that hard work from the team. Yeah, it's been great. Good day, everything went in our way apart from that last stint, but that was a mistake of my own, to be fair. But after that was all done, yeah, Vlad did a great job all day, kept the car clean, we kept the car clean, everything went well. Just can't thank the team enough. They've worked so hard in the workshop all week, and then every round we've just got closer and closer and closer, and we've finally done it, so now it's just more to come.
And Eddie, you've got to set me off now. This has been a long time coming, and you finally got that win.
Absolutely, Jamie. It was coming all along, but it's just we had it right and we got it right. And these two, Vlad's come on so much, I just can't tell you. And this boy's just brought another dimension to the team, and I can't thank him enough. It's a family team, as you know, and that's just brilliant, mate.
Right, before we're all in fluzzers here, give him a hug. Go on, well done. That's Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. Eddie Farrow and Ted Bradbury down here. Of course, Vlad Vasilev's just making his way down to Parc Ferme. And what was lovely was everyone else was coming up to congratulate our race winners. And there we go. If we turn around here, we've got Fabulous just congratulating Ted in the UVO car, which is looking a bit battered and bruised. Congratulations also to Olympian GRD and also Axiometrics, who got P3 in that race. So yeah, that was another crazy 4 hours here at Silverstone for round 7 of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Our next adventure will be Donington Park in 4 weeks' time. But from now, I will say my goodbyes and hand myself back to our amazing duo in the box, who have done an absolute stellar job. Powered by pizza, it's Andy McEwen and Scott Woodwis.
I should point out before he speaks, he's powered by pizza.
Yes.
I chose not to because I'm trying to be good with my diet. But yeah, thank you for that, Jamie. And that was an interesting race in many cases, but of course, in the end, it was what it was, and that's fun, and that's what the Fun Cup is all about. It's a corny thing to say, but it was a great race itself, and there's the result, with a very popular result that I think, if there was a phrase to use, it is everyone liked that.
Yep, I don't think anyone's unhappy with that. Even Olympian GRD, who come home second, because that's valuable points for their championship. They bounce back nicely now from the disappointment of Croft last time out. So Vape Club with EDF Motorsports win the race. Vlad Vasiliev and Ted Bradbury. It's a 25.6 second winning margin in the end. So still a very healthy margin, that's for sure. But something like the 30th biggest winning margin in championship history. Not that exciting, but there you go, now you know. Team Olympian come home second. It was then a full lap back to Axiometrics in third. Fourth place for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, 2 laps down, but given the fact that they had 2 bits of contact, 2 spins, maybe a third spin as well, and a car that from the very first stint quite clearly wasn't on the pace. I think they'll settle for 4th. Signature RV are fighting 5th position. I wonder what happened though between them and Seed Data at the end. Was it between them and Seed Data, or was it a self-spin for Seed Data? I wonder. They came home in 6th. Team Pesky 7th as well. A bit of a shame they ended up down in 7th when they looked like they were on for maybe as good as 4th position before that transponder needed to be fixed. Second Choice Racing quietly went about their business in 8th. 9th for Team Disruptive, and Red River Sport complete the top 10. Team FFS, they had some early dramas but bounced back nicely to 11th ahead of Greenheath in 12th. Likewise, they had a puncture, didn't they, in a couple of spins, and they end up in 12th position. Race Ventura 13th. Demon Tweaks surviving car, the 207, came home in 14th position. 15th, Renault Racing, they too had a spin late in the day, and then in 16th position was the FF Corsa 257 car on page 2 of the timing screen. Then it's Rare Vinyl TLR in 18th, 19th place for the second of the FF Course cars, number 263. Now the 249 Demon Tweaks car, of course, not running at the flag. There we go, ended up with being classified, where were they in the end? 20th place. Morpheus Motorsport 21st, Fast Track 22nd, PLR Racing 23rd, Sunoco Racing Team 24th. That was one of the hard breaks as well with that late engine issue, which unfortunately took them out of contention for a top 5. Burt were 25th. Sherrodice UK, 3 laps into the race, out with a blown engine which was triggered by a leaking radiator. We don't know whether that was contact induced or not, but it took Peter Belshaw and
Teddy Wilson.
There we go. Teddy Wilson, thank you. 2 Teds is enough to, well, a Ted and a Teddy, enough to confuse me. Took them out of contention, unfortunately, only 3 laps into the race, and that's a shame. The duo who won last time out at Croft got their first win together. Were sadly not able to really play any part in today's 7th round of the championship. Well, the 7th round of the championship gave us plenty to get excited about, that's for sure. It was an interesting race, and let's take a look back now, shall we, at some of the highlights. It all started 4 hours ago with PLR Racing on pole position and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport second on the grid, but it didn't take long for Farkini to move to the front of the field. PLR were then battling with the Sunoco car, which had British GT veteran Phil Keane at the wheel, and Phil was coming through from 6th on the grid and would be challenging for the lead before too much longer in the race. It was a clean start, thankfully. We did have an early safety car period, but they got through the first couple of laps in one piece. There, Phil Keane had a big lunge at the inside of Tim Wheeldon. It very nearly ended in disaster, but thankfully he was able to get through into 2nd place. There was a spin further back for Signature RV. They finished 5th in the end, despite being off the road partway round the opening lap. Then, fluid on the track, we think from that Sherrodice car that had a leaky radiator, caused absolute carnage at Beckett and a spin at Cobb's Corner for the 106 Race Ventura car. PLR Racing coming out worse from the Beckett's incident, as there Peter Belshaw climbed back on board the 251 car, which was out after just 3 laps. The Croft winners taking no further part in round 7 of the championship. All of that brought about a safety car period for about 5 minutes or so, and once the track was cleared of cars, bits of cars and fluid from cars, the race was able to resume, and it was a fascinating battle at the front. Phil Keane was in the lead, Ted Bradbury was in the 246 Vape Club with EDF car, you had Simon Rudd in the championship leading Olympian GRD #1 machine, and a struggling Farkini in the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car. That car just didn't seem to have the pace all day long. He was complaining it was down on straight line speed from the very opening stint of the race. There's a great battle going on just outside of the top 5, which included the FF Corsa 257 car, Demon Tweaks 249 machine was in there, so was Seed Data, and the 157 machine of Second Choice Racing. Pesky Racing in the X-Race Logic car were charging through to the very front of that group. It was a fantastic run all day long from Andrew Dyer and Alex Foden. It was Dyer in the car at the time, and he managed to carve his way through into a top 6 position. At the front of the field, it was a 4-car breakaway. One of these cars, though, was multiple laps down, that being the 4th car in shot, the 110 car. But Ted Bradbury, Phil Keane and Simon Rudd put on a brilliant show for us in the opening 40 minutes or so as they debated and exchanged the race lead. It was more second place, though, that was trading than the race lead. Bradbury seemed pretty happy in the lead, and Phil Keane actually quite happy to follow him. It was Simon Rudd, though, who was in for the first stint, not the usual strategy for Olympian GRD, who really wanted to try and get to the front of the pack. The 3 of them, though, were super evenly matched, and in the end, he wasn't quite able to wrestle the lead away. First round of pit stops, Greenheath and FF Corsa were among the first ones to come in, and that first round of pit stops also saw a tyre change required on the 110 Morpheus car, already 19 laps down after the early dramas. Left rear puncture, not the last time we'd see that today. Unfortunately cost them a bit more time. Vape Club with EDF also had their first driver change, with Vlad Vasiliev jumping on board and proceeding to put together the first of 3 very strong stints for the driver who was hunting his first win in the championship. Race Logic may or may not have exceeded track limits at Beckett's with that sideways moment on the dirty side of the track. Speaking of sideways, Greenheath were the next team to pick up a left rear puncture, and they luckily had that puncture at the very end of the lap, and so were able to come straight into the pit lane, get it changed and get back underway. They would eventually finish in 12th position. Such was the rate of attrition that would follow through the remaining 3 hours or so. PLR Racing had the car eventually repaired after the dramas up at Beckett's on lap number 3, and Neil Plimmer pushed his teammate Tim Wheeldon back out into the fray. There was then a spin for the FF Corsa car. This was not the last time an FF Corsa car would be pointing the wrong way. This was the 263 Andrea Seminara car, which had a rotation up at Beckett's corner. Luckily, though, despite the fact we had a lot of cars spinning throughout the 4 hours, none of them needed recovering from the side of the road, so we went safety car free after that lap 3 safety car. There was a spin then for the 257 FF Corsa car up at Brooklands. Again, that was not the last time that car would be at that particular part of the circuit. Then, drama for the Sunoco racing car. That was such a shame. They've been running well inside the top half dozen, but with Anders Hildebrand at the wheel, the engine went bang, and their day was done. Uvio, meanwhile, had picked up some damage, we believe, after contact with Race Logic, who were having a spin all of their own, and Uvio picked up a lot of damage to the left front corner of the car. That meant that they were even slower, and they ended up slipping off the lead lap as Vape Club with EDF continued to dominate. PLR had another stint in the pit lane, but they were able to get the car back underway relatively quickly, whilst the fast track car, on more than one occasion, came grinding to a halt, this time just inside the pit entrance, but they would end up at the side of the road a bit later on. In the closing stages, Olympian GRD were desperately trying to hang on to the lead lap, but there was nothing they could do. Ted Bradbury, in the penultimate stint of the race, came charging through on the inside of Simon Rudd, and try as he might, Simon just couldn't get back ahead of the 246 car. He really was throwing everything at it, though. Got to the inside coming out of Luffield and got squeezed onto the grass for his troubles. That could have spelt disaster for the championship leading team. And Simon Rudd, I think, for the rest of his stint was content to just stay in line where he was, a lap behind the leader, but still in second place. In the final 40 minutes or so, there was some fantastic racing, not all of it for position, but pesky racing were on the charge. They were closing in on the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car, which was at the front of this group, and at the back of it was the Demon Tweaks number 249. The 3 of them were fighting over 4th position in the closing stages, but with so many other cars getting involved that were on different laps to them, it all became a little bit chaotic, and pesky racing ultimately were never quite able to latch on to the Farkini pedalled Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car. It was 3 wide behind. Rare Vinyl were in the middle of that. Sadly, their car would not survive this battle unscathed. They would end up having a spin a little bit later on in this particular stint. 3-wide racing was the order of the day amongst this group as more and more cars started to join in. That was the spin for Rare Vinyl. A right rear puncture, whether that was cause or effect, we're not really sure, but they had to come in and change that right rear tyre over, and that dropped them down the order some way, eventually finishing in 18th position. Team went to work, changed over the right rear Hankook tyre, sent them back on their way. Then Demon Tweaks had a spin as well. They had got back ahead of Pesky Racing into what was 5th position at the time, but that spin put them Unfortunately, back behind, there was then another spin for Rare Vinyl. We think perhaps there was some damage to the back of that car from the earlier altercation, and that car would once again come into the pit lane to be checked over and repaired. They, thankfully though, as with all of these other late spinners, were able to keep the car running and not end up bringing about a safety car. The crowd watched on with interest from the BRDC grandstand, which was a great vantage point of a lot of the late race drama. Much of that centred around the Uvio car, which was desperately trying to keep Pesky Racing at bay, but a slow final pit stop for Pesky, as they had to reset the transponder that wasn't working properly on the car, meant that they dropped an awfully long way down the order. Pit lane was a busy place over the course of the 4 hours, and after the last round of pit stops had been done, there was an interesting little moment for Uvio. They were battling with Johnny Molan. It was Fabulous Randaccio in the car at the time. Johnny Molan was laps behind them, but Fabulous, in trying to get through, tangled with the number 200 car and again went for a rotation through the grass. It was just a really unfortunate squeeze at the apex. Johnny Molan carried on, but Fabulous ended up going for a slow, lazy spin through the grass, and luckily able to get the car fired back up, as were Renault Racing after they had a half spin at Brooklands, and Greenheath, who had a rotation at Beckett's, clipped by the 263 FF Corsa car for good measure. Hugo then started battling with Axiometrics. There was paint traded between the two of them as Fabulous Randaccio's mood only deteriorated at the idea of a slightly disappointing and off-the-pace 4th position. Were able to get the better of that particular tussle, whilst for the second time in the race, the 257 car was off in almost exactly the same spot of the racetrack coming out of Brooklands Corner. Smoke cleared, the car continued on its way, and we then started looking towards the checkered flag, where Vlad Vasiliev was able to bring the EDF with Fate Club car home to claim its first victory and his first victory in the championship. It was a second win for Ted Bradbury to go alongside his Alton Park win at the end of last year, but for EDF, Eddie Farrow's team, and for Vlad Vasiliev, it's the first time that they will celebrate a victory in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and they did it at the home of British Motorsport at Silverstone. And that wasn't even all of the action, to be honest. We'd be here all night, I think, if we went through everything that happened in that race. There was a lot of drama, a race of attrition at times, but Scott Woodwis, always a race that kept us engaged. There was always a story developing, and thanks to a late penalty, which we didn't even get a chance to cover there for Fate Club with EDF, there was a fair amount of rising tension in the closing stages.
There was, but that's what makes Fun Cup such a good championship. That's why we're firm advocates of it in that sense. And yeah, it was certainly a race which had all of its different elements. Just the only thing that was different from others is that there wasn't a lot of all that scrapping that was going on wasn't totally for position. So we're hearing something producers here about that side, but there wasn't all the action that was going on was for battles that weren't for position rather than ones that were, which was quite fascinating. But again, it gave us proper entertainment, which is what we love about this championship. It gave us some great moments. It gave us, once again, some quite leery moments at times. But again, that's just the ebbs and flows of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship and the action that it provides. And hopefully, if we've even just converted one more person to the Fun Cup today from watching it for 4 hours, because I think some people do see the 4 hour time, they make time and go, I've got time to watch this. But like you said, it is fun, and it is racing all the way through from start to finish. Even with a safety car in the mix, it is always good fun to watch. So, Fun Cup, of course, will be back out next time at September at Donington Park in a month's time. For us, though, the weekend's not done because it's only just got started. We only have 4 races today, incredibly. The vast majority of it is tomorrow. It's a busy schedule tomorrow, of course, which you might want to talk us through, because we've had action from the Fiesta Juniors and the ST240s, and indeed also the BMW SuperCup as well. But we're joined by a handful more championships in series tomorrow, which should make the action even more enticing, considering what's in store.
Indeed so. Yes, we will have the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup joining us tomorrow for a pair of races. The Super Classic Formula Fords as well. I love a bit of Formula Ford racing here at Silverstone. That's always entertaining.
And one thing that makes you smile, there's a 26 car entry tomorrow across all 4 classes. That, on this particular circuit that we know gives good racing with some of the end of season events here particularly, that should be pretty excellent. So I'm looking forward to those 2 races. That should be pretty excellent action from the Super Classics. Looking forward to that.
Yes, and the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, which is always one of my favourite races on these BRSCC events as well.
Bumper grid as well, 40 cars, so it's going to be back to Club Sport best and lots of variety in there as well. There's always some usual suspects in there too, so it should be fun action. And of course, more the same from today, just minus Fun Cup.
Yes, exactly, because we'll have again racing from the Fiesta Juniors, the ST240s and the BMWs as well. So yes, a busy timetable tomorrow and with 12 races I think to bring you to you. First race due to kick off at 10:25. We'll be live probably 10 minutes or so before that, but I'd be ready from about 10 o'clock-ish just in case, because those 3 qualifying sessions, if they go by trouble-free, which hopefully they do, there's a good chance we'll start a little bit earlier, and it's the Fiesta Juniors out first, so you won't want to miss that. Because that is always going to be a highlight. Right, podium presentation is coming your way shortly here at Silverstone. We're just gathering drivers and dragging them up to the Silverstone podium area. Whilst we're doing that, we're going to take a very quick ad break, but we'll have our podium presentation here at Silverstone in just a few moments.
It's the Team of the Day award, and this team were in their first ever Fun Cup race, and they were not out of the top 10 all day. Put your hands together for Alex Foden and Andy Dyer for Team Brscc. Well done, guys. Make your way up onto the top step of the podium. Okay, eyes forward for Scott on the camera. Well done, guys. There's your team of the day, finishing a great inside the top 10, 7th overall there. Right, moving on to your Masters podium for round 7. In third place, despite a puncture, put your hands together for Paul Turner and Gary Bate. That's Team Greenheath. Well done, guys. Make your way up onto the third step of the podium. In second place was Red River Sport. That's Johnny Molam, Bonamy Grimes and Gareth Williams. Where are they? Are they coming? There they are. Right. Make your way onto the top step. And your winners of the Masters class, inside the top 6 as well, put your hands together for Signature RV. That's Steve Ruston, John Whitehouse and Marcus Clutton. Okay. Well done, guys. Make your way up onto the top step. Right. Okay, before we pop the corks, eyes forward for Scott with the camera and all the photographers. Just a minute. Yeah. Hold your trophies up as well, guys. And, right, boys, you know what to do. It's the only problem with standing up here. Oh. Right, put your hands together for our Masters podium. Why aren't you spraying yours? All right. Okay, right, moving on to our overall top three, and what a race it was, going right down to the final moments as we just get ready for our overall podium. In third place, making continuing on their momentum, was Axiometrics. That's John Perrott, Chris Weatherall and Greg Evans. Well done, guys. Make your way over onto number 3. I know. Oh, they obviously don't want the trophy, so there we go. Right. In second place, put your hands together for Olympian GRD. That's Christabel, Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips. Oh, Greg. Well done, guys.
We just walked straight past.
Where's Si? Oh, there he is.
I'm just arguing with Ted.
You're just arguing with Ted, okay. Right, I think this one deserves a bit of a cheer. So your winners were Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. That's Ted Bradbury, and his first ever win, Vlad Vasiliev. Right. Well done, guys. Right, I'm going to dive for cover. Right, before you pop the corks, eyes forward for the... Thanks, Greg. Eyes forward for the cameras. Hold your trophies up aloft. Right, boys, you know what to do. There we go, there's your overall top three. It's been a great day's racing. Don't you dare, Rod. Don't you dare. And, it's been a great day's racing. Have a safe journey home, and we'll see you all at Donington.